Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Good morning, Merry Christmas. Santa Claus beat us to the punch, guys. He was here a little bit earlier, but barely. I mean, barely. Like, I think I can still see the trail of Rudolph and the guys off in the distance right now. So it is early. It is Christmas. I hope you got the present that you wanted. We're happy to be here with you for the next 3 hours on the Daily Tip right here on the BetMGM Network. Produced by Double D, David Dykstra, with my co-host Corey Parson. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine. CP, before we get too deep into all the action, and dude, we got action today. Whatever you like. If you like bowl games, if you like NBA basketball, if you like the NFL, we got it today, and we're going to try to make some money along the way. I know you were hoping that Santa Claus was going to bring you a pony this year. You were telling me you wanted that pony. Did that end up – did you get it? How'd that work out for you?
No pony under the tree yet, sports machine. You know what I'm saying? So it's still pretty early out here on the East Coast, so we'll see if we still get that pony delivered. I know Santa is, probably making his way around, but we'll see what happens with that pony. But if it's here already, I haven't seen it yet, so we'll see what happens. But shout out to everybody. Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy holidays. Whatever you celebrate, glad to be here to help you along the way this morning with my main man, the sports machine. And, I like to fashion myself as a dude that's been a veteran in this industry, you know what I'm saying? And I will tell you, Sean Levine, there's very few people I turn my microphone over to, and you are definitely one of them. So glad to be with you on this Christmas.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans.
Here today, the Cleveland Cavaliers have been a team that's not really been able to compete with the New York Knicks. Remember how they bounced them out the playoffs? I've always thought that the Cavaliers were not the real product. I thought that they were built for the regular season and not so much the postseason. And we saw that last year, the way the Pacers made easy work of them. The year before that, the way the New York Knicks made easy work of them. I look at the Cavaliers as really as a soft basketball team. So, but with that being said, I still would take the 5.5 with the Cavs today. Something about this early noon Eastern time tip-off makes me think that the game will be a little bit closer than expected, and the under might be in play as well.
I do the same thing. Anytime there's an early tip-off and a holiday, or an early kickoff for that matter, whatever the sport is, I remember that these guys are humans. And it's like, all right, they were probably with their families last night and focusing on other stuff. And, especially if it's like a New Year's Day game, maybe a couple of these guys had some pops last night. So it's an early tip-off and a holiday. I'm with you. I'm looking at those unders, and I'm looking at the Knicks. And, it's Christmas. It's early, but I might try to get parlayed on those Knicks and unders. All right, Spurs versus Thunder is the next tip-off. We know the Spurs have the Thunder's number. This is crazy, Corey. The Thunder have lost 4 basketball games, and it's Christmas, and half those losses, which is only 2, have come to the San Antonio Spurs. This game's in Oklahoma City. It's a huge number. Thunder minus 9.5, 232.5 is the total. I'm going to listen to you on this one and put my money on whatever you say, because I keep going back and forth in my head. Yes, the Spurs are 2-0 against the Thunder this year, but the game's in Oklahoma City. The Thunder are 14-0 on their home court. They're also 9-5 against the spread at home. So they kind of do their thing in OKC, but the Spurs kind of have their number. And we know styles make fights. Are the Spurs the terrible matchup for OKC? How come they're the one team that can beat them consistently?
Yeah, it seems like over the course of the past 2 years, nobody's been able to get this done with this
Nobody.
Oklahoma City Thunder team. But I'm still going with the revenge game narrative with this one right here. I look at that line and I think, okay, well, that line looks pretty healthy, especially for a team that's beat the other team twice. But now you get the Oklahoma City Thunder on a home court on a Christmas day. And I'm still gonna lay the big number with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Listen, you're not gonna get rich betting the NBA, betting against the Oklahoma City Thunder. We know what
Right.
we know what their average win is, was something around 16, 17 points. They blow teams out. I'm still looking for the revenge spot. Thought it would happen last time these two teams met. Maybe it happens this time right here, but you're right about styles making fights. I mean, really what Victor Wembanyama has been able to do and really living up to expectations throughout the early parts of his NBA career, it does make him a matchup nightmare. And listen, these two teams are a budding rivalry in the NBA when you look at the the Thunder and the San Antonio Spurs. Who would have
I
thought
don't
the
know if
NBA's biggest rivalry is the Thunder versus the Spurs?
Right? And I don't know if the NBA loves that. They'd rather have it be New York and LA like it was back in the day, or have Boston involved, but it is what it is. Yeah, ideally for the league, last year's finals, when you get Indiana versus Oklahoma City, is not what they're looking for. As a basketball geek, and I know you're one too, CP, that's what I was looking for. I love that series. I thought it was great. So I'm all for teams like the Thunder going forward. I don't know if you have your crystal ball out in front of you this Christmas morning, but when their careers are over, who do you think we're going to be talking about was the better baller, Victor Wembanyama or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
In the NBA, you always take the big man over the little man. So I think the better career would probably end up going to Victor Wembanyama. I mean, just the things that he's able to do at his height and size, the way he's able to basically play like a guard, something that we've never really seen before. He's excellent defensively as well. And the thing that both of these teams are, but particularly the San Antonio Spurs, is they're tied to good organizations. The San
That's
Antonio
right.
Spurs are a very good organization, one of the best run organizations in pro sports. And we talked the last time me and you did this together about Sam Presti and the job they've been able to do with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Once again, a well-run organization. So both players are set up pretty well. Obviously, with the NBA free agency and the law to, draw people, their big stars to the big markets, hasn't happened with these two players or these two teams yet, but that's always could be in the back of people's mind. But right now, you're looking at, who would have thought that coming into the NBA's Christmas Day slate, the game that we're looking forward to the most is the game between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the San Antonio Spurs. We're getting tired of Kevin Durant. We're getting tired of LeBron James. We're getting tired of Steph Curry and the drama that comes along with the Golden State Warriors. But Spurs and Thunder gives us new teams, new players, new storylines, and I really think it's going to be the most interesting game of the day.
I agree with you. This is the one I got my eyes on. This is the one that I'm looking forward to betting on. Although, if you do like you some Kevin Durant still and a little bit of, LeBron James and maybe a sprinkle of all these dudes you just mentioned, Steph Curry, they're playing too. So let's get to their games. The Mavericks on the road at Golden State. Those Warriors are an 8.5-point favorite. If this was a couple of weeks ago when Golden State was playing better basketball and before Draymond Green went completely Draymond Green a couple of days ago, and before Cooper Flag turned into Cooper Flag, like really the last couple of weeks, both these teams have gone in completely different directions as far as where they're headed. I think I'm looking at those points with the Mavs and going, both these teams are okay. Like you got a 500 Golden State team. They're not great. You got a Mavericks team that, to nobody's surprise, struggled out the gates. Going forward, like from this point forward, Christmas morning on, I bet the Mavs are as good, if not a better basketball team than Golden State. It just feels like they're starting to click a little bit, and something's up with Golden State. They're getting old right in front of our eyes, man. I'm going to take the Mavericks with those points. I'm not going to mess with the number. It looks about right, 227.5, but I feel pretty good getting the Mavs with 8.5 on the road.
Only thing is, I agree with you. I would take the 8.5 with the Mavs as well. I think it's going to be a very competitive game. The only thing I would look at with that number going over is if this game happens to go to overtime. I think the game could possibly be that close. Obviously, the allure to this being a Christmas Day matchup is, Klay Thompson coming back to Golden State. Obviously, where they had so much success with a Monica Game 6. Klay was born with some of the things he did when they were in the middle of their dynasty in the Golden State Warrior heyday. Well, that heyday is long gone now. That heyday is past. Really, it's Steph Curry trying to drag this team into basically the playoffs and see if they can get hot at that point. The Dallas Mavericks, though, as they get healthier and get better, they could turn up to be contenders. Could today be the coming out party for Cooper Flag?
Absolutely. This has been a coming out month for Cooper Flag. Actually, his Duke teammate, Con Knippel, this time 2 weeks ago, was the minus 300 favorite to be the rookie of the year, and you could have got Cooper Flag at plus 150. And now look at it. Cooper Flag's minus 300 to BetMGM to be the rookie of the year. So things have changed. He's turned into what we thought he was going to. And back to the Klay Thompson thing real quick. You're right. Like, he had some unbelievable days there as one of the original Splash Brothers. He'd probably tell you his biggest accomplishment is Megan Thee Stallion, which is pretty damn good. Although, remember when he had 37 points in a quarter? Like, that doesn't even sound right when it comes out of my mouth. 37 points in a quarter is one of the greatest single accomplishments anybody's ever had, period.
And you know what? So I remember that game very well. I was living back in a studio apartment in Harlem, and I had him in DFS that night. And he's just going off. Yes, I had him in DFS at night, and he's going off, right? But the tournament that I was in, 60% of the field had Klay Thompson, so it wasn't really it wasn't really the big cash that I thought it would be. But yeah, I had him that night. He went for 37 in the quarter, and I'm thinking I'm going to be the top of the leaderboard or whatever. Klay Thompson was 60% on that night, so a couple of people knew it was going to be a pretty good night for Klay.
So Klay put down a couple of shots that night, and then you had to put down a couple of shots of rum that night in your little studio apartment to feel a little bit better about the bed. I've been there, bro. Rockets.
The price of a studio apartment in Harlem is about a mortgage on a 5-bedroom house. So you know what I'm saying.
In Kansas City, I could get a mansion for what you were paying for that pad. All right, Rockets on the road in LA. This is the only home dog. You know what that means? What's up, home dog? You can get the Lakers plus 2.5, 230.5 is the total. I can't figure out this Lakers team, bro. The Rockets are exactly what I thought they were going to be. They're on pace to not be quite as good as they were last year, which I saw coming when they got Kevin Durant. They're still going to be good, but a lot of people forget that they were the 2 seed right behind Oklahoma City in the Western Conference playoffs. They were a damn good basketball team. Before you talk about this game, first talk about the Lakers' big picture. Are you believing what you're seeing with your eyes? Because this team looks pretty good right now.
They look pretty good. Can they compete with the top of the West when it comes into the postseason? It's really about the path. If they can finish as a top 4 seed, can they sneak their way into the conference finals? I think so. You know what, LeBron, Luka, Austin Reeves, listen, for what it's worth, a lot of people were very critical of the J.J. Redick hire. He doesn't really has been wrong with what J.J. Redick has been able to do. He's not Pat Riley. He's not building something like that. But he's a very competent head coach. He's getting the job done. And listen, he's got stars, superstar level players on this team in this market buying in. This is going to be a good one too. This will be a close one. I probably would lay the 2.5 with the Rockets, but I think the game will come down to the final few possessions.
I've been eating on Austin Reeves props ever since he went off that the first or the second game of the year. I'm like, maybe it's legit, and it's legit. That guy's going to be in the All-Star game. You mentioned LeBron along with Luka and Austin Reeves. I think we can call that a big 3 or a big 3 sort of ish. And LeBron's 3 out of the 3. That's the crazy part. Like, Luka's in the MVP race. Austin Reeves has become the second go-to guy, and good for LeBron because. To me, that always has been a problem with Kevin Durant, wherever he is gone. And look, early on in his career at OKC, he was balling with some dudes, but he should have been the go-to guy. He was the man on that team. When he went to Golden State, he still took a lot of the shots, and he was the MVP of the finals. We all know that, and that worked out well. But he continued to later on in his career in Brooklyn when he should have given some shots. In Phoenix, when he definitely should have deferred most of the shots to Devin Booker. And now I still think Kevin Durant thinks he's the man. Good for LeBron, for recognizing that at some point in your career, you got to take a little bit of a step back, let the other dudes get the shine, get the shots, because it's best for the team. I'm going to take the Lakers on the money line. Just Lakers, nice. Christmas. I want to be right about that and cash my ticket. And then we got one more game tonight in the NBA. The nightcap is the T-Wolves on the road in Denver. The Nuggets laying 3.5 in the thin air of Mile High. But it's not just NBA ball we got today. We got a bunch of NFL action also. The slate is it's okay, but the good thing about that is we can still bet on the games and we can still make some money. We're going to do that next right here on the Daily Tip with Corey Parsons, Sports Machine, Sean Levine on the BetMGM Network.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Merry Christmas and ho, 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 and all of that good stuff. Thanks for checking us out this morning right here on the BetMGM Network. It is the Daily Tip with Corey Parson and me. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine. When my sister got her kid, so my niece, a cell phone at 10 years old, I was like, I don't know. That just, it's your kid. Do whatever you want. Sounds a little bit young, but I bet that they're going to text me something that I don't want to know. And then the kid texted me during the last break. I know it's early. Remember, it's a kid and it's Christmas morning. And said, Unc, how does Santa Claus get gift certificates on the North Pole? And I don't really know what to say back because it seems like Santa brought that kid some gift cards. So that's what I'm saying, Corey. I try to avoid those awkward conversations. I just want to talk gambling with you, dude.
Yeah, and this is it. You kind of stumped me with that one right there. How would Santa Claus get a gift certificate to the North Pole? Oh, well, probably Amazon. That's probably that's probably how he got them. That's probably how he got them.
And I bet that it gets there quick, bro. And I bet that they might drop it off with one of those weird drone things. I don't know if they have those where you live, but they had an Amazon drone drop off the other day, and I thought the world was ending on my block. So I feel like you got to warn the whole neighborhood if you're going to do something like that. Anyway, we move on. We already talked a little bit of basketball. Great slate of basketball games. We got NFL today, if that's your cup of tea, although not a bunch of great games. There were supposed to be, and to be fair, the NFL scheduled this a long time ago. So when they gave us Dallas versus D.C., that was supposed to be a great game with 2 weeks left in the season. When they gave us Detroit and Minnesota, based on what those two teams were last year, this was going to be awesome. And then Denver and Kansas City tonight at Arrowhead. Let's go, bro. But then again, it's Chris, I don't even know how to say that guy's last name, Oladukin, going for the Chiefs at quarterback. So not the slate we thought we were going to get, but doesn't mean we can't make some money on these games. So let's start with the early kickoff from D.C. Big line, Corey Parson, 8.5 it's worked its way up to for the Dallas Cowboys on the road at D.C. Now, D.C. has Josh Johnson going for him, and he's played for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 different NFL teams. That's what I call a veteran quarterback. I think I'm taking those points at home with D.C., 8.5, and what does Dallas have to play for anyway?
Yeah, 8.5 is a big number with this Dallas Cowboy team, this Dallas Cowboy defense. I remember when Josh Johnson got drafted. I actually was at a draft party that he was at. Boy, that was a long time ago, many moons ago.
Right? You're old, bro.
Yeah, I know. He's been around for a long time. And listen, quarterbacks have had success versus the Dallas Cowboys this year. I just don't know if everything in D.C. is going to work out, but if they can run the football, which Dallas down the stretch has really been able to, the additions of Kenny Clark and Q Ball have really stoutened up the middle of the defensive line. But Eberflus has done such a horrible job with this defense, which did you think it could be any worse than the Dallas Cowboy defense of the past couple of years? It really was this year. He's done such a horrible job that I wouldn't be surprised if Josh Johnson is not even a bad DFS flyer today, to be honest with you, because of how poor that Dallas defense has been. But now this is one of the bigger rivalries in the NFL with a 1 o'clock start on Christmas Day with a point spread approaching double digits on Netflix. And really, you might even have more people watching Knicks Cavs, to be honest with you, because it's just not doing what it's supposed to do. This right here, the Cowboys have really wasted a fantastic MVP level season from Dak Prescott because of Jerry's mishandling of the roster and basically Eberflus's mishandling of the defense. This was supposed to be, Jaden Daniels, Dak Prescott going down the stretch, playoff spots on the line in our nation's capital. And right now, this is really just people trying to sell tickets to get out of this game.
So Dak has thrown for 28 touchdowns against 10 interceptions and 4,200 yards. So, yeah, he's got a couple of games left. He's probably going to be something like 33 touchdowns and just under 5,000 yards. Those are huge numbers for a team that has already been eliminated. And, I think this season probably went about like I thought it was going to with the Cowboys because it started as a mess in the offseason with all the Micah Parsons stuff. And it's been going on a couple of years now. And Last year it was they signed Dak Prescott the day of the opener and the whole CeeDee Lamb mess. We know what the problem is. And I actually feel bad for Cowboys fans because it's Jerry Jones and it's been that way for a long time. It's no different from any job in America. The owner can't also be the manager and can't also be the micromanager and can't also be the mouthpiece and the HR. That's the problem with the Cowboys, is that nobody really has what their job title is. Even Brian Schottenheimer's a puppet of a head coach. It's all about Jerry Jones. And I think we've seen now, Corey, going on, 30 years. And I mean it, 30 years since the Cowboys have really been part of the Super Bowl conversation, that some people will say it out loud and some people will just say it silently. But we all know what the problem really is, right? It's Jerry Jones.
Yeah, the problem is, but he's the problem and the answer. That's really the biggest problem, that he is the problem and the solution. Yeah, it hasn't been good. This is obviously 30 years now. No trips to the NFC Championship game. Every other team in the conference has made the NFC Championship game at least once since 2010. And that's obviously not going to cut it with the product and the biggest organization in professional sports, not in the United States, probably in the world. And I'm including those big soccer teams too. Everybody knows what that star is, what that brand is, but the brand ain't branding right now. And everybody's looking up into that booth that Jerry's perched with him and his son Steven sit. Even, maybe even radio down in plays and stuff like that. And obviously what they do, how they try to get the player to sign the contract without the agent, just all bad business coming out of Big D and the Dallas Cowboys. But I tell you what, Sports Machine, I think they found their guy. And, last year when everybody was going through the coaching searches, it was like that Brian Schottenheimer was probably the worst hire. Brian Schottenheimer is probably up there with one of the best hires of this last year's coaching cycle. Brian Schottenheimer is a good coach, and I figured Marty Schottenheimer's son would be able to coach as well. Have they found the next Tom Landry? I'm not sure I'd go that far, but Brian Schottenheimer is going to be a very good head coach for years to come.
I once ate brunch with Marty Schottenheimer. I was at his first watch, and it was me and my dad and Marty Schottenheimer and his wife. And this is when he was the current head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs. And the weather was so bad in Kansas City that nobody else had gone out in public. It was one of those days, except for apparently me, my dad, Marty Schottenheimer, and his wife. And so he's like, "You want to come over here and eat with us?" So the four of us just had brunch one time. So rest in peace, Marty Schottenheimer. He likes his eggs over easy, if you're curious.
Let me tell you, the only coach with over 200 wins that's not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Listen to these numbers from Corey Parson this morning. Listen to this guy. All these teams have got to the championship game. The only coach. Listen to this guy. That's Corey on the Sports Machine. You want some more numbers? Let's keep going down that road. Detroit at Minnesota. Dude, can you imagine if we were in our hot tub time machine and this was last year? We'd be so excited for this game. We'd be talking about it for the next 2.5 hours. But it's not really that exciting. It's 8-7 versus 7-8. In theory, I guess Detroit's still playing for a playoff spot, but who cares? They stink anyway. And then you got Minnesota, who I don't understand. I guess it's because they're playing with the second string and third string quarterback also with the injury news to J.J. McCarthy. Maybe that's why they're such a big home dog. What's up, home dog? But 7.5, I think I'm going to take those points based on the body of work from both these teams. There's a reason why they're only separated by one game in the standings. They're about the same team. And if I'm going to get the home crowd on Christmas and really nobody's playing for much, I think Detroit knows they're done. Not only do I not want your 7.5 points, you can keep those, Corey. Give me Minnesota on the money line, a little mini money line on a Christmas morning. I like the Vikings today.
Yeah, money line this joint right here. I like the Minnesota Vikings as well. We're on the same page with this one. Sports Machine. Denver Broncos, Detroit Lions. What's their problem is this year? They can't beat the teams in the NFC North. They've struggled against the Packers. They've struggled against the Bears. And that's really where it lies. They weren't equipped to win in the division this year, 1-3 in the division. And they'll probably end the season 1-4 in the division. I like the Minnesota Vikings today, too, to upset the Lions. Agree with you 100%. But see, you are a give me the money line guy. I'm going to take the points and sprinkle the money line.
Well, that's because I got big boles. That's why. Because
6, 7.
I'm just trying to make more money when I think the team's going to win. And you know what happens? You look at those points and you go, dang, I knew they were going to win. I could have made more money. But maybe you're on to something here. Maybe I will sprinkle a little bit and feel a little bit better when Minnesota loses the game by 7. I'll text you and say thank you. And that's my Christmas present to you, by the way. I didn't get you anything else. The total in that game is 43. If you force my hand, I'd play the overs. Even though that Minnesota defense at times looks really good, but they're a little bit inconsistent. Same thing with the Detroit offense. They're the second highest scoring offense in the NFL. But I've looked up a lot at halftime this year and gone, wait a minute. How does Detroit only have one touchdown or a field goal or whatever it is? So I'm not touching that number. Tonight's game, so many people have offered me free tickets to this Chiefs game, and I've turned every one of them down because I ain't going. I ain't going to watch a total. It's 36.5. I'm not going to go watch Chris Oladukin, a third-string quarterback, no Patrick Mahomes, no Gardner Minshew, no chance to win this game, no chance to make the playoffs. Denver, it just keeps changing, but not too much. 13.5, back to 13. I've seen it all the way up to 14 at one point. Nothing's looking good for the Chiefs. Convince me why I should even take the points with Kansas City.
Well, because they'll probably keep the game within 13.5 points. That's really the only reason why you should take the points with Kansas City. I just don't look at Denver as a go on the road and get a big double-digit victory this late in the season with, basically they're still competing for the 1 seed in the AFC. Now, last time we were together, we spoke about this. The only reason if Denver was the latest number successfully is the rabbit got the gun theory. We've been beat up by the Kansas City Chiefs for the past decade, so let's go ahead and lay one on them while we have a chance to. So you can look at it that way, and Sean Payton is the type of head coach that would definitely be into something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like Sean Payton be like, yo, let's run it up on them. But the truth of the matter is, I don't think the Broncos are really built to run it up on teams. I think they get in there, they take control of the game, run the football, play their brand of defense, get a comfortable win, but no reason to run it up.
What do you make of the inconsistency of the totals today on Christmas? Check this out. The Denver-Kansas City game, the total is 36.5. One of the lower numbers you're ever going to see. I've seen Chiefs totals the last handful of years, and obviously this is back in the day with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and the boys and Tyreek Hill. I've seen over-unders almost in the 60s. I want to say it almost did get to the 60s when they played the Rams. Might have even been 61 or 62, and I'm looking at a Chiefs total tonight that's that low at 36.5. If you want to bet the total in the Vikings-Lions game, it's 43, and then it's sitting at 50.5 in the early game. So basically what I'm telling you is, Corey, if you want to see points, you better watch that DC versus Dallas game. But you make a great point. It's on against Cavs-Knicks, and Cavs-Knicks is likely to be more entertaining.
Well, if the NFL is still a very big draw, and obviously you have America's team, that 50.5 would say to me, right, that the Cowboys would, like, if that number goes, put it like this, if you like the over, you should lay the number with the Cowboys. If you like the Commanders, you should take the under.
I like your thought process there. We got games tomorrow, or not tomorrow. Dude, I don't even know what day of the week it is right now. We got games Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday in the NFL. Well, we got a couple of minutes left. Let's look at one of those Saturday games. Houston, the Texans on the road at the Chargers. 39.5 is the total in this game. Chargers laying 2. This might be the trickiest line on the entire board this week because both these teams are playing really good football. I think both these teams are dangerous when the playoffs come around. Houston beats you because of defense. The Chargers can outscore you. Maybe I'll just play the overs at 39.5. -2 LA. Where's your money going?
I'd play the under on that 39.5. I'd take the 2 with Houston as well. Houston, throughout the DeMeco Ryans era, very successful as a road dog. And if you just want to get to the breakdown of the games, I mean, the reason why the Chargers don't have the same record or a better record than the Broncos or the Patriots is because the injury to Joe Alt and how inconsistent that offensive line play has been. And the Texans are going to take advantage of that. I like now this right here, don't sprinkle the money line because it's only 2. The point spread is only 2. Don't sprinkle the money line, hammer the money line.
The only hesitation I have with the Texans is they've got a great defense and they've got a questionable offense. I do like DeMeco Ryans, but we don't really see great defenses go deep in the playoffs or teams that's their best asset. Not since the Denver Broncos with Peyton Manning, Before that, you have to go back to probably the maybe one of those Giants teams with Eli Manning. Before that, you got to go back to the 2000 Patriots. I can only come up with 3 examples in the last 25 years that great teams, based on their defense, went deep into the playoffs.
Yeah, Nico Collins would have to go off in the playoffs for them to make a trip to the Super Bowl because he is really the engine behind that offense.
I'm curious, though, how much money is going to come in on Houston to win the division, because Jacksonville right now has a 1-game lead. But in my opinion, when the playoffs come around, Houston is more dangerous than Jacksonville. We'll talk about that as the show rolls along. And by the way, Colts fans are going, what about us? What about you? Y'all are on a sinking ship. You better get off and find a raft pretty soon. Coming up on the other side, we're going to talk about sports, and we're going to try to make some money along the way. With Corey Parson, I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine, on this Christmas morning on the BetMGM Network.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Bells will be ringing. That's it for the singing portion of the show. Welcome back in. Good Christmas morning. Merry Christmas. Hopefully you got the presents you were looking for. Hopefully you fed Santa Claus last night, got that guy some milk, put him on his way. The Daily Tip, Corey Parson. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine. And we got my guy, Double D, David Dykstra, producing the action. If you like the basketball, plenty of NBA today. If the football is more your thing, plenty of that to bet on also. David, I know you're about to give us overreaction and make sense, and we're going to talk some sports here and try to make some money. But since it's, kind of the end of the road here for you at the network, can we just call this segment True Dat or Screw Dat instead? Are you cool with that?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Then we'll stick with.
We're still trying to be in this industry, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. Then in that case, we will stick with your weird and uncomfortable name of overreaction or makes sense. Take it away, David Dykstra.
All right. First off, Merry Christmas to you both. Yeah, nice way to throw me off there, Levine. Jeez.
I'm always on board. Yeah, I got you, bro.
All right, I'm coming to you first, Corey. The Baltimore Ravens need to move on from either John Harbaugh or Lamar Jackson. Overreaction or makes sense?
That's an overreaction right there. What are you really going to do? Like, so many people talk about getting rid of the head coach. Okay, you get rid of Harbaugh. Who you going to bring in? Really, who you going to bring in? You have to hire somebody at least on that level or better. And unless you're going to go get Mike Tomlin or Sean Payton or Andy Reid or one of those guys, it just makes sense to keep going what you have going. Now, I understand in certain times the voice gets old. I think injuries played a big part of what happened to the Baltimore Ravens this year. I think they'll be back towards the top of the AFC next year. Lamar be, his usual MVP candidate. But I think the injuries to the defense early in the year and Lamar through the middle of the season kind of took some of the steam off the Baltimore Ravens this year. But they should run it back with the same crew.
Oh, true that. Makes sense. That's what I meant to say. It makes sense. Not with Lamar. Lamar Jackson, I don't know what's up with him, to be honest with you. Like, obviously he's a little bit injured and banged up this year, but if you look at his running numbers, Lamar's, by the numbers, the best running quarterback in the history of the sport. And he's got a bunch of 15-yard games and 20-yard games, even when he was pseudo-healthy. And he's only getting older. The good thing is, and nobody talks about this, he also has the highest passing percentage of any quarterback in the history of the NFL. So he can still throw the ball around a little bit, too. I think that there just needs to be a new voice in the room. And it's not to say that John Harbaugh's a bad coach or that he'll be unemployed for a long time or that he didn't have a very successful, 16, 17-year tenure in Baltimore. But just like any of us in any of our jobs, like at some point, you're going to get a new boss and then things go in a different direction, either better or worse. And it can't get a whole lot worse for Baltimore than it's gone this year, especially if they end up missing the playoffs. Derrick Henry's getting older. Lamar's getting older. They were the Super Bowl betting favorite entering the season. So I'm not saying it's all on John Harbaugh. I'm just saying it might be a good idea at some point to get a new voice in the room.
Let me, you know who they were going to hire, Sports Levine, who they wanted to hire?
Who?
Jason Garrett.
See, I'm not a big fan of Jason Garrett, but who knows how that would go based on this year. You bring him in and maybe it creates a spark for a while because your window's closing, CP, in Baltimore, right? This is not, I would say, Buffalo, where you've still got a good probably 4 or 5 years out of Josh Allen. In the case of Lamar, and you tell me, David, in the case of Patrick Mahomes, doesn't it kind of look like a little bit of regression's happening right in front of our eyes, or am I crazy?
No, I would agree with that. I agree that something needs to change in Baltimore. I would lean more towards the John Harbaugh side just because same voice over the last 17, 18 seasons kind of gets muted after a while. You heard the same thing about Tomlin until they started winning. Maybe there's a need for a new voice. Let's get it going to the next one. Sean, I'm going to come to you. The Christmas NBA slate is what everyone should be watching today instead of the NFL games.
They should trade John Harbaugh for Sean McDermott. If either of them win the Super Bowl, they should trade those guys for each other. Yeah, absolutely. Or yes, whatever I'm supposed to say. Makes sense. Absolutely, dude. The Christmas slate is better. I love NBA basketball on Christmas. Like, I remember putting on the pajamas and opening up the presents and then making my prop bets while the niece and nephew were opening up theirs. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what Christmas morning is about for me. It's about family. It's about hot cocoa. It's about love and Santa. And it's about NBA. Like, when did the NFL get their sneaky Grinch paws on this lovely day? So, yeah, and I love all these games, by the way, too. The Cavs-Knicks game has intrigue. Spurs-Thunder? Spurs-Thunder is great, and then you don't think I'm going to stay up all night long until that T-Wolves-Nuggets game finishes. So, absolutely. It's a great Christmas slate, and to me, Christmas is the sport. Basketball is the sport that I bet on Christmas.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a overreaction because the NFL is still the dominant sports product, even
These
though
games suck. These NFL games are terrible.
Yeah, the NFL games are terrible. They do suck. The NBA has a better slate today, but football is a better television product. The NFL is America's sporting passion. And just the idea of, the game being on Netflix, people want to tune in because of that. I think Snoop Dogg is doing a holiday halftime special or something like that. So the entertainment factor around the NFL may not be with the games, but it may be with the production.
All right. Corey, I'm going to come right back to you. The Chicago Bears are this year's Washington Commanders and will play in the NFC Championship game.
Overreaction. I still think the Bears. It's going to be interesting because I think the path in the NFC is wide open. I just don't think that they need a little bit more playoff experience, this bunch right here. But really, it's the path that will determine it. Now, if they can have, home games in Soldier Field throughout the whole thing into the NFC Championship, that could be very good for them. But last year, the Commanders went on the road and pulled off a shocking upset. Can the Bears go into Philadelphia and win in the postseason? It's one thing doing it in November. It's another thing doing it in January.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think the Bears are. And I would actually up the ante and say the season we're seeing from Caleb Williams in year 2 is more impressive than year 1 from Jaden Daniels because, and look, they both, I would say, overachieved compared to almost all of our expectations. Obviously, Jaden Daniels, nobody thought he was going to be that good. He might have had the best rookie season we've ever seen from a quarterback. And then Caleb this year, unless you're a Bears fan, right? Unless you're you, David, then I think most people are going, maybe there's still a little bit of question with this team. I don't know. You know what I mean? And the Bears have been awesome, and Caleb has been part of the reason he's captain comeback. His stats aren't going to blow you away, but he's not really costing his team games. And through the first couple of years, if my math is correct, he's got 41 touchdowns against 11 interceptions. So if you like numbers, that's pretty impressive. I think the Bears are last year's Commanders. Not to say they're going to get to the NFC Championship game, though. You know what I mean? That's a different – the NFC is so wide open where everybody that's going to get to the playoffs, except for probably Carolina, can get to the NFC Championship game. So can the Bears? Yeah. Am I going to put my money on them? My hard-earned money? No. I might put some of Corey's hard-earned money on it, though.
Sports Machine. When they come up for their contracts, when it's both of their time, Williams and Daniels, to go into their second contract, who are you paying more, Williams or Daniels?
Well, you know how that works. It's not who deserves it. It's timing, right? Like at one point, Trevor Lawrence 3 years ago was the highest paid player in the history of the NFL, and then it was Jordan Love, and Patrick Mahomes is currently the 18th highest paid quarterback in the NFL. So make it make sense. I understand your point, though. They're both getting the max contract, the max years, and going forward, I think most people have turned the tide. I think most of the public would tell you, I would rather have Caleb Williams as my quarterback going forward as Jaden Daniels. Actually, I say that out loud. Do you agree with that?
Who, me?
Yeah, do you think most people actually take that whole draft into equation? I know you're not Bo Nix, but if you could have Drake May for the rest of his career, Caleb Williams, or Jaden Daniels, who are you taking?
I would put Bo Nix in the equation too. I would go Jaden Daniels, and then it's a toss up between Bo Nix and Caleb Williams.
Damn, he's got the MVP At number 4, I don't know if he's going to be the MVP right now. He's second in line, talking about Drake May at BetMGM to Matt Stafford. But, dude, he could win the award in year number 2. He's been awesome. Awesome.
But what is he? I mean, so is Bo Nix, though. Bo Nix doesn't get the credit he deserves.
Why do people poke holes in Bo Nix the way they do? It doesn't make sense. Everybody's quick to compliment all those other guys, and Bo Nix has the best winning percentage out of all those quarterbacks. He won a bunch of games last year when these other guys, well, some of those guys were losing football games. You know, the guy that we need to be asking about, and I know he's injured right now, that came out of this draft also, was J.J. McCarthy. It seems like he's the one dude in this whole draft that the team's already looking at going, did we make the right decision? All these other teams are thrilled with the decision they made. We can debate because it's sports radio and it's Christmas and it's fun to talk about, hey, if it was a redraft, who would you take? But ultimately, don't you think the Vikings internally are asking themselves, did we screw this up?
Yeah, I can see that being the case right there because, injured the first season and didn't really have too many big moments this year. And really outside of Sean Payton, nobody in the NFL coaches the quarterback better than Kevin O'Connell. And for J.J. McCarthy to struggle the way that he did this year, it would make you think that they may have got the wrong guy.
And it's not only that, but it's how good Sam Darnold has been. So while we got like a minute left before the end of the hour, are you a believer in Seattle? I mean, we're talking about how congested the NFC is. Sam Darnold has played not at an MVP level, but kind of next tier. He's got his team exactly where they want to be. Do you think that they end up with that 1 seed? And is that a team that you believe can actually win the whole thing?
I don't know if they can win the whole thing. They can definitely be in the NFC Championship game. They play good defense. Their head coach is very competent. He's doing a good job. They run the football well. They don't turn the ball over. They're very good at situational football. Everything that you want to see from a championship contender, the Seahawks bring it.
There's a different team that I got my eyes on in the NFC, and coming up next, I'm going to tell you who that is. In fact, I've got the up to the second, hot off the press, Super Bowl odds coming up, and I'm going to tell you what they are. On the other side, Merry Christmas. It's the Daily Tip, Corey Parson. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine, and it is the BetMGM Network.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Yo, good morning. Merry Christmas. Thanks for checking us out right here. It is the BetMGM Network. It's Corey Parson. I'm the sports king, John Levine. Corey, I know that I'm generally a pasty-looking fella, and we're good enough friends at this point. You can be honest with me. Do I look especially pasty to you this morning? Like almost like the love child of Casper and a piece of tape?
Yeah, the lighting is very lit. Let's put it that way. You know what I'm
I was
saying?
thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know what you're saying. All right, so just quick recap because we got a lot of action today. Plenty of NBA games: Cavs, Knicks, Spurs, Thunder, Mavs, and Golden State, Rockets, Lakers tonight, and then T-Wolves and Nuggets. If you're an NFL dude or gal, Dallas, DC, Detroit, Minnesota, Denver, Kansas City. We brushed on Houston and the Chargers. That's on Saturday. Real quick before we get into our overall NFC West thoughts, Baltimore and Green Bay is also coming up. That's a Saturday kickoff. Baltimore is playing for their lives, but here's the thing, Corey. Even if they win and Pittsburgh wins against Cleveland, Baltimore is dead and done, and the season is over for the Ravens. And you could argue it was as disappointing as my Kansas City Chiefs. Missing the playoffs altogether is almost unfathomable. On the other side from Lambeau, you got Green Bay that's banged up, right? Jordan Love, obviously Micah Parsons is out. Packers minus 3.5. Where are you putting your money on Saturday?
I take the Ravens with getting the points in this one right here. The Lamar versus the NFC is a thing for me. I think the Packers have been good, consistent. I still don't trust Jordan Love in big spots. I think the Ravens are that team with their backs against the wall a little bit more. You look at Green Bay. Green Bay is going to be in the playoffs. Baltimore still has a puncher's chance. I would take the 3.5 with the Ravens, and I would hit that plus 154 as well on that money line.
Remember when Tupac said the West Side is the best side? He was right when it comes to the NFL. It's not even close. Dude, if you look at the NFC West this year, I would argue that it's the only division in football that has 3 teams that can win the Super Bowl. They'd have 3 teams that are absolutely going to make the playoffs. They have 3 teams that can end up being the 1 seed. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Seahawks. I'm talking about the Rams, and I'm talking about the 49ers. Before we get too deep in this conversation and look at the numbers and we look at the odds, who's going to win and the matchups, do you agree with that statement? Do you think that the Rams, the Seahawks, and the 49ers can all win the whole thing?
I think the Rams and the Seahawks can. I'm still not sold on the San Francisco 49ers. I think they benefited the most from really what is the reason the NFC West has been so strong this year is because they got the good end of the schedule matrix. They were the team, that's the division that lined up, to get the play teams that weren't as strong last year. And then San Francisco being a last place team last year, that made their schedule a little bit easier this year as well. So I just would look at a situation where these, San Francisco, the schedule kind of helped them out. I'm still not completely sold on the Niners in this spot. I think the Seahawks and the Rams, though, are legit contenders. The Rams are probably the best team in the NFC, top to bottom, the way they're set up, head coach, quarterback, and the way they play defense. And then Seattle, still young team putting it together, but very well coached, and they play defense well. It's just the Rams have no home field. The Seahawks have a dominant home field.
And the Rams might not have a home field even if they end up, I understand your point that they play in LA and that Seattle's got this great crowd, but the Rams at this point would get a total of 0 home games in all likelihood in the playoffs because you've got those pesky Seattle Seahawks. That's why I'm surprised when you look at the number that the Rams number is shorter to win the NFC. So the Rams to win the NFC is plus 240. You can get 3-1 on the Seahawks to win it. And in theory, if those 2 teams match up, Corey, and again, we still got 2 games left in the regular season, but if the season ended today, that NFC championship game would be played in Seattle, where you're talking about. At that point, let's just get out our magic 8 ball here and shake it up a little bit. What would the line be? Like, let's just look forward and say the game's in Seattle a month and a week from now, and here come the Rams. I think Seattle's a favorite. I think Seattle's like a 3.5-point favorite in that game, which is why I'm surprised that you can get better money on Seattle to win the NFC than the Rams.
I would go Seattle as a 1.5 favorite on that one right there. I think the Rams are built to win on the road as well. And I think really the difference in that odds and the odds is Matthew Stafford. You know what I'm saying? He's been fantastic so far this year, and Sean McVay has done this before. Seattle's still a young team. They have a very good young head coach, but that's a tough one right there. I would make Seattle a 1.5 favorite, but I think the Rams go in there. I think the Rams can go in there and win.
Of course they can. There's a couple of teams that they have to go on the road, and it looks like the Rams might have to go road game to get to the Super Bowl. They can do it. To your point about Matthew Stafford, he's been there and done that and won a Super Bowl before. In the AFC, I think the only team that can do that is Buffalo. And not for nothing, if the playoffs started today, they'd have to, because New England would end up winning that division, and Buffalo would have to go road game. If that's the Bears in the NFC, or if that's, Denver in the AFC, I don't think those teams are built for it. That's why it's called home field advantage, because it is a huge advantage, especially when the playoffs come around. And on top of that, that's why the bye is probably bigger this year than it's ever been. Not only does one team get it versus two, which we've gotten used to, but also anybody can beat anybody. We always say that, but it's actually true this year. So getting the bye means that you don't put yourself at risk of getting upset. It's just huge, whoever ends up getting that one seed in the NFC and in the AFC. Do you have questions about Brock Purdy? Is that what because San Francisco, to me, is definitely the same part of this conversation that these other two teams are. I see no separation between the three.
Your best player on San Francisco is a 40-something-year-old or pushing 40-year-old left tackle, and that makes it extremely volatile, because if anything happens to Trent Williams, the 49ers fall off the face. If you can forget about it, Brock Purdy's shot, the team is shot. That's how important Trent is to that team. I mean, wrong, Christian McCaffrey, great, and Purdy is very serviceable and can run one of the easier offenses to run in the NFL. We talked about O'Connell and Sean Payton as great coaches of the quarterback, where you got to put Kyle Shanahan in that mix too as well. As just a great coach of the quarterback. You see what he's been able to do with Purdy. But look how Mac Jones came in and was able to run that system kind of with no problem as well. So I think that piece is interchangeable in San Francisco's system, as long as there is some level of talent there. Because really, we thought Mac Jones was going the Carson Wentz route. You know what I'm saying? Then he gets with San Francisco, and you're like, okay, well, I see why Shanahan originally wanted him back when they made the horrific mistake of taking Trey Lance, because that's what the ownership wanted. Shanahan was always on Mac Jones because he knew he could run that offense. Trey Lance can't run any offense. But the truth of the matter is, I just think those other two teams are better than San Francisco.
Mac Jones, back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They all on me. 218-330-800. Oh, they're telling me that's Mike Jones, not Mac Jones. Well, whatever.
Same difference.
Corey Parson. I'm the Sports Machine, Sean Levine. Merry Christmas morning. Thanks for checking us out here on the BetMGM network. It's not just that division, by the way, in the NFC. There's also some other teams, they tell me, that could end up winning the NFC. Let's go to the North, where the Bears have been way better than anybody expected. It doesn't matter if you think the Bears are going to win the Super Bowl or if you think the Bears are a fraud. We can all admit that this thing's going a whole lot better than we expected. Who do you think deserves the most credit for that? Is it organizational? Is it Ben Johnson coming in, Caleb Williams, the running game? Who gets the biggest piece of the pie for how good this thing's going for the Bears?
I guess you got to say it's organizational, because they had the foresight to go out there and hire Ben Johnson, right? So they made the hire, and he kind of changed the culture, turned the team around, made Caleb very successful this year. The offensive line issues aren't what they used to be last year. But I still look at the playoff experience is going to be a thing. I'm a playoff experience guy. I think you got to win. I think you got to lose before you can win. And I think the Bears are building something with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams and some of the talent that they have on that team. But I just don't think that they're ready to go all the way just yet, even though it'll be a fun ride and a good story. And playoff football in Chicago is always very good to have that for the NFL.
Yeah, you say you're experienced. I say you're old. I mean, dude, look at that gray beard over there. Santa Claus getting jealous. My guy, Corey Parson. That thing's looking good, though. I ain't going to lie, bro. You're looking good this morning. So if you had to bet money on, let's say, bigger than division, but who goes farther once the playoffs come around, not knowing who the opponent's going to be or anything like that, Bears or Packers, where would you put your money? Because I understand what you're saying. Jordan Love, been there, done that. I actually like the fact that people don't know what Caleb and Ben Johnson are going to look like when the playoffs come around. And let's face it, more likely that game will be played in Chicago versus Green Bay when the playoffs come around. I actually think the Bears are still scary. Maybe not get to the Super Bowl scary, but if they got a game at home, they're going to be favored to beat whoever comes into Soldier Field, and I'm going to bet on them to win that game.
Yeah, and especially if it's the Green Bay Packers. I don't know. I just think Jordan Love is a player that's going to have the bad turnover in the big spot. And what Ben Johnson's been able to do with Caleb this year is prevent him from having the bad turnover in the big spot. He gets a lot of help around him. I think Jordan Love kind of has to carry it a little bit on his own, which can be more dangerous. So I would say that the Bears are a better team than the Packers.
What happened to the Lions? I was asking you who gets the most credit for the Bears, who gets the most blame for the Lions. Here's what I think happened, dude. I think that they not coasted. Let me back up. I think they were so great last year, 15-2. 15-2, man, is a glossy record. 15-2 is pretty. There's only been a handful of teams in NFL history that have won 15 games in the regular season. And then we know that they got the bye and got knocked out in their first playoff game. I think this entire offseason, this entire season was about let's just get back to the playoffs and then let's be playing our best football and then let's be healthy. And now they're going to look up and not make it to the playoffs. Sometimes when people say that on the radio, I'm like, dude, what are you saying? That they weren't trying as hard? I'm not saying that. I just think that they thought they were a lock to make the playoffs, and here we are. It looks like they're going to be left out of the party altogether.
Yeah, they did not expect the teams in their division to catch up to them this quickly with the Bears and the Packers. Yep, that was the problem right there. 1-3 in the division ultimately is what's going to end up hurting the Detroit Lions. They just couldn't win the critical games versus the teams in their division. And, when the division is that good and you lose and you go 1-3 in the division, that's really going to hurt you. When you look really at their numbers, it's not too different. They still have an electric offense. The defense hasn't been horrible. Losing those two assistant coaches, those two coordinators, and Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn probably hurt them more than I thought it would coming into the season.
Bouncing around the NFC this Christmas morning, talking Super Bowl odds here on the BetMGM network. Dude, check this out. Like, all division winners are not built the same. So we were looking at the odds for a team like the Rams to get to the Super Bowl, plus 450. All right, I can get a ticket on that. The Seahawks, 6-1. You got a team like the Panthers, who right now are sitting in the catbird seat. They're probably going to make the playoffs, which means that they get a home game. There's a world where the Panthers win, the Bucs lose this week, and the Panthers not only make the playoffs, get a home game, but they give themselves a bye, and the odds don't give a damn. Dude, the Panthers' odds to win the NFC are 80-1. Even though I just told you they're going to host a playoff game and basically give themselves a bye, and to win the Super Bowl, 150-1. I mean, I like a long shot, but I don't think the Panthers are the long shot I'm going to put my money on.
No, I'll take that action if you want that. This is the thing. Playoffs start today. San Francisco would go into Carolina. What would the point spread be?
Ruh-roh, Frisco by 1 million. No, but if you're asking honestly, Frisco by 8.
I would say 8.5 point favorite. I would take Carolina with the points, but San Francisco would win the game.
Yeah, I'd lay those points and feel very good about it. San Francisco, people forget, have been to 2 of the last 6 Super Bowls. In fact, they were beating my Chiefs in the fourth quarter of 2 of the last 6 Super Bowls, and that was still one of those had Brock Purdy, all those had Kyle Shanahan, a bunch of those dudes on the defense. I get your point about Trent Williams being the best player and getting old and all that, but I think the reason people aren't talking about San Francisco enough and their 11-4 record, bro, they're 11-4, is because of their division. We spent so much time talking about the Rams and Matthew Stafford MVP and Sam Darnold in Seattle, and that makes sense because those teams have been awesome this year, and San Francisco is just out there on the West Coast, brah. But still, that's a very good football team, and in my opinion, very much part of the Super Bowl conversation, which moves us on to our final NFC division, the East. Everybody's dead at this point. By dead, I mean can't make the playoffs except for Philly. And then you got the Eagles, who've already locked their spot up. They're good, but they're not as good as they were last year. But then again, I didn't know they were as good as they were last year until the playoffs rolled around, if that makes sense. That's when they kind of turned into the Philadelphia Eagles. Do you think they can flip the switch and get back to a Super Bowl?
They can definitely get to the NFC Championship game. They can go on the road and get there as well. Jalen Hurts probably still pound for pound, the best quarterback in the NFC. He can kind of shoulder the load like a Josh Allen or a Lamar Jackson could. He's not as flashy doing it. And obviously there's internal strife inside that locker room all the time. But they'll figure out a way to get past that. Philadelphia is not done. Philadelphia is still out. I mean, Philadelphia can still beat Seattle and Los Angeles.
Have you ever worked anywhere where they bring in like a company, like a building activity, like you toss a ball and everybody kumbaya? That's what the Eagles need. They need somebody to come in and just, bring everybody back together. They've got plenty of talent. I don't know what's up with them. That's what I'm saying, like something. And it's Christmas. And that's Corey Parson. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine. And this right here, this is the BetMGM Network.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Merry Christmas. Checking us out this morning. We are now mere hours away from a lot of action. We got NBA tipping off from New York. We got a little bit of NFL action from D.C. And then we got bets to make all day. Let's try to get parlayed on this Christmas. That's my boy Corey Parson. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine. Before we get into college football, did I just hear some smack talk going on? Was that I'm a Giants fan versus you're a Jets fan smack talk? Like, I don't want to miss anything here, but damn, I mean, nobody's really winning that conversation, are they?
Football is not the strong sport in the city of New York. It's been years since anybody's been good, really since 2011. But no, me and producer Zach Crawton, I was just scrolling, and the Victor Cruz 99-yard touchdown came up. And I remember that game specifically because that was really supposed to be a changing of the guard in New York football, where it flipped from the Jets to the Giants. But that one play kind of took a lot of steam out the Jets. But me and Zach do have something else in common. See, I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan, so I hate the Giants just as much as Jet fans do.
Yeah, again, that's nothing to brag about either, honestly. I mean, I get it. Like, you're in a better situation than those other teams, but damn, I mean, it's not good to be. I've actually said before, if you're a fan of the Jets or the Browns or the Raiders or the Cowboys, and it's only on days like today, like it has to be a special day like Christmas, I'm going to give you permission to not feel guilty and abandon ship and become a fan of another team. You have to make the decision at some point. I know it's tough because you've been a lifetime fan and you've suffered, but like if you're a Raiders fan, Corey, at some point, isn't it okay to go, hey, I've done this long enough, bro. Now I'm a Chargers fan.
What are the Raiders going to do this? Are they going to fire another coach this offseason? Like, this Raider thing is very problematic because this is one of the legacy franchises in the NFL, even though they bounce around from city to city every decade or so. But the Raiders, since they went to the Super Bowl all those years ago, they've been horrible run organization. And it's coach after coach after coach. And now you got Pete Carroll in a 2-win season. And it's like, do we have to get rid of Pete Carroll? I mean, so you're going through Pierce. I forgot the other. It's just like they're flipping out head coaches every other year.
They should have kept old boy when they were cooking after John Gruden, and then they screwed that up, and then they fired Antonio Pierce and the whole thing. Well, I mean, look, you like numbers. I'll give you some numbers here. In the last 25 years, so let's go 26 since it's basically 2026. The Raiders have only made the playoffs twice. They've played in more cities than they've played in playoff games. They played in Oakland, they've played in Vegas, they've played back in Los Angeles, I think, and all of a sudden they stink. And one of those times, like right before that, the Raiders, that's the last time they were really good. You talk about them being a cornerstone. Dude, you got to go, damn, I don't even know if they were a cornerstone then. I was thinking about the Rich Gannon season where he won the MVP, the Tuck Rule, the AFC Championship. That's when they hit the skids, and it's been literally a quarter of a century since Raiders football has been relevant. They're the AFC version of the Dallas Cowboys, where people talk about them, and they've got a big fan base, and you know what? Maybe the common denominator is the ownership. Al Davis is dead, and Jerry Jones, well, he's alive, but he's not doing a great job. All right, let's move on from the NFL.
But listen, the autumn wind is a pirate. The Raiders are still, since the Patriots got good, the Raiders been terrible. But listen, the Raiders are still a legacy franchise. They have a humongous fan base.
Yeah, I feel bad for those fans, though. You know what I'm saying? It sucks. All right, let's move on to some college football where talk about big fan bases. Miami, the U, everybody loves the U. Ohio State, the O is everywhere. Ohio State is a 9.5-point favorite. You can get Miami to come back on the money line as plus 290. So let's call it 3-1 on your money. Not a lot of points expected, 42.5. Miami was the last team to get into the field. Ohio State was basically the number one team all season. The only argument that I have, if you're going to bet Miami, especially on the money line, and try to talk me into the fact they're going to pull off this great upset, this would be a crazy upset. This would probably be the biggest upset in the history of college football playoffs. Now, that probably sounds crazy. We've only had the college football playoffs for a couple of years. And on top of that, when they gave us 4 teams back in the day, there couldn't really be an upset. If 4 beat 1 or 3 beat 2, I mean, that wasn't that big of a deal. You know what I'm saying? So this would probably be the biggest upset, I'll say it again, in postseason college football history. Maybe when Boise State beat Oklahoma, now that I'm thinking about it, but it would be up there. The only argument I think for that is Miami's playing with house money. Nobody thinks they're going to win. They have absolutely no pressure on them. And you got Ohio State. That's the mighty Buckeyes. They're the champions, the defending champions. And last time out, they lost. So they know they're not invincible. I don't think any of these are great arguments to bet Miami. I'm just trying to talk Canes fans into thinking it's Christmas morning. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we can win that game. Is there any chance, Corey, that the Canes pull off the upset?
No, the Canes not going to win the game. They're probably going to get the doors kicked off of them.
Well, thanks for humoring the idea, brother.
I would lay the 9.5 as a best bet. You know what I mean? One of my favorite plays of the week of the college football playoffs is laying that 9.5. What's interesting, though, that Canes money line at plus 280, and I know that lines up with the point spread. If you was going to get on the Canes, you got to give me plus 350 at least. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I don't want no part of that plus 280 if I'm a Cane, if I want to get in on the Canes.
If I was to take the Canes, I actually want more points on the money line or on the line, not the money line, on the spread. Ohio State minus 9.5. You're gonna. If I'm a Canes better, I need double digits at least.
Yeah.
Right. Like that 9.5 looks dicey. I'll get that up to 10.5 or 11, and maybe you'll get my Miami money. But I might actually run from that game. That's just tricky all over the place. I'd bet the overs though. Feels like a game that if Ohio State does blow them out, they're able to score on that defense. Although the Miami defense is good, right? Like the defenses for a lot of these teams are underrated. The Georgia defense is great. The Indiana defense we don't talk about. Hell, the Oregon and the Texas Tech defense are both legit also, more Texas Tech so than Oregon, and Ohio State can play on that side of the ball too. Oregon and Texas Tech, before we talk about who you like, what type of a game do you expect? Because like I said, both these teams can score, but this is not the Joey Harrington, Dennis Dixon, Marcus Mariota, Oregon Ducks that put up a 70 spot, and this is not the Sonny Cumbie, Cliff Kingsbury, Patrick Mahomes, Texas Tech Red Raiders that you're used to. 52.5, over under.
52.5. I would take the over on the 52.5. I think both these teams can get out there and put some points up. I think it's a good back and forth. I think it'll play more like a old school Pac-10 game than a Big 12 game. And I think the Ducks, like I said, I keep looking at this Duck team. I make a mistake with them every year, but I keep looking at this Duck team as being a play or two away from really putting themselves in a position to play for and possibly win a national championship. Love Dan Lanning as a head coach. We talked about Dante Moore the last time we spoke, and he is a 1-1 type quarterback, first pick of the draft type quarterback. I like the Ducks because of Moore, but I think it's going to be probably the best game of this round right here between Oregon and Texas Tech. But I think you'll get some points in this one.
Bro, you ain't kidding when it comes to Dante Moore. And he had a lot of hype, and then he was pretty good. He's kind of come on in the last month. He's got the next month to turn into what you're talking about. Like, you go out there, they already won their first game. Now, obviously, you weren't playing a huge name opponent, but he did what he was supposed to do. If you beat Texas Tech, and then you beat Ohio State, and then you beat, let's say, Georgia in the national championship, and you're Dante Moore, dude, all of a sudden, you're probably a lock to be the number one pick. So not only does the playoff give us fans a whole lot to look forward to and a whole lot to bet on, but from the players themselves, it gives them a chance to kind of shine in a bunch of big games. So we're about to find out the same thing with a guy like Fernando Mendoza. We know that he's played in plenty of big games, but these are different now going forward. He's the Heisman winner. He got the bye. He just beat Ohio State. And now you got to play the mighty Alabama Crimson Tide. Indiana's a 7-point favorite in this game. The total's 48.5. The crazy thing is, it's not like it's a one-loss Alabama team or even a two-loss Alabama team. I'm not knocking them, but it's a 3-loss football team, CP, versus an undefeated Indiana team. I know it's crazy to say that Indiana should be a bigger favorite than 7 against Alabama, but they should.
Yeah, but also bookmakers are also very smart people. You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine what their living room look like on Christmas Day? Bookmakers know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? So let me tell you what it is. Bookmakers know the public money is going to come in on Alabama. They know that these games are, high profile, primetime games. So the dude that just sitting on the couch, watching college football for the first time this season, seeing Alabama getting 7 versus Indiana, he's like, yeah, I'll take the 7 with Alabama. You know what I'm saying? I'll take the 7 with Alabama. What could go wrong here? I tell you what can go wrong. Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers winning the game by 2 touchdowns.
That's what I'm saying. And I think they'll be up by 2 touchdowns at halftime. That's not even a sweat bet for me. I think they're going to beat the brakes off of them. And look, this is not an anti-Alabama take. This is not a Kalen DeBoer can't get the job done or anything like that. If anything, I'd say give him a little bit of time. Like, I get it. It's Bama, and you're coming off the heels of Nick Saban, but do you want to bring in a coach and put him on that hot of a seat and then fire him if he doesn't, get to a national championship and win the whole thing?
Michigan is very interested in talking to him, and I think there's mutual interest from DeBoer in talking to Michigan as well. So if DeBoer skates for Michigan, right, then what does Alabama do? Do they go after Marcus Freeman? Is Notre Dame what's a more high-profile job, Alabama or Notre Dame?
Damn, that's a great question. I've always thought Notre Dame is kind of the primo job in college football. I don't know if you would leave, unless there's just a bag involved. I don't know if you would leave
Bama,
Notre Dame.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if I would leave either one of those jobs. The only reason you would leave Alabama for Michigan is because you're sick of the boosters and you're sick of the fans at Alabama. You know that even if you win, it's not good enough for them. And at Michigan, they would Michigan, I think their alum understands at this point also that they're the team right now. Like, it's funny you're talking about this coaching carousel, how maybe if Marcus Freeman left, then Notre Dame would be out in the cold looking for a coach. And Alabama, if Kalen DeBoer left, I don't think that actually happens. It's a fun conversation to have on a Christmas morning. I think everybody ends up probably staying put, and Michigan's the team that's out in the cold looking for a coach. I don't think that I would take a lateral job at this point if I'm Marcus Freeman, and those are probably the 2 best jobs in college football. If I'm Kalen DeBoer, maybe I do bounce, honestly, because Michigan would welcome me with open arms, and Alabama already hates me.
It's hard to replace a legend. It's like it'd be like who comes behind Dawn Staley.
But you also can't turn it down. Like when he was at Washington and Alabama comes calling, what are you going to do? Say, no, I'm good. I'm staying out here in Seattle?
Yeah, that's true too. But when it comes to Freeman, the Giant thing is interesting. The New York Giants reportedly have interest in Marcus Freeman. Now, if I'm Marcus Freeman, I would stay at Notre Dame before I go get involved with the New York Giants organization.
Why? I mean, I might take a flyer if I'm Marcus Freeman on that, because that's low expectation. That is higher pay. If he considers the NFL to be the crescendo, and some guys don't care about that. Some guys are just college coaches through and through. And some dudes, most of them, I would say, whether it's college, in basketball or in football, Nick Saban took a shot at the NFL, right? You think about a guy like Rick Pitino, John Calipari. Sometimes these guys want to, but then again, sometimes there's a Coach K or a Coach Self that are just college coaches. I think the Marcus Freeman at some point probably does go to the NFL. So why would you not go now?
Because it's the New York Giants. Like if the team is the Giants, that's a poorly run organization. That's a mom and pop shop.
The only way to get a job. That's the only way to get a job is if the team sucks and they fire their coach before. So are you suggesting
Notre Dame can pay you more money?
Job?
Notre Dame can pay you more money, and it's still more. I understand it's New York and it's the Giants.
That's right.
I wouldn't want to get involved with. I wouldn't want to get involved. Let's say the Ravens get rid of Harbaugh and the Ravens reach out to Freeman. I would feel more comfortable going to Baltimore, where I have a quarterback in place and I know that the organization is run well. You go to New York, what are you going to do? The Giants might be taking a quarterback in the first round again this year.
Yeah, but if you go to Baltimore, you're Marcus Freeman, and you don't improve the team right away, or Lamar doesn't look like MVP Lamar, and I think that could happen no matter who the coach is. Well, then all of a sudden people are saying, what's up, and can he not coach at the next level, and other colleges are going to come after him. I don't mind being at a bottom feeder type job in the NFL, which, sorry, Giants fans, that's what you are right now. If you're a college coach coming in, because if you go out there next year and you win 6 or 7 games and you're Marcus Freeman as the Giants coach, well, then they build a statue for you and give you a lifetime contract. You know what I mean? Like low expectations, low expectations for a job are not necessarily the worst thing versus, hey, you got to be great right away.
Sports Machine, what's a better job right now, Notre Dame or the Giants?
Right now, it's obviously very clearly Notre Dame. But if you ask me this question 2 or 3 years down the road and they have to hire that coach right now, it's probably the Giants. Jackson Dart an NFL job a couple of years down the road in a division that the Philly Eagles don't look invincible like we thought. Dallas is getting old. DC stubbed their toe this year. There's no reason that the Giants aren't a stock that you would want your money invested in, except for the head coaching situation. So if they got Marcus Freeman, bro, that to me would change everything. That would definitely be an upgrade to what they've had the last couple of years. And I think it might be a pretty nice pairing actually going forward with Jackson Dart. Maybe you're onto something. You took the train off the tracks, but maybe you're onto something here, dude. So we'll get back into the Alabama-Indiana game on the other side. We still got to talk Ole Miss and Georgia, and I still got to open up this big Christmas present under the tree. I'm hoping it's a pony, but I think it's going to be a book. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine. This is the BetMGM Network.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Merry Christmas. Get out of bed. Actually, don't get out of bed. I don't care. Stay in bed. Just keep it right here. It is the BetMGM Network. That's Corey Parson. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine. Got my boy David Dykstra spinning the wheels back in studio for us. Appreciate you checking us out this morning. We are now, let's call it 4 hours and 14 minutes and 30 seconds away from NBA action. The first game to bet on this morning, Cavs on the road at New York. Knicks are 5.5-point favorite. Over-under is 239.5. We'll get back into the NBA coming up at the top of the next hour. By the way, before we get back into college football, I just turned on my oven because I'm about to heat up some of last night's prime rib. Is it ever too early to eat prime rib? Like, is this crazy?
No. Prime rib, scramble up some eggs, you know what I'm saying? I think you should have, if I was in Kansas City, I would come over there and chill with you, you know what I mean?
Bro, come kick it. By the way, scrambled eggs are one of the only things I can make. Eggs, toast, cereal. That's it. And that's not just like breakfast. That's it, period. Everything else is pretty much hungry, man. All right, let's get back into the Alabama-Indiana game. Because to your point, and I think it's a good one, if you're a casual bettor, like if you're just going to Vegas for the weekend and maybe you kind of pay attention to sports, but you're going to pretend like you're into it and try to make a little bit of money, I ain't mad at you. You might want to do your research because you're going to look at Alabama and go, wait a minute, Alabama? Don't they have all the first-round draft picks and all the Heisman winners, and aren't they the second winningest program in the history of college football? Didn't they have that guy Nick Saban like 5 minutes ago versus Indiana, which then they're going to say nothing because they know nothing about Indiana football because Indiana football has never been nothing before the last couple of years. You got to dive a little bit deeper into it because if you just look in a vacuum this year, not only is Indiana a better football team, who I would argue played as good of a schedule. I mean, they had to beat Oregon, they had to beat Ohio State, and they beat both those teams. To me, their body of work wasn't just like kind of more impressive, talking about Indiana. It was way more impressive than Alabama.
Yeah. Alabama had the nasty loss to Florida State. So yeah, exactly. And then Florida State ended up being trash. So they got off to a slow start. The body of work for Indiana is 100% better than the body of work for the Crimson Tide, and to go undefeated through that schedule. Listen, you can't really overlook them or sleep on them coming in really as the number one seed in this tournament. But you know what's so interesting, right? In college sports, we're looking at a football game between Alabama and Indiana's a 7-point favorite. If you were to change the sport to basketball and you played Alabama versus Indiana, Alabama would probably be a 7-point favorite. And that's crazy just to think that how college sports has evolved over the years to where Alabama is a better basketball school than Indiana is a basketball school, and Indiana's become a better football school than Alabama is. I mean, even though for a year, you know what I'm saying?
No, it's not just for a year. Like, it's NIL. That's what it's 2026 here in a couple of days. And I think let Indiana go out there and actually win the national championship, because look at these schools that are left. Like, if Miami ultimately was to win the national championship, I'm talking about the bigger picture than just this year. Like, so let's just say Miami, the U, won the national championship. Oh, they've won national championships before. That wouldn't be that crazy. If Ohio State wins it, they won it last year. If Oregon wins it, they've been building toward it for years and years, right? If Alabama wins, obviously not a big deal. If Georgia wins, Georgia's got a bunch of these things. Even Ole Miss, it wouldn't be completely out of nowhere for an SEC school. This would be out of nowhere, bro. This would be the wildest national champion maybe that we've ever seen in college sports, and it would signal the new era, the NIL era, where we've seen these kind of stories before, like Butler, for example, on the basketball side, making it to national championship games. And, dude, did they come close? I mean, bro, they came close. Bro, they came as close as you can. But they didn't cash in. And there's a big difference between winning and losing. If Indiana football wins the national championship, college sports becomes the wild, wild west.
Yeah, definitely. You see the power of the NIL era. Now, you're still going to have the powerhouses, the Ohio States, the Texases, Louisiana State. Don't forget them as well, because they are an NIL powerhouse. That is the program, really, Louisiana, LSU. But, it's interesting, in this era, we could see in this particular season, right? What do you do? How do you feel if you're, I believe his name is Greg Shanky, and you have college football playoff where the national championship game is 2 Big Ten teams and no SEC teams getting to the national championship, that's wild right there.
I see a world where that happens.
I
I
do
see a
too.
world. I see a world where Texas Tech out of the Big 12 could end up in the national. Because you talk about NIL money, nobody's paying attention to Texas Tech. I get it. Even in the state of Texas, people were too busy talking about Arch Manning and that team and everything else to not pay attention to Tech. I get it. They're out there in Lubbock. But I'm telling you, dude, that defensive line, they look like an NFL defensive line. When I talk about size, when I talk about talent, and next year they are going to be all NFL defensive linemen. And that's just their front four on that side. They spent a lot of money on a lot of dudes where, I mean, to me, like the most impressive teams the entire year. Forget about record, forget about Heisman's and all that. The 2 teams that have actually caught my eye the most, Texas Tech and Indiana, and they could easily end up in the national championship game. By the way, if you're an Alabama bettor against Indiana on the money line, you can get them at 2-1. I mentioned Georgia. Let's talk about that game. All SEC matchup versus Ole Miss. That's on New Year's Day. Georgia's a 7-point favorite. You can get Ole Miss on the money line at plus 225. The total is 56.5. I'm very tempted to take Ole Miss on the money line, but I think I'm just going to take the 7 only because I look at the body of work from both these teams. A lot of similar opponents, both played in the same conference. I actually think that Ole Miss has the better quarterback, and oftentimes it's as simple as that. Who's got the better quarterback? And nothing against Gunnar Stockton, but Trinidad Chambliss, I've never, ever bet against a guy named Trinidad Chambliss, and I ain't doing it this time. I'm going to take the points with Ole Miss, and I'm kind of going to feel guilty when they end up winning the game that I didn't play them on the money line at plus 225. Who you betting?
Interesting, because I hear what you say about the quarterback playing in this matchup, and we really don't know what Stockton is yet, particularly when you get into scenarios like this where, win or go home, a rival in Ole Miss, big-time game, big moments, all the lights on. We don't know what Stockton's going to be able to do, but I know what the guy on the sideline is going to be able to do. I know what Kirby Smart's going to be able to do. I would take Ole Miss first half money line, and then I would come back and take Georgia money line to win the game.
You're getting saucy this Christmas morning. Did you have some eggnog or something, bro?
Yes,
a first half bet?
Yeah, we get some first half action for you in the college football playoffs. But that's how Georgia plays. Georgia this year normally they get rolling in the second half. So I would look to, to double dip on this game right here, break it into 2 games with Ole Miss winning the first half and Georgia winning the second half. Now, odds makers are probably right. Let's just say Ole Miss is a 16-13 halftime lead, right? Odds makers are probably still going to lay 115, 120-ish with Georgia in the second half.
I like it, man. You're going deep into the woods on this one. First half, this team. Second half, this team. Look, Georgia's a 7-point favorite. I think that's a little bit too much of a Georgia's been the best college program in college football over the last decade type thing, where Ole Miss, I'm not going to say they came out of nowhere, but the odds makers know what we do, which is they're playing without their head coach, right? Like, they look pretty good first game out, but that wasn't against Georgia when you didn't have Lane Kiffin. Let's see if you can still make up for his loss against the mighty Georgia Bulldogs. I'm not saying the line is crazy. I'm just saying I feel more comfortable taking the points. We'll get back into college football in the final hour of the show. We got plenty of NBA matchups to talk about. There's a full NFL slate today, but we've got a couple of minutes left. Can we talk about some of the crap in the NFL, like some of the teams that deserve coal in their stockings? Right now, like if you look at the top of the draft, you got a bunch of teams. So obviously the New York Giants will get the number 1 pick, but everybody else pretty much needs a quarterback. I'm looking at the Raiders. I'm looking at you Browns. I'm looking at the Jets. I'm looking at the Cardinals. Here's the problem. Do you believe in any of these quarterbacks that are coming out of college? Like right now, people are talking about Trevor Mendoza. People are talking about Alberto Mendoza, and you and I are talking about Dante Moore. Neither one of those guys are exactly Caleb Williams-esque coming out of school.
I think Moore can be. I don't know
Really?
if Moore is this year or not. I would have to look at how far removed away from high school he is. Not. I think he had the redshirt year at UCLA. We have researchers that take care of that for us. But you mentioned something interesting. If you're the Giants, and you get the first pick, do you stick with Jackson Dart or do you go get the best quarterback in this draft?
You 1,000,000% stick with Jackson Dart only because I don't think there's a quarterback necessarily at the top of this draft that's worth it. Now, it would be a very interesting question, and I'm very curious what they would actually do if there was a Caleb Williams. When I say that, just like, or a Trevor Lawrence, a guy that was thought of that highly, there's not that guy. Like, it doesn't really matter which quarterback they fall in love with. I think they're going to convince themselves that that guy's not as good as Jackson Dart, and it's not worth it. Plus, you could trade that draft pick, dude. Somebody's going to convince themselves the same way that the Carolina Panthers convince themselves it's a good idea to trade up to get Bryce Young. Somebody's going to buy that fool's gold. So if I'm the Giants, I hold on to it, and then I dangle it out there and say, what do you give us for it? They're not going to draft number one.
Let me tell you something. Knowing how the New York Giants are run, right? If Arch Manning was to come out, the New York Giants would 100% take Arch Manning.
He's not coming out. Arch isn't coming out. I mean, but yeah, as you get to saying, like if this was next year, then they might. That would be the most interesting, curious story in all of sports. If next year Jackson Dart sucks and the Giants have the number one pick, and then Arch Manning's really good, would they take Eli's nephew?
Yes, 100%. That's what the Giants do.
That's what the Giants do. If we're being real, all the following teams need a quarterback. Get comfortable. The Raiders, the Browns, the Jets, the Cardinals, the Saints, the Dolphins, maybe the Vikings, and even the Steelers. I think that the Aaron Rodgers experiment's over with, and they're going to need a quarterback going forward also. All right, that's 2 hours of Christmas sports talk radio flying by. That's Corey Parson. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine. We got NBA tip-off 4 hours from now. I got a couple of bets that I really like. I'm going to tell you what they are on the other side. We appreciate you checking us out. Open up your presents. Keep it right here. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine, with CP, the daily tip on the BetMGM network.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
This Christmas morning, appreciate you checking us out here on the Daily Tip, easy for me to say, on the BetMGM Network. That is Corey Parson. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine. Before we get back into the NBA games, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those coming up, tip-off of the Knicks and Cavs game. New York's a 5.5-point favorite, is less than 4 hours away, so we'll dive deep into that here in just a minute. Me and the fellas were talking about during the break Joe Burrow and the possibility that he would actually not be a Bengal going forward. He's not happy. I don't blame him for not being happy. Publicly, he's kind of gone back on his words and said, I wasn't talking about that and whatever. Dude, you've got every reason to come out publicly or privately and be upset. You're one of the top 3 or 4 quarterbacks in the league. You're a future Hall of Famer. You've lived up to the number 1 hype and the Heisman and all that, and your team has done you no justice. He's got weapons, but defensively, the team is all-time bad. And his head coach, I have no wonder, he just stays employed somehow in Zach Taylor. Do you see any world where next year or even going forward the next couple of years, Joe Burrow is actually out of Cincinnati?
No, because the Bengals are going to do the right thing and they're going to get Zach Taylor out of there. And once you get Zach Taylor out of there, then Joe Burrow is like, okay, well, who are you going to bring in here? That's going to be a big part of whether I stay or not. I can see him going for a Cliff Kingsbury type if there's nobody of the bigger name championship style winning coaches are available. But you got to get Zach Taylor out of there. I mean, this is really the Bengals are a basket. They play basketball on grass. I mean, at some point, you got to stop playing 7-on-7 football and put a team around one of the best quarterbacks in the league that can get the job done. You play a style of offense that doesn't help your defense. So even if the defense is poor, when you're up and down the field so fast, they don't get a chance to rest. You're always in these shootouts. Yeah, they play 7-on-7 football. It's not going to work. You got to get rid of Zach Taylor. Now, who do you replace him with? Obviously it's tough to try to get, what's my man with the Rams? Sean McVay would be an excellent coach for Cincinnati, right? Or let's just say Pittsburgh does something stupid and gets rid of Mike Tomlin. The Bengals should go in there and really get that rivalry rocking. Or Baltimore does something stupid and gets rid of Harbaugh. I would run right to one of those guys, but Zach Taylor has to go.
You know who they need? Too bad he's dead and long retired. They need our boy Marty Schottenheimer. He'd be perfect for that, wouldn't he? He'd be perfect for that team, bro. Like, you already got the quarterback in place. Just play a little bit of defense and run the football. He would lead that team to a Super Bowl. R.I.P. Marty. Yeah, man. The Bengals also, if they were to trade Joe Burrow and, if he was so mad and they catered to his wants, I think it'd be the first time in NFL history that a 28, 29-year-old quarterback in his prime would get traded. Now, Luka Doncic got traded in that very similar situation, so it's a wide open world. Like, I suppose in theory it could happen also in the NFL, but I can't remember that ever happening. All right, speaking of Luka and the NBA, let's talk some basketball because we got tip-off less than 4 hours away from New York. Knicks 5.5-point favorite. Cleveland is their opponent. 239.5 is the total. I think the Knicks are about to go on some crazy run here because they've been good, but they haven't been great. And I look at that roster, and I look at Mike Brown as a guy that comes in already not on the hot seat, but to me, your expectations are if you don't at least make it to the NBA Finals, then this season was a disappointment, and it should be that way. They fired Tom Thibodeau essentially because he couldn't get them or take them further, get them to the finals or win a championship. That's what Mike Brown is here for, and I think that starts now going forward. They turned into the Knicks team that we saw really until they got the end of the road in the playoffs last year. I think we see a team that starts hitting on all cylinders, and they just match up well against this Cavs team too. They're at home. It's Christmas. Give me the Knicks by 5.5.
Different philosophies between Thibodeau and Mike Brown, and I think, Thibodeau playing the same 5-6 guys 38 minutes a night throughout the entire season into the postseason. That's not really today's NBA, and I think Mike Brown understands it a little bit more. So you really want to see a better postseason run. Like, they have to at least be in the conference finals, especially in the weak Eastern Conference. And hot seat, if he doesn't get there, maybe a little bit too much, but guess what? You never know. You never know what's going to happen behind the scenes in Madison Square Garden. As far as today's game go, they'll win the game, but this is going to come down to free throws at the end. So it depends. You definitely, if you're on Cleveland, you definitely want that hook. If you're on New York, you definitely get rid of that hook. So if you're betting New York, don't lay 5.5, lay 5. If you're betting Cleveland, take the 5.5. This will come down to free throws at the end.
I was thinking the same thing. Like, I'm not feeling great about the Knicks. I don't think they're going to blow them away or anything like that. Typically, these Christmas games end up being pretty close and oftentimes low scoring. I was looking at this number, not for nothing. 60% of Christmas games over the last decade, the unders have hit. So if you're looking at the total at 239.5, maybe they were drinking some eggnog last night, or the kids were annoying, open up the presents this morning. I don't know, man. It's an early tip-off. There's a lot of reason to talk yourself into betting that under at 239.5. Let's move on. Spurs at Thunder. The total in this game, 232.5. The one that caught my eye, why are the Thunder a 9.5 point favorite? Maybe, I guess it's because the game's in OKC, where Oklahoma City's undefeated right now at a perfect 14-0. But last time I checked, CP, these two teams have played twice this year, and the Spurs didn't just cover both games. They won both games outright.
Yeah, covered one outright. Definitely have the matchup or the number that they dial up against the Oklahoma City Thunder, budding NBA rivalry between these two good young teams with the Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder. I still would lay the 9.5 with the Thunder just because I think it's a smart bet, even though I wouldn't go to the window with it because I feel like San Antonio is going to be there. So I'm trying to get in the bookmaker's head with that logic right there. We know what Oklahoma City is undefeated at home, and when they beat teams, they really beat them. But this Spurs team is very interesting. Wembanyama looking like one of the best players in the league right now, and the way he attacks and approaches this game. These two teams don't like each other, so you would think it would be a closer game. It could go to overtime, and then the Spurs could, overtime is where dogs go to die. I can see that happening. But I had mentioned earlier in one of the breaks, this spot right here, Spurs versus Thunder, I know that, somewhere Adam Silver is saying, why isn't this Grizzlies versus Pelicans?
I think he has the answer why, because Zion can't stay healthy and because John Morant can't stay on a basketball court. Are we really still asking that question about those guys?
But this was supposed to be the Western Conference rivalry of the future, right? Like we got sold a bill of goods on Zion, and we've seen flashes of it, but we've seen a lot of immaturity from these two young stars that the league really thought that they were going to build around.
Trade them for each other. I'm always about that. If it's not working out, it's not like Memphis and their fans have to be over the whole John Morant thug act, because he's not actually. And then you got Zion. The problem's not off the court. It's, kind of off the court because he can't stay on the court. He's missed as many games as he's played. I saw a stat the other day that through his first 150 games, Michael Jordan had the highest points per game average. No surprise. But Zion was second. Although Jordan had played like 98% of those games, and Zion, it took him like 4 years to get to 150 games. So that's the difference. Is the numbers are great, to your point. Like when he's on the court, he's awesome. He has no trade value, though. Like, who possibly would trade for that fool's gold?
No, you can't. You can't trade for Zion. I mean, because, listen, a change of scenery could be good for him. But
yeah,
really,
he can't stay healthy. The fan base would love him. They'd welcome him with open arms and buy his jersey, and then he'd be on the bench.
Yeah, and on street clothes. And he doesn't really have the good NBA fashion. Like, how some NBA dudes have like the real crisp fashion on the sideline, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Zion be sitting on the sideline and you be like, you can't pick a better outfit than that, fat boy. You know what I'm saying?
You know who else is like that I've been looking at? Jason Tatum. And I'm certainly no fashion icon myself. I'm wearing SpongeBob pants right now and a flat bill hat and my dad's shirt that's got to be 50 years old at this point. But Jason Tatum, I look at him too, I'm like, well, you're going with like these designer jeans with all these weird, like, I don't even know what they're holes or fringes. I'm just getting old. I think I'm just getting old, dude. And a t-shirt. I'm getting old.
Nobody's worse than Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons is horrible.
Bro, Ben's the worst. Ben's a worse dresser than he is a shooter, and he's one of the worst shooters that I've ever seen in the NBA. But yeah, his style is, what are you doing, bro? All right. Mavs at Golden State. Now one of the afternoon tip-offs on the NBA slate. Golden State by 8.5. I'm eating those points. Cooper Flag, chance to show off to the entire country. Not that people don't know who Cooper Flag is, but, it's Christmas. And by the time this game tips off, it's a third game. You're sick of your family. You're half drunk. You already gave your presents out. It's time to watch some basketball and just chill out. That's Cooper Flag time. I think he goes off. I'm on his prop at 22.5. And I also think that they cover the 8.5. Now, as nice as I'm being about the Mavericks and Cooper, I don't think they win the game outright, but I will take those points with the Mavericks against Golden State. Where's your money going?
I take the 8.5 with the Dallas Mavericks too. I agree with you, and I'm on some Cooper Flag pops as well. I think today could be a Cooper Flag coming out party, and what better place to do it than the Chase Center? The NBA, the NBA at 5 p.m. Eastern time when everybody's settling in. Let's give them what they want. More Steph Curry and Draymond Green. You know what I'm saying? The NBA roll out their 38-plus-year-old superstars while the NFL is giving you Jared Goff. You know what I mean? And Lions and Vikings. But, I mean, to be 100% honest with you here, I think that this is really sentimental. Klay Thompson. It's just the whole thing. I would take the 8.5. But Sports Machine, I'm just getting sick of Steph Curry, LeBron James, Kevin Durant when there is better young talent in the league that's coming up. Why aren't the Pistons playing today?
Because nobody cares about the Pistons and Cade Cunningham yet, and they're kind of a one-trick pony. I feel like if they got another star, maybe they'd be a more interesting team nationally. But I would actually push back and say you better enjoy them while they're here. I get it. Like, we've been seeing LeBron for a long time and Steph Curry, but the minute that LeBron's gone, dude, we've been really lucky going on, more than probably 80% of my life where they went from literally Michael Jordan to LeBron James in the NBA, where they've had the dude. And you're right, there's a bunch of young superstars coming forward who the league should absolutely market, but you got to have the dude. And I know he's not anymore, but once LeBron actually leaves and retires and he's broadcasting the game or whatever he's doing instead of on the court, I'm going to miss him. Same thing with Steph Curry, although people always compare those two because they're probably the two best players of the generation and changed the game and all that. But ultimately, LeBron has been in the league 5 years longer than Steph Curry. Remember, Steph Curry came out of Davidson the year after the 2008 run. LeBron came out in 2003. So LeBron, dude, honestly, this could be it. Or maybe there's one more year after this, and then that's probably it for LeBron. Steph Curry, especially because he's a shooter, he should still be around for another good 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, Steph's got 5 or 6 in him. LeBron has probably 1 in him. You know what I mean? And people say, well, it could happen this year. LeBron
he's not
James
just going to retire, though. I don't think that LeBron's got a lot of margin on Rivera. He got to have that retirement. Go around and have the back.
He's not to walk away from the game. He's gonna live it up. LeBron James is gonna ham it up. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
He's not gonna walk.
The rest of the league is going to do that, right? When I know we're having fun here, but do you remember when the Miami Heat retired Michael Jordan's number? The Heat retired Michael Jordan's number. Like, his jersey is hanging up right now in whatever they call that arena right now. I'm not saying LeBron's going to get that kind of treatment, but he deserves it, right? Like, LeBron had more pressure on him coming into a league than any player ever has. Remember, we saw him on Sports Illustrated. We knew that he was on St. Mary's, St. James. You could pick him out of a lineup when he was 16 years old because you already saw that face all over the place, and he had all the hype. And then he was an Akron kid that got drafted by Cleveland. Like, dude, you were called the king and you had that tattoo before you ever played in the NBA, and now you've played in 10 NBA finals. Say what you will about that, dude. Maybe he's not Michael Jordan, but I would argue because of the pressure that he had, he's overachieved tenfold compared to what we thought was going to happen.
Definitely one of the greatest stories in the history of sports. Was dubbed the chosen one, before he was able to buy a beer, and then he comes in and lives up to the expectations. So shout out to LeBron James. Yep, he just got it done. You know what I mean? He just went out there and got it done, and won championships, became the face of the league. He had the thing with the decision, became a villain at that point, and turned his career around. Shout out to Ray Allen for helping him win a big championship. He needed that one right there. The bubble championship, the Mickey Mouse championship. Not that impressive, but still went out there and got it done. And he's been very successful is what he's been able to do. He is a brand. He'll probably go into ownership after his playing career is over, spends over $1 million a year on his body. He's just been the ultimate athlete.
Vegas, the owner, the coach. Maybe he plays there and then he retires. By the way, LeBron and the boys, the Lakers play coming up tonight against the Rockets. They're a 2.5 points home dog. And then your nightcap, T-Wolves on the road at the Nuggets. Denver is a 3.5 point favorite. It's not just the basketball today. We got a full slate of NFL football. We'll talk about that on the other side right here. It's the Daily Tip on a Christmas morning on the BetMGM Network.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
What's good? Merry Christmas. Thanks for checking us out. That's Corey Parson. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine. We got a couple of segments left. We're going to talk some sports and try to make some money along the way. And there's a lot of sport to talk about today, whether it's college bowl games or NFL football games or basketball games. We got it all. I was heating up that prime rib. You said it was never too early for prime rib. I'm in the central time zone, so it's 7:24 a.m. right now. So it smells great in here, although it's gone terribly so far because the first half, the prime rib, I cut it in half. The first half I dropped on the floor, so I gave that to my dog. And then the second half, I couldn't decide if I wanted to broil it or bake it. And broil said it was hotter. It was 500 degrees, so I went with that and then immediately burned myself. So, yeah, it's not going great, but hopefully it'll taste a little bit better. It'll taste a lot better if I hit some of these bets. I guarantee you that. We talked about all those NBA games. There's 5 of them on tap. We got 3 NFL games. Let's start in the morning. Well, ish. Dallas on the road at DC. Are you surprised the line is this big for a Dallas team laying 8.5 that has no incentive to play for? And I suppose at least you got Dak Prescott, a starting quarterback, on one side versus the ultimate journeyman in Josh Johnson. The total's 50.5. I'm not saying either one of these are good football teams. I'm just saying that's a pretty big line.
Yeah, that's a pretty big line, and it would if that total was to hit over, that would mean that the Dallas Cowboys probably ran the score up on the Commanders like they did earlier this year. But now we're looking at Josh Johnson. You know what I'm saying? Dallas wins the game, controls the game, gets an easy victory. I think the Commanders might get the backdoor cover in this one right here. So I would take the 8.5 with DC. What's more interesting is who is going to be in the stands and Landover, Maryland at FedEx Field today. Now, this is a place where Dallas Cowboy fans normally come and take over the building. You know they're not interested in buying tickets to go see this team right here. And you know this Commander bunch is not going to get on the Beltway and sit in all that traffic on Christmas morning to go see Josh Johnson. This could be a visual disaster to start your Christmas day in the NFL because nobody may not show up at this thing.
So there's probably going to be like, I don't know, 40,000 friends and family there. That's going to be the problem with all these games. Detroit at Minnesota, don't you know? Minnesota has absolutely nothing to play for. Detroit has, I guess, a little bit of incentive. They're a 7.5-point favorite. Arrowhead tonight is the scene where everybody that I know, all my old high school homies have been reaching out to me. Hey, man, you want to take us to the game? No, same reason that my boy just said. I ain't going to that game. I don't need to kick it with you 27,000 weirdos that if it's your first NFL game, bunch of NFL virgins out there tonight with their free tickets on Christmas. I'm good. The total's 36.5 from the Chiefs game. The Broncos, it keeps dancing. Started at 14, 13.5. I just saw it at BetMGM. The Broncos are now laying 13. You've got some weird mental gymnastics that tells me I should bet on the Chiefs to take the points?
Yeah, I would take the points with the Chiefs. Like I told you, the mental gymnastics that go along with this. The Broncos control and win the game very easily. I just don't see the Broncos blowing the Chiefs out unless the Broncos say, you know what? This Chiefs team has been blowing us out for the past decade. Let's put our foot on the gas. The rabbit got the gun, and let's run it up on them. Let's beat them into the ground where they're down. But I think the Denver Broncos have bigger fish to fry. And you know what? That would be a nice meal for the day, some fried fish. You see how we went? You see how the mind of the fantasy executive just went from NFL talk to, you know what? A nice fish fry would be good today.
I mean, it does sound good, although I got this prime rib heating up. This place is smelling pretty good here, so I think I'm good on the food. Let's move on because Saturday's games are better than today's if we're being real. Yeah. And then we got a few big games on Sunday I want to get to also. Houston at the Chargers, the total's 39.5. LA laying -2. That's a lot of respect for a Houston team that got out the gates really slow, and I think they've earned it. If you give home field in air quotes in Los Angeles, the 3-point advantage, then basically this is saying Houston's the better football team. Do you agree that Houston is a better football team than the Chargers?
The way it's currently set up, I would say that Houston's a better football team than the Chargers, and that's mainly because of the injury to Joe Alt and what that's done to the Chargers' offensive line. The Chargers really get no protection for Justin Herbert. And that's a problem when you got the Houston Texans coming in. I always love 2.5 point dogs. So Texans, like we like to say, Sports Machine, you can keep your stake in points. Give me the Houston Texans on the money line in this one right here. This could be a playoff matchup in a couple weeks as well. So this right here might be the game of the weekend.
My boy said, keep your stinking points. I'm with you there. I like the Texans plus 110 on the money line. And then Saturday night, bro, I hope you got some sort of a good TV package, because on Saturday night, the games are on Peacock and NFL Network. They're on Prime today and Netflix. And then you got your Fox and CBS games on Sunday and ESPN on Monday. And I don't know, probably the Lifetime Network or Hallmark Channel or something, some other games. Bro, this is crazy. This is nuts. Ravens at Packers. The Ravens are playing for their lives, although I think Pittsburgh's going to win coming up on Sunday against Cleveland, and then the Ravens' lives are over anyway. Do you think the Packers cover the 3.5 at home against Baltimore on Saturday?
I take a 3.5 with the Ravens. Always like Lamar versus the NFC team. The Ravens are the team with their backs further against the wall. Green Bay knows they're going to be in the playoffs. The Ravens probably know they're not, but you never know. Cleveland can do them a favor and give them an opportunity to sneak in there and win the division. And let's just say Baltimore does win the division. You know that Baltimore can go on a run, right?
No, I don't. I know everybody said
You
that
don't
about
feel
my
it?
Chiefs. Everybody said, oh, if they get in, they're scary. And I was saying, no, not really. They're just not that good. People said that about the Lions. Dude, we're 15 games into a 17-game schedule. You are what you are, and Baltimore just ain't it this year. Something's up with them. Maybe they can recalibrate and get a free agent, or I don't know if they get rid of Jim Harbaugh or John Harbaugh. I don't know what the move is to make. Or maybe you do nothing. They're not that far away.
They missed the move to make a couple years ago when Carolina was shopping Christian McCaffrey. Right now, I know that Derrick Henry's had plenty of success in that offense, but if they would have had Christian McCaffrey, they would have been a better football team. They didn't really get the best of J.K. Dobbins when he kept getting banged up. He would have made them a better football team. Lamar Jackson likes to throw the football in the middle of the field. His options in the middle of the field, though, are aging Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely, who never turned into the player that he was supposed to be, and Zay Flowers. They just don't have no legit weapons to get the football down the field outside of Lamar Jackson. That's a problem.
If you're watching the feed right now, my dog's bothering me. This is Nash, everybody. Merry Christmas, Nash. And whenever Nash bothers me, whenever the dog bothers me, that means that he wants me to bet an underdog. So what do you think? Do we take the Colts at plus 240 at home against the Jaguars, or do we take the Panthers at home at plus 280 against the Seahawks? This one's for Nash, the dog. Remember, he loves the underdog. Do we want the Panthers versus the Seahawks at the crib, or are we taking the Colts at home versus the Jags?
I'm taking the Panthers at home. I believe the Panthers 5-2 at home this year. I don't think they'll win the game. I think they'll cover the number. But if Nash wants to get on a dog, let him hop on the Carolina. Let him hop on the Carolina Panthers in this game right here.
Let them dogs eat, Corey Parsons. There you go, Nash. So we got if my dog hits a bet before I do on Sunday, I'm gonna be so pissed. But it's happened before, honestly. But I'm gonna get down on that. Panthers on the money line. Not to mention, I don't think the Panthers are good, and I don't think Bryce Young's that good. I just think they're the benefactor, I should say, of playing in a terrible division. But they are going to have a home game. If they win this week and Tampa loses, then they can they're going to have a home game because they win the division. They can give themselves a bye if they went to, kind of like Pittsburgh has a chance to do. And the Panthers have beat good teams. They beat Green Bay. They beat the Rams. So I'm with you. I'm going to take them. And for my boy Nash, I'm going to bet him on the money line. Here's a crap game, but I am curious if either one of these teams actually want to win. Giants 2-13, Raiders 2-13. The loser of this game is in position to get the number one pick. Do you think that matters at all?
No, yeah, I do think it matters. I think it matters more if you're the Raiders, though. I think that is the key. It matters more if you're the Raiders because the Giants, I just don't know what the Giants are organizationally right now.
They're a turd. What do you mean? They're a piece of crap.
But you would seriously stick with Jackson Dart and not go after a Dante Moore or something like that if you're the Giants?
Yeah, because I don't think if it was a huge upgrade or if it was a can't miss type talent, but I don't see that guy coming out of the draft. To me, actually, this is a pretty bad quarterback draft class where even if Jackson Dart was coming out this year, he might be the first quarterback taken.
True, I can see that the Raiders definitely need a quarterback, but the Raiders probably also need a head coach too. There's a lot going on with the Las Vegas franchise right now. This is fitting. These are probably the two worst run organizations in the NFL right now.
The Cleveland Browns still have their
I knew you
hand
was
up.
I knew you was gonna say the Cleveland Browns.
The Jets are getting pretty loud, even though they're not right. Cowboys fans are saying, "What about us?" I mean, when you're talking about organizationally ran, yeah, it's a train wreck for a lot of these teams. Which who should give them confidence? All those crap teams, the Lions. The Lions were able to get out of NFL purgatory somehow. They might have found their way right back there. If we're being real, it didn't last for very long. But yeah, I mean, it's possible. Here's a dandy for you. The Eagles. This is the afternoon slate, by the way, on Sunday. The Eagles 10-5 on the road in Buffalo. Buffalo laying 1. Why is Buffalo not laying like 6 or 7 in this game? What am I missing here?
Because the Eagles are probably going to go into Buffalo and win the game outright.
Oh,
I think this is a nice Philadelphia Eagles spot right here. I think the Eagles are going to be able to get their running game going in this one. I think this is mano a mano, Hurts versus Josh Allen. I think Hurts has a little bit more help around him. So I would take the road dog in this one right here with the Philadelphia Eagles, and I'm not taking that one. I'm not taking that. I'm taking that even money line on the Eagles to win the game outright in Buffalo.
I do think it'll probably come down to the two quarterbacks. And what's weird about both those guys is when they're good, they're great. You know what I'm saying? Like MVP of the league, MVP of the Super Bowl. But at times this year, and Josh Allen, it feels like he's clicking on all cylinders right now. You cannot really say the same thing about Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. The Eagles need a body language coach. They don't need a football coach. They need a body language coach. They need somebody to come in and be like, look, Jalen Hurts, when things are bad, here's how you're supposed to carry yourself. Hey, A.J. Brown, when things aren't going your way and the ball's not headed your direction, here's the way you're supposed to act. They're just, for a team that just won the Super Bowl, it feels like they're kind of a bunch of kids. I don't mean to offend anybody or Philly fans or anything like that. They're probably agreeing with me. There's no reason why for a team that's already won the division coming off a Super Bowl championship that it feels this way. And I don't know if it feels that way in the locker room, but we can all feel it publicly, and so can the odds makers. That's why there's 2 or 3 or 4 teams with better odds just in the NFC to come out and get to the Super Bowl than Philly. So something's up. Can they get right in a couple of weeks and the playoffs come around? Obviously. But something's up right now, which is why I'm going to bet the Bills if you're only going to make me lay a stinking point. Bears on the road at the Niners. Now we're on to Sunday night football. The Bears are getting 3. I've been riding this Bears magic carpet ride. The cool thing about betting the Bears this year is their lines haven't been that big when they're favored. And in a lot of games like this, they're an underdog. So if you're a big believer like I am and think they're as good as anybody in the NFC, you can get them at plus 140 on the money line, which I'm playing that. Bear down, Chicago Bears. 11-4 versus 11-4. You betting the Bears or the Niners in Frisco, San Francisco, laying 3?
I'm going to take the 3, and I'm going to jump behind you on that money line as well. I guess I'm the odd man out on the San Francisco 49ers. I think the Bears are very similar and can go in there and get the win. I'm a guy that hasn't been on the Bears, didn't really see this coming, but I like what they're doing right now, and I'm not, like I said, I'm still kind of reserving opinion on the 49ers. I'll take the 3 with the Chicago Bears and hit the money line as well.
My man, there's some room left for you on the bandwagon, but not a whole lot of room left on that Bears bandwagon. It feels like everybody's jumping aboard, but I'll save you a spot if you want. Now is the time, especially if you want to bet the Bears, to actually do something. Like if you look at their odds, and we'll look at the Super Bowl odds coming up on the other side, compared to a lot of these other teams with the same record or a worse record, Vegas does not buy into what Chicago is doing right now any more than they're going to win the division. They don't think they're going to win playoff games. They certainly don't think they're going to win the NFC, and the books would lose a ton of money. You want to talk about break the books. If the Bears win the Super Bowl, and I'll give you the number again on the other side, it's a lot longer than you're thinking. All right, we got a great slate of games. We got some other ones too, by the way, we didn't talk about. Monday Night Football, Rams on the road laying 8 against the Falcons. You got who else is playing? The Patriots and the Jets. 13.5 is that line. Obviously, Patriots favored on the road in New York. Bucks and Dolphins, the Battle of Florida. 5.5. The Bucks are favored. You could talk me into taking the plus 200 on the Dolphins. Both those teams are trash. And then you got the Saints and the Titans. Speaking of trash, Saints and Titans. Saints laying 2.5 on the road. Well, the Titans won their first road game in 2 years, and they beat the brakes off my Chiefs. So maybe I don't even know what trash looks like at this point. And then the Cardinals getting 7 on the road at the Bengals coming up on Sunday. The over-under in that game is 52.5. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you a little Christmas edition of Best Bets. We'll look at the Super Bowl odds like I talked about. Maybe even take a peek at the MVP odds in the NFL, because technically it's a 3-horse race, but I think only 2 guys can win it. We're 2 guys. That's Corey Parson. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine. This is the BetMGM Network.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Final segment this Christmas morning. Thanks for kicking it with us here on the Daily Tip with Corey Parson. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit of football. Maybe we'll take one last look at those NBA lines, also get you some best bets. And we got to talk about the Super Bowl odds because those things keep moving around. If you're holding on to a Chiefs Super Bowl ticket, I should probably just go ahead and tear that thing up, huh? That's not going to happen. Let's go ahead and start with our best bets. I'll take the honors. I like the points with DC today because I like me a good veteran quarterback, and I love me a good veteran quarterback when it's Josh Johnson. Dude, he once played for the Sacramento Mountain Lions. Wow. You know who the Sacramento Mountain Lions are? I don't either. But he played for the Bucks and the Niners and the Ravens and the Jets and the Browns and the Bengals and the Broncos and the Texans and the Lions and the Raiders and the Colts and the Bills and the Giants and now DC. So he has been around the block like you, Corey, once or twice or, well, you've been around 3 or 4 times. Let's be real. I think they don't win, but I think they cover today. 8.5, and that thing keeps creeping, dude. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Cowboys bettors get that thing up to 9 or something like that. So I'm going to wait until kickoff or right before to actually make that bet. But that's your Levine's locks. That's my best bet. Give me the points with DC in the early kickoff against Dallas. Corey.
All right, I'm going to lay off of that one right there. I don't have no action on that contest right there. But I do want to get in on some NBA action. I'm going to go ahead and lay 9 with the Oklahoma City Thunder and that monster showdown going on today. Everything feels like that number shouldn't be that high. Well, that's why that number's that high. I'm not going to let the odds makers fool me on this one, or maybe I am going to let the odds makers fool me on this one. I also would look at the point prop on De'Aaron Fox in this one right here as well. Believe it might be 17 and a half. I'll probably take the over on that.
Double D, you got a best bet for us? Or since this is your last show, you just bet that you're probably going to get out of here when we get out of here. What's your best bet? You got something for me, right?
I will take Penn State, shocker, with the points in the Pinstripe Bowl against Clemson. I think they come out. I heard a rumor that Clemson's had 27 opt-outs for the Pinstripe Bowl.
That's it?
So if that's the case, I'm going to go with Penn State because they've had some opt-outs and some guys enter the transfer portal, but they still got their core guys. I believe Kevon Allen's still playing. I think Bruckmeyer will have a good game. He wants to show off for all those schools that might be looking at him, and the new head coach. So I'm going to homer and take Penn State plus or -3, I believe it is. In the Pinstripe Bowl.
Penn State getting 3 right now, so good for you. Plus 140 on the money line. 48.5 is the total. Bet the unders. That's where you want to be. Bet the unders in that game because neither one of these teams give a damn. Penn State was ranked number 2 for a long time this year until they weren't. Then they fired their coach. I think you remember that, David. And Clemson got all the way up to number 4 this year, and they talked about firing their coach. What do they care about the Pinstripe Bowl? They thought they were going to be playing for a national championship right now. Unders. That game's going to be 2-0. All right. I said I'd talk about these Super Bowl odds, so let's take a peek at those. Updated right now at BetMGM. The Rams are the favorite. No surprise, Corey, at plus 450. Then you got the Seahawks at 6-1. Buffalo at 8-1. Denver 9-1. Philly 9-1. And then you got the Patriots at 10-1. Let's start there, and then we'll talk about the long shots. Let's start with a team like the Patriots at 10-1. Do you see a Super Bowl caliber team in New England?
I think the team is still a little bit too young to be talking about them as a Super Bowl team. And then you got some of the inexperienced teams in the AFC that's going to be up at the top of the standings. And I think a team like the Buffalo Bills is going to just be waiting to pick one of those teams off. So I'm not going to get in on the Patriots. I think, it's a very fair number, but I don't think this New England team is ready yet.
Are you confident enough in the Bills that let's say that New England does win their next couple of games, and they're the heavy favorite right now? You can get the Bills to win the division at plus 400 to BetMGM. So if you think that somehow that happens and they win out and New England loses out, I don't see a world where that exists. If Buffalo has to go on the road and go road game to get to the Super Bowl, does that worry you at all if you're a bettor?
No, because they're going up against some of the inexperienced playoff teams in the AFC. They would have to go to like a New England. They can do that. They would have to go to a Denver. Then they just destroyed Denver in the playoffs last year. This is the Denver Bronco team. They in the hierarchy, like if they would have to go to Pittsburgh, that could be a little bit different. But Buffalo is better than Pittsburgh. I don't really think there's no road venue that the Bills would be afraid of in the AFC. I think they can go anywhere and win, so it doesn't worry me at all. The Bills at 8-1 is a good bet.
If your Rams better and they have to take a road path to the Super Bowl, does that worry you? I mean, there's a reason why it's called home field advantage. Think about the team that gets the 1 seed. Their path to the Super Bowl, we don't have to play. Then we get to play at home. If you win that game, then you win the next game. You're in the Super Bowl, opposed to if you're like the Rams right now, who are looking up at the Seahawks in the division, as good as they've been, and Matthew Stafford's going to be the MVP, they're probably going to have to go road game, and then neutral field Super Bowl. I asked you about the Bills. Are you worried about the Rams if you're going to bet on them?
They already don't have no home field advantage anyway. You can almost say that every Ram game is a road game, to be honest with you, because you ever look at the stands, it's all filled with fans from the other team. Now it's familiarity with being at home, being in your city and stuff like that, but LA's a transient city anyway. I think Matthew Stafford, Sean McVay, that defense will travel well. I don't think the Rams have no problem going on the road to a road path to the Super Bowl.
Both these teams are 9-1. If I made you buy a ticket on one, who would you feel more confident, the Broncos or the Eagles to win the Super Bowl?
The Eagles, because I've seen them do it. They've been there. They've done that. Even through all the turmoil, they can still get it done. It's time for them to forget about that locker room turmoil, buy out a Top Golf one night, take everybody out to Top Golf, you know what I'm saying? Throw a couple back, unite as a team, and then head into the postseason and make a run.
Why does golf always have to be a business outing? Why can't we go play basketball? My jump shot is great. My tee shot is disgusting. I've always had to golf with these people hosting the show. They're like, aren't you the sports machine? I'm like, no, I'm not. But if you want to see me play basketball, I can knock down a three-pointer. Seriously, why is golf the sport of choice?
Because nobody wants to see a general manager get a high ankle sprain. You know what I'm saying? Running up and down the basketball court in his penny loafers.
That's fair. Although I always end up with blisters every single time I play golf. Maybe I should just get a glove. All right. The Jaguars, 14-1. Now we're getting into long shot territory. Do you see any world where they end up in the AFC Championship game?
It's interesting. Yeah, they could do it, but like that really depends on the path right there. And if they can avoid, I'm thinking it might be too difficult for them. If they can avoid Buffalo, they can play. They can beat the Broncos. They can beat the Patriots. I just don't know if Jacksonville is ready this year.
Not knowing the path, do you feel more confident in that division, betting on the Jaguars or the Texans to make more noise when the playoffs come around?
That's a good one right there. That's your best one of the whole show, and it comes within the last.
Took me a while.
In the last 5 minutes of the show, you save your best for last.
I got there.
I would go Houston because I think that defense in Jacksonville is very good defensively as well. Quarterback play, I would give it to Jacksonville. I think that Texans defense is too tough though.
I got a couple more for you. Let's see if I can outdo myself. I can get you the Packers at 16-1, or I can get you the Bears at 18-1. Which is the better bet?
I think the Bears at 18-1. I don't trust Jordan Love down the stretch in some situations like this. As a guy who thought the Bears wouldn't make the playoffs, I'm almost on the verge of having them in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, me too. There's no reason to poke holes in this team anymore. I mean, they just beat this month. They beat Pittsburgh. They beat Philly. They beat Green Bay. They're healthier than Green Bay. They're up a game in the standings than the Packers. There would be no reason. It doesn't make any sense to me that the Packers are a shorter odd at 16-1 to win the whole thing than the Bears at 18-1. And the Bears at 18-1 is disrespect also. I mean, their body of work is better than what the Eagles have been, the 49ers, a bunch of these other teams. Maybe not the 49ers. We're going to see. They play head-to-head coming up this weekend. The Chargers, 20-1 to win the Super Bowl. Is that worth the buy?
At 20-1, yeah, that's worth the buy, but that offensive line is not good enough to take them all the way. Because when you get to the postseason, it's going to be colder weather. defense in the trenches and stuff like that. The Chargers are a good team, but that without Joe Alt and the injuries on that O line, that's not worth it right there.
So now we're getting to the real long shots. I can get you the Steelers at 40-1 to win the Super Bowl. I can get you 80-1 on the Ravens. You asked me, you said, hey, Sports Machine, are they dangerous if they get in? I shot that down pretty quick. I said, no. If you believe they are 80-1 to win the Super Bowl, the Panthers at 150-1. And now you're getting real deep, bro. 200-1 for the Lions. And this Colts number, there's too many zeros. I'm not that smart. It's 1-0-0-0-0-0-0. I mean, I think that's like all the money in the world if you bet on the Colts to win the Super Bowl and they get that. So that ain't going to happen. Would you bet the Steelers, though, like at 40-1?
Yes.
That's a long ticket. Yeah?
I would take a 40-1 ticket on the Steelers. Yeah, I would do that. I think if you look at it, the way it would fall, they would be the division champion that would probably get the Chargers. They could win that game. Then they can go on the road, maybe go to Denver, or maybe have to go to New England. Very winnable games as well. I would take a 40-1 on Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Can you imagine Aaron Rodgers being in the Super Bowl this year? That'd just be another nail in the coffin of Jet fans.
That would be – no, I can't. I mean, I guess I have to at some point, but no, I can't. That'd be crazy. Cavs, Knicks today, Spurs, Thunder, Mavs, Golden State, Rockets, Lakers, T-Wolves, and Nuggets. We got a minute left. David, you want to say anything? It's your last show, bro. You want to take the microphone? It's all you. What do you want? Say something nice.
It has been my absolute pleasure to be a part of this network for the past 4 years. I really appreciate everything that everybody has done behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. Once again, absolute pleasure. Look for me in the near future. I will be doing stuff, so come and find me.
Damn it, dude. I had a 5-1 ticket that you were going to cry, but I guess that one doesn't cash. So I guess get my next ticket's got to make me my money today. Four-quarter Parson, Double D, David Dykstra, and everybody back in studio. I'm the Sports Machine, Sean Levine. Have a Merry Christmas. This is the BetMGM Network.
Right.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Oh, yeah! It's that time! Getting ever so closer. Merry Christmas. My kids are going wild, wrapping presents and stuff. Hanukkah's over. Christmas is next. Holidays are brewing. Hope everyone's having a good time out there. You're spending time with your friends, family, or at the very least getting that overtime pay. I'm Jim Rodriguez with the machine, Sean Levine, on a Christmas Eve Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Machine, what's good, my friend?
J-Rod, good to see you, dude. Do you think Santa Claus still gets nervous? Obviously, it's his big night with him and Rudolph and the boys, but he's a veteran at this point, although it's one of those things where I would think you never get used to it. You know, you got to deliver presents to the whole world flying through the air. Do you think he's ready to go, or do you think he's kind of still nervous and has to get a pregame speech?
I think Santa's at this point of his career where he now is starting to develop new talent, new elves, new operational people. Yeah, man, you got to keep people fresh. You got to keep people. He's kind of like the Mike Tomlin Mike Tomlin is the Santa Claus of the NFL. You got to keep things fresh. You got to keep people moving. He's not going anywhere. Santa's here to stay, but you got to keep the people around you sharp as well, because you don't want to slip up, man, on Christmas Day, Christmas night. And, the fat man's going to be on the roofs tonight, so make sure you leave him the milk and cookies. I prefer a little scotch for Santa, because, you got to have a little – toward the end of the night, you need a little nip right there. the cigars are there. I just don't think he's got the time. I mean, I'd love to sit there and fire up a Padron 1964 or a Monte Cristo number 2 with my man, but I don't think he's got a couple hours to hang out with me, so. But anything to get off the naughty list. Have you been naughty? Have you been nice? What list are you on, pal?
You know me well enough. I've been naughty. I'm always on the naughty list. What I'm upset about is that my football team is on the naughty list. If you would have told me that the Kansas City Chiefs, when Christmas rolled around, were going to be mathematically eliminated and on quarterback number Algonquin, or however you say that guy's last name, I would have said, you're absolutely crazy. But here we are. And I can't tell you the number of people, Jim, that have come out of the woodwork to offer me free Chiefs tickets all of a sudden. It's like, hey, sports machine, it's your Uncle Phil, twice removed. Would you be interested in maybe going to the Chiefs game on Christmas on your own? And I'm like, no, dude, where you been the last 7 years when they had Patrick Mahomes and were going to the playoffs? So I know what you people are up to. I'm on the naughty list, by the way.
I mean, the only good thing about this weekend is that at least the weather's going to be nice in Kansas City, right? I saw like low 60s and stuff, so you're not going to be Tua Tagovailoa freezing your jingle bells off, during these games, especially when you're 6-9. By the way, the NFL, talk about being on the naughty list. And we'll get into that later on in the show. All 3 games of the Christmas NFL showcase could all have third-string quarterbacks in it, but we're still going to bet. We're still going to make some money because we're DJing and we got to pay for these damn presents. So plenty to get to. Got Christmas NBA, got bowl games, Melakaliki Maka, Hawaii Bowl today. That's right, man. Look at the fat man on the surfboard, man. We're ready to go here, machine. But let's start with a little news that could actually affect playoff implications and affect some betting lines. Obviously, DK Metcalf of the Steelers gets pinched for 2 games for having an inappropriate, naughty reaction or interaction with a fan. He says the fan said something to him you don't say to an African American. The alleged fan said, "Oh, I didn't say anything like that, but I did bait him and I did get him." Anyway, it's 2 games suspension for Metcalf. It's going to cost him over $500,000 in salary, and it's going to cost him possibly $45 million because the guaranteed part machine of his $132 million contract could now be avoided, the guaranteed part, not the contract, because there's a clause in there if he gets suspended for conduct detrimental to the team or the league. Well, he's been pinched for 2 games. He's going to miss the Browns game and the Ravens game on week 18. I'm sorry. Listen, I get it. If somebody challenges your manhood, but nobody's going to mess with my money machine.
No, I mean, that's a lot of money. And, well, I mean, on the field, obviously, the Steelers are in a situation where they got to win at least one of these next couple of games. I suppose unless Baltimore keeps Baltimoring this year to get to the playoffs, and DK Metcalf really helps you get there. But, yeah, the whole money side of things, that's crazy how much one punch could cost one man. We all know that it was a moment or a few moments of disclarity, a decision that I'm sure that he regrets, not just because of the public backlash, but at this point, yeah, because of the money that's involved. But you and I are both fight guys, right? You and I are both, you're a big boxing guy, I'm a big MMA guy, and let's just make it clear, that wasn't the haymaker knockout shot that people are making it out to be if you haven't seen it, right? Like, that was a love tap. That was a Nate Diaz Stockton slap when you're talking about DK Metcalf, one of the most chiseled human beings on planet Earth, and blue hair guy, as he later on admitted, to baiting him. So nobody was in the right, although DK Metcalf, it turns out, is very much in the wrong, not just for doing the wrong thing and for the suspension. But you're right, man. This time of year, even if you got a lot of money like him, that's still a lot of money to give up, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, so I hope sincerely, and Mike Tomlin, always the voice of reason, essentially says, hey man, I don't condone it, but I understand.
Sure.
So
I get that.
always Mike Tomlin. Mike always says the right thing, and he basically supports DK Metcalf. But now all of a sudden the Steelers, who as you mentioned, if they win any of their next two games, they're the champs. They get a home game. They get a division game. They win the division. They get a home game in the playoffs. Or if the Ravens lose any of the next two games. But all of a sudden now the Steelers are laying 3 at Cleveland with a total of 35.5. The Ravens are at Green Bay getting 3 with a total of 40.5. Do you think this is going to really affect the Steelers at all moving forward?
This line is wonky. This line maybe indicates DK Metcalf's importance to the team because obviously you look at the records and you look at what they've got on the line. The only thing Cleveland has going for them is home field advantage. The game's in Cleveland. Outside of that, I mean, you're checking every single box, right? At this point, whether it's coach or quarterback play or running game or defense, it feels like Pittsburgh, especially if they win, they're in. That's incentive should be more like a 6.5 point favorite. So the line is indicating the importance of DK Metcalf. But I'll say this, man, Pittsburgh's going to make the playoffs. They probably are a better football team than Baltimore. We're going to see those two teams play each other last week of the season. And Baltimore's proven with a lot on the line, they lose those type of games this season. So I think Pittsburgh gets in, to your point. That means they win the division, which means they get a home game. But I'll say this, J-Rod, or I'll ask you this. Are they dangerous? I mean, when the playoffs come around, if I'm right, because to me, they're the one team in the AFC, and there's one team in the NFC too. It's whoever wins that putrid NFC South. I think it's going to be Carolina, that I think is going to make the playoffs, that I know can't win anything. Everybody else can win a bunch of games, and dare I say win the Super Bowl, and I mean everybody on both sides. That's how wide open it is, except for, again, Carolina, Tampa, whoever gets in, wins that division. And I just don't believe in Pittsburgh, man. The AFC is wide open, even if they've got a home playoff game, and even if Aaron Rodgers is ready to go. Maybe they win that one if it's the Chargers or Houston that comes in there, but they don't win multiple games. I can't. There's no way I can see that. Mean, you?
That's who it would be right now, Machine. It would be the Chargers if it ended today. Listen, I think I love Mike Tomlin. I would let him coach my team any day. We celebrated him this week here on the Daily Tip because he got his 200th win, only 11th guy to do it, third youngest to do it. But again, when you say 19 straight years that he hasn't had a losing record, it's a lot of 9-win teams. It's a lot of mediocrity. And again, I get it. He's had traffic cones for quarterbacks. This is the best quarterback he's probably had, even at his advanced age of Aaron Rodgers in a while. But at some point, you got to start saying, cool, 9 wins is nice, but a playoff win is better. And you're right. I could see the Chargers are going anybody in there and beating the Steelers and saying, thank you very much. I'm going to eat your cookies. I'm going to drink your milk, and I'm not even going to leave you any presents.
And we're going to find out if the Aaron Rodgers juice was worth the squeeze if they win a playoff game or if they don't. Because to your point, they always make the playoffs, right? They always get there. They got there with Kenny Pickett and Mason Rudolph. They got there with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. But they couldn't do anything once they got there. And now that they've got the veteran quarterback, I do think they've got a better chance to win a playoff game than the last couple of years. And I got to admit, man, I was wrong about the Aaron Rodgers move. That probably was the best move to make, to hold out this summer, basically to let Aaron Rodgers hold the whole franchise hostage this summer, and then eventually say, okay, I'm your guy. It turns out that was worth it, and especially if they win a playoff game, and then all of a sudden Steelers fans can look up and dream and go, okay, now we're just a couple of games away from the Super Bowl. So it worked out better than I thought, but I'll believe the Pittsburgh Steelers are for real when they win a playoff game, but I bet they don't.
Yeah, not this year anyway. So a team that was expected to be in the hunt for the playoffs and is not, the Vikings. They're on Christmas night. They're hosting the Lions. Boy, we were salivating when we saw this on the schedule. Lions are still in it. They're 8-7, but barely. Vikings are out, and now we know J.J. McCarthy is probably out. He's got a hairline fracture in his hand, so they're going to go to probably another backup quarterback, Max Brosmer. Brosmer, please.
Who?
Bless you. Max Brosmer. And by the way, the Vikings starting center is out as well. He's got some concussions that he's dealing with. So all in all, the Lions are laying 7.5 on the road, 43.5. That, by the way, that total has plummeted down to 43.5. And again, for the Lions, they're not out of it, but man, they've got a foot in the banana peel and they're ready to get out of it. They need to win that game. Kevin O'Connell pull another rabbit out of his hat?
What's the guy's name? Say it one more time. Max who?
Max Brosmer. Doesn't he sound like isn't there like a kid detective, Max Brosmer and company? That's the guy, film noir detective who solves the missing person.
I don't know about that, but I wouldn't know this cat if he walked in my house right now in full uniform. Can you imagine if they were playing the Chiefs and the Lions were going against the Chiefs and it was supposed to be this Patrick Mahomes matchup against a 15-team Lions win last year, and it was, one more time, Max Brosmer versus
Brosmer, my
Chris
buddy Max
Oladukin. I mean, my goodness, man. We're getting to the point in the season where the quarterbacks are dropping like flies. And to your point, the Chiefs and Detroit, there's been a bunch of disappointing, not just disappointing, but shockingly disappointing teams where I didn't see a world where both those teams could miss the playoffs. Baltimore could miss the playoffs. It took a while even for Buffalo to turn into Buffalo. As far as this game goes, though, I don't really care who's quarterbacking either team. Is there a world where the Lions are 7.5 points better than the Vikings? I mean, if the Vikings win this game and they're at the crib, then the Vikings have the tiebreaker. They got the same record, and we wake up on Friday, and the Lions are a last-place football team. So I'm eating those points with the Vikings no matter who the quarterback is all day long.
And I'll tell you what, the one thing that the Vikings do have, they have a pretty good defense. Brian Flores, who at the end of the day, especially down here in South Florida, turns out Brian Flores was right about Tua Tagovailoa, but that's a different day. That's a different show. But I think Brian's going to have them ready to play. I think the Vikings are. I would take the. Well, I'm with you. A home game, Vikings plus 7.5. Again, I don't think they win the game. The problem is, can Max Brosmer generate any kind of freaking offense? Can they actually keep the game close? I love the under in this game because I think it'll be the game, I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of these like 19-13 kind of games that the Lions win, but I definitely love the Vikings and those points.
It's funny you mentioned Tua there because even if he's not the starting quarterback for the Dolphins next year, J-Rod, he's better than all these other guys that we're talking about, backups that are coming in off the bench where the teams have absolutely no chance. So you just look at that quarterback room in New Orleans or the Jets or even Pittsburgh. If Aaron Rodgers, I think he's going to retire whenever this season ends. There's a bunch of teams, even though I think the Dolphins are pretty much over the Tua thing, there's at least 5 or 6 other teams that would go, yeah, he's good enough for us.
Well, and the crazy thing is, we talked about all the backups that are playing on Christmas. Tua's not playing. You look around the league this week 17. A lot of quarterbacks that you're like, who is that? Right? Quinn Ewers is playing. Okay, sure, why not? So it's crazy. Yeah, the Jets would definitely take him. I kept laughing. Can you imagine? It would never happen if Tua ends up in Minnesota and Brian Flores walks into the office and he's like, "What are you doing here, brother? Get out of here. Don't even come in. Don't even talk to my defensive guys." Nuts. Hey, we'll get into the Chiefs as well. They play on Christmas night. They're moving to Kansas, and I don't understand what the big deal is. It's not like they're moving, to 5 hours away. They're moving 10 minutes down the road. But you're in Kansas City, so you're going to speak to that as well. Plenty to get to here still on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, the NFL got some coals. That's what happens when they tried to get a little piggy and take those games away from the NBA. 3 games, 3 backup quarterbacks. We're still going to bet because that's what we do on the Daily Tip. With the machine, I'm J-Rod. Next.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Yeah, man, getting closer. Sleigh bells ringing here on the Daily Tip. With the machine, Sean Levine. I'm merely Jim Rodriguez with our executive producer, David Dykes, trying to cast thousands here on the BetMGM Network, and more importantly, with you. So thanks for hanging out with us. 3:30 on the West Coast. So hopefully you're just coming in after a good night. Settle in, give you a couple of bets before you hit the sack and get after it here on Christmas Eve as well. So yeah, listen, Machine, we've got Christmas Day games in the NFL, 3 of them. And on first glance, you're like, all right, cool, Christmas, NFL versus the NBA. But these NFL games are absolute stinkers. But I still think the NFL is probably going to lap the NBA in ratings because people are still going to watch these games.
Yeah, they are stinkers, and the NFL thinks they're slick. They think they pulled one over on us. They gave us the same games on Christmas that they gave us on Thanksgiving. My Chiefs are playing again. The Cowboys are playing again. Detroit's playing again. Like, I'm on to the NFL, although it's weird because if you look at the home teams, like, I don't know if you like a home dog on Christmas Eve. What's up, home dog? But I can get you some big home dogs today. In fact, all 3 of the teams are big home dogs. Minnesota getting 7.5, Kansas City getting 1,000,000 points versus Denver. And you could convince me to not take any of the home teams because I do agree with the lines. I think they're all going to get their doors blown off. I don't think any of these games are going to be close.
Now, I will say this. I think the good folks at Netflix and the good folks at the NFL need to learn from the worldwide leader in scheduling Christmas games. Because if you notice when ESPN does these Christmas games, it's usually LA, Miami, New York, nice destination cities, not DC, Minnesota. All due respect, Kansas City. No, we need to be in LA. We need to be in Miami. We need to be in Tampa. We need to be somewhere warm. Dallas, come on.
This guy with the Kansas City crack this early. You should have heard him during the break. He was talking about, I got to bust out my coat once a year because the family's heading up to Baltimore. Dude, you're talking to people right now. David Dykstra's in Chicago. I'm in Kansas City. We're talking about, hey, it's going to be warm outside. It's like 38 degrees compared to the normal -10. So I don't want to hear this crap about Kansas City's second rate, and I got to bust out my coat once a year. Too early for all that.
Listen, I love me some Kansas City. I go out there all summer with Major League Soccer. It's just the only problem is the airport's out in the middle of nowhere. You gotta get a little closer to me. I don't want to land and not see Kansas City. When I landed in Kansas City, I was like, "Are we at the right place? Where are we, Toto? Where are we?"
Well, it's ironic because I know you wanted to talk about Arrowhead Stadium, and you were asking, "What's the big deal?" Well, that's the big deal with that too. Is Kansas City is a very weird place for those that haven't been here, where there's a Kansas City, Missouri, and there's a Kansas City, Kansas. And when I say it out loud, it just seems egregious that they couldn't come up with a separate name. But literally, Kansas City, the city that you're thinking of, is divided in 2 separate states. So that's where the beef is coming from because the Chiefs have always played on the Missouri side. And again, for those of you that aren't familiar with the geography, pretty much all the cool stuff is on the Missouri side. That's where downtown is. If you've ever heard of the Plaza, that's where the Chiefs and the Royals play. That's where our amusement park is. Pretty much anything that's anything is on that side, except for in the last handful of years, as you know, Major League Soccer is on the Kansas side. They've got a casino. That's the NASCAR track is on the Kansas side. And there's just a bunch of land out there. So what's happening is the Chiefs, and they've been talking about this for years, they share a lot. I'm talking about a parking lot with Kauffman, with the Royals, which really was a genius idea when they built the stadiums 50 years ago. So they've each got their own ballpark, but they could still share the parking. And then the team just couldn't agree. What should we do going forward? Our own stadiums, stay here, improve, go our separate ways. And yeah, then they decided officially 2 days ago, and now in my area, everybody's up in arms, that they're going to get rid of Arrowhead Stadium, which is kind of crazy. I'm not saying it's Lambeau, but it's pretty close to being on that landmark, that bucket list type of stadium. And they're going to knock that place down with a wrecking ball, dude, coming up in, let's call it 5 years. In 2031, it's basically 2026. And that's why people are pissed right now is not only are they knocking down Arrowhead and moving the Chiefs, but they're moving them to the Kansas side of Kansas City. And for whatever reason, there's always been this weird border war, and people are upset. My take is this, dude, not that you asked. It's we don't always need bigger and better. We don't always need brighter to enjoy it more. And I grew up going to Arrowhead Stadium, and I'm going to miss the place. And I don't need a dome, and I don't need luxury suites, and I don't need more spots to plug in my phone. That stuff's for the birds or for people that are richer than me. So it doesn't matter. I'm just complaining now. It's going to happen, but I don't need a dome stadium, man. I kind of like the outdoor, the elements, and I'm going to miss Arrowhead.
Well, I can relate a little bit. Listen, I grew up in LA. I host a Dodger podcast, and when I go to Dodger Stadium, I took my kid to Dodger Stadium. I've lived in South Florida for almost 15 years now, but we do get out to LA every year. And I took my son, who's old enough now to really get Dodger Stadium. And even I felt like unfrozen caveman with all the improvements they've done. But I don't know what I would do if the Dodgers moved out of Dodger Stadium, even if it was for another cool, shiny stadium. So I can relate. And I guess what the scary part is, the reason why they're doing this, like, I don't think that Arrowhead is falling apart. It's not like there's bricks falling out of the stadium.
Not at all.
Not
at all.
Maybe it's not the most comfortable place, and in terms of the mezzanines and walking to get souvenirs or anything like that. But this is just to get a Super Bowl. This is all this is. You're building a dome so that in 5-6 years, Kansas City is going to have a Super Bowl. And what scares me is you're going to get to the point, at least in the NFL, where every stadium that isn't in South Florida or in Southern California or in Texas, everybody's going to have a dome, and it's going to be very hospitally sterilized versions of stadiums.
Also, is a dome stadium good in February for a Super Bowl? Yeah, because it's going to be like 2 degrees in Kansas City. Although, what about all the fans? What about all the media? What about all the other people that are there for a week? I'm cool for a rotation of Vegas, LA, Miami, Jerry World. And maybe if you want to add like a couple of other spots, like they've tried this before in a cold weather city. They've had the Super Bowl in Minnesota. Back in the day, they've had the Super Bowl in Detroit. And I'm sure the players don't really care too much because they're in their 5-star hotel, then they're in the stadium, and then they're gone on their yachts. But for everybody else, what's the point? Like, does Kansas City, as you're saying, yeah, you're right, they're going to build a dome and probably get a Super Bowl. And what? Like, that doesn't do much for me.
Yeah, that's what's good. That's what's going to happen in Cleveland. That's what's trying to happen in Chicago.
That's silly.
They're just going to. This is all to get a Super Bowl. That's all it is. And granted, listen, I've seen it here in Miami. The money is crazy. The tourism, the hotel, the restaurants, the bars, it's out of control. But is it really worth all that to get rid of that ambiance, the home field, the cold weather? Again, I don't have to play in it, and I certainly don't have to sit in it, but it just seems like every stadium is going to look exactly the same like every other stadium.
South Beach Super Bowl is the way to go. The Chiefs' first Super Bowl with Patrick Mahomes, I went down there. That was the first time that I was in your backyard. And, dude, I got to tell you, I wasn't dreading it, but I was thinking, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's work or whatever. Bro, they should have the Super Bowl. Honestly, if they just had the Super Bowl in Miami every single year, I can't imagine you could do it a whole lot better than that week that I was down there. So maybe the other cities in the rotation would be a little bit upset, but I'd be cool with it. I mean, South Beach the spot, bro.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I remember when San Diego used to have Super Bowls, and I always thought San Diego was low-key the best place to have the Super Bowls.
Pretty good.
LA, San Diego, New Orleans, Miami. I almost feel bad when it's up in Tampa. I'm like, Tampa? Really? Why not down here? Tampa? Come on. Not Tampa. I mean, they put salami on their Cuban sandwiches. That is a no.
Weird.
But anyway, let's get to these Christmas games. And let's start in the nation's capital over in Landover. It's the Cowboys and the Commanders. Interesting matchup here. The Commanders, I almost said Redskins. The Commanders are down to their possibly their third stringer. Josh Johnson looks like he's going to start. Marcus Mariota got an injured hand. Here's what gets me. It's going to be like in the 50s in DC tomorrow, so it's not going to be crazy. But Dallas hasn't played outside since week 8. Week 8, Dallas hasn't played outside. Does that factor at all into this? It's the Cowboys laying 7 with a total of 50.5.
No, nothing matters if Josh Johnson's on the other side because I like a veteran quarterback. Dude, check this out. He's played for the Bucs, the Niners, the Browns, the Bengals, the Jets, the Colts. Get comfortable, J-Rod. The Bills, the Ravens, the Giants, the Texans, the Raiders, DC, the Lions again, the Broncos, a couple of XFL teams, one UFL team, and you're telling me he's going to go out there for Washington and I'm going to bet against him? Absolutely not, bro. In fact, now that I have that little bit of information, give me DC on the money line. I'm kind of trying to be funny here, but also both these teams have absolutely no incentive. They're not playing for anything except for, I guess, draft capital at this point. So the line is a little bit big because of that. I'd feel a whole lot more comfortable, though, taking that 7 with DC.
Yeah, 50.5. That's interesting. I kind of like it. I think we're going to see some points despite we're having a third quarterback, because I think the Cowboys could still light it up, and the fact that it's going to be a very comfortable atmosphere. It's not going to be cold, not snowy, not rainy, 50 degrees in D.C. at this time of the year. Anybody will take that. But interesting matchup there. By the way, I will say this. I said it on this very network, and everybody laughed at me. I said the Commanders will regress, so that's the best ticket I've already cashed. It was under 9 wins for the Commanders. I think it was like 11 and a half when the season started. I was like, there's no way they're going to win that many games with a playoff schedule. So we'll move on to the middle game, and I guess this is the best game on the slate. It's got some implications. Yeah. It's the Lions and Vikings. Lions still technically alive at 8-7. Vikings are out. Lions land 7.5 on the road. Max Brosmer, we talked about, he's going to be the quarterback for the Vikings as J.J. McCarthy is out again. The total plummeted from 46.5 to 43.5. What say you there, Machine?
When it comes to the points, that's actually the tricky part of this bet because, as you said, the line is dancing around. It's moving down. And I think not only is it because Minnesota keeps going from starter to backup to another backup, but on top of that, Detroit's offense is good. I think right now, statistically, they've scored the second most points in the NFL. So they're obviously not as good, not as scary without Ben Johnson as their coordinator, but they can still put up some points. But they're inconsistent, J-Rod. The way they do it, every now and again you look up and go, what's going on? Where are these Amon-Ra St. Brown and this dual-headed running game and this quarterback? What's going on? And Minnesota's got a good defense, as you point out with Brian Flores. So if you force my hand to bet the number, I think I'll still play the under at 43.5 right now at BetMGM. But if it goes a whole lot lower, bro, I'm going to Forrest Gump it and run from that game completely because not only is the number tricky, but that 7.5, anytime you see a touchdown, an extra point, and a hook, you know it's going to be pretty close, bro. You know you're going to be within like a point, maybe a hook of winning or losing that bet. So this one's going to be dicey till the very end.
I do like the Vikings team total. You can get it. They have various alt lines at BetMGM. You could still get it at plus money, a little better than even money, plus 105. Vikings under 16.5 team total. I like that a lot. May actually sprinkle a little cash on that. And then the nightcap, it's over at Arrowhead. It's the Broncos and the Chiefs. You know, if I told you that on Christmas night the Chiefs would be, not playing Patrick Mahomes and not playing a lot of their starters, you'd believe it because you'd think, oh, they're 12-3. They've got a bye. They're ready to go. But it's the other way around. Chiefs are out of it, 6-9, first losing season in over a decade. Broncos, though, they're fighting for the number 1 seed in the AFC. They're 12-3, and I could see them going over there and laying it on Kansas City just for all the years that they had to go get punched in the face at Arrowhead and in Denver. Denver laying 13 on the road with a total of 36.5.
Sometimes when people say stuff like that, I jump on them, and I'm like, what? Why do you think this Broncos team cares about the past? It's all about just this game in a vacuum. But, bro, you're exactly right. The Chiefs have won the division every single year since Barack Obama was the sitting president. Like, if they would have won this year, it would have been a decade in a row. So all these other teams are ready, including the Denver Broncos, for it to be somebody else. And if the Broncos win this game, then all of a sudden it's them. So, yeah, I would lay the 13 because I think it's going to be probably more like 20 or 28. I mean, Denver is a very good football team with a lot on the line. Kansas City is a very bad football team with a third or fourth string quarterback that has nothing on the line. You know, I'm a Chiefs hog. Give me Denver.
Yeah, and if that 36.5 scares you, remember the last 3 Chiefs game have gone under that number. So
33
to me, it's one of those
Broncos against the Chiefs. You still get the unders.
Yeah, so to me, I almost feel like I don't know how much Kansas City is contributing to that total. So maybe worth taking a sprinkle on the under as well. And Chris Oladokun is going to be starting first direct descendant from Africa to complete a pass. So congratulations to him. When we come back, more Die Hard, a Christmas movie. Candy Canes as Candy Elf overrated. Got to talk about that. That's next.
Hey, this is Pat Boyle. BetMGM tonight is on the move. Starting December 29th, catch us on the new Westwood One Sports live weeknights 6 to 11 Eastern. Listen anywhere on the go with the free Odyssey app.
to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Quote my boy Kevin Harlan, Kansas City guy, machine, coast to coast and around the world here on the BetMGM Network, Odyssey app, YouTube, social media. Hit us up. You can find us there. Rewind everything. We had that good start. We talked about a little Christmas NFL games, talking about some news. We're going to have the NBA Christmas slate coming up, college football games. There's a college football game tonight, little Christmas Eve on the Big Island. We'll get into that as well as the college football playoff. But it wouldn't be a Christmas show machine without talking a little about overreaction and make sense. This is a David Dykstra, our executive producer special. He is patented. I was literally on the streets of Shanghai 2 weeks ago, and I said, and then somebody came up to me. They said, "Hey, you're that guy from BetMGM, right? What's the overreaction and make sense?" So, David Dykstra, let the people know.
Real simple, real simple. We're doing a Christmas edition of Overreaction Makes Sense today, and we're starting off with probably one of the most talked about things when this season comes around. I'm coming to you first, Sean. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Overreaction makes sense.
First of all, that beard that you're rocking, bro, Santa ain't got nothing on you. Top 3 all-time beard, Santa, James Harden, and you.
Delicious.
Bro, that thing is, look at that thing completely filled in. Why is this even a debate still? Of course, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It's as Christmas movie as they come, except for, the little elves and Santa and all that. I remember when I saw Die Hard so long ago, bro, that I was a young buck in the back of my parents' station wagon at a drive-in movie theater. Are those still even a thing? And I think it was a double feature with Encino Man, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So not only is it a Christmas movie, dude, it's a classic, and I've got great memories.
Listen, I would not consider myself old, but I'm not young either, right? I can go back to standard definition and I can relate to AI. But I remember being a kid from Southern California, I remember watching them film Die Hard. It was near the campus of UCLA in the town or the village of Westwood at an office building. So Nakatani Plaza is an office building that is still there in Westwood, California, near UCLA. So I remember them filming that. I remember the helicopters and all the cranes. What movie is this? I don't know. It's this movie with Bruce Willis. Oh, really? Okay, whatever. And then it turns out to be Die Hard. Listen, it makes sense. It's not. I wouldn't. It's not a Christmas movie. It's about Christmas because that's when the movie. That's when the movie is set at a holiday party at Nakatani Plaza. But I will say this about it. It is a Christmas movie because when do you watch Die Hard? During Christmas. You don't watch Die Hard any other time of the year. You don't watch A Christmas Story. You don't watch Year Without a Santa Claus. You don't watch that in June. So Die Hard is a Christmas movie because this is the time of the year we watch it.
That's crazy. You've been there. I've actually been to the Home Alone house a couple of times. It's in Winnetka, Illinois, and there's actually a pretty cool North Shore drive that you can make. Double D, I'm sure you've done it in Chicago, where you can go see where they filmed 16 Candles and The Breakfast Club. You can go check out Michael Jordan's old house. What's the other stuff? Oh, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. There's all kinds of just different cool stops that you can go by. But the Home Alone house, the crazy part about it is it pretty much looks identical still, except for the giant gate they put in front of it for people like me that drive by 30 years after they made the movie and go, hey, that's the Home Alone house. Literally every single day. And not just Christmas, by the way. That's every day all year long. So I didn't mean to one-up you, but I've actually been to the house of the best Christmas movie of all time.
Nice. Well, I will say this. My algebra My algebra teacher in high school lived in the Happy Days house.
What?
That was his house. That's right. My algebra teacher in high school, his house was the Happy Days house.
You win. Good for you.
And then Manson, one of the Mansons killed some dude down the street from where I grew up too. So
that got dark quick. That got real dark real quick.
What are you gonna do? Merry Christmas, everybody.
Left turn, huh?
Well, what you gonna do?
Oh my God, love us, everyone.
By
the way, Charles Manson. All right, we're going. We're going to the next one. I'm coming back to you, J-Rod. candy canes are the worst Christmas candy. Overreaction makes sense.
I think they taste kind of medicine-y to me. I listen, despite this svelte figure of mine, I'm not a big candy person. I'm not a big sweets person. I'm more of a meat and potatoes, scotch, alcohol, soda. I guess that's where my sweet tooth comes from. But cookies, candy, treats, I'm not into that. So it's sort of like, is it the worst? I think they're all the worst. I mean, candy corn, I think, could be the worst come Halloween time. But I'm kind of like, because I don't really eat candy. And but the times I've had candy canes, first of all, you can't even take that damn wrapper off. You take it off, you break it, half of it is exposed, and by the time you lick it, there's still some plastic there. No, it's too much of an operation for me.
Yeah, no, first team all nasty candy canes. I mean, maybe if you're a kid and you're at school and you just want something to be entertained by, candy canes, all right. But not even the old school ones. I need the color ones. Why do all holidays have one specific crap candy? It doesn't make sense. Like, you got Peeps for Easter. Nobody likes them, but they're always there, right? Every time Halloween comes rolling around, it's like, hey, have you had any candy corn? I guess I have to eat a couple of those pieces of hot trash because tis the season, and here we are with Christmas talking about candy canes. I don't get it. Like, why can't these holidays just ceremoniously get rid of the bad candy and have the good? By the way, how do you guys feel about Smarties? I had Smarties the other day for the first time in I don't know, since 5th grade. That might be the worst candy in the game.
See, I disagree.
My kid gave me
Smarties.
some nerd clusters. You ever had nerd clusters?
Oh, my daughter's favorite candy.
I had one.
Yeah.
I had one, and 5 cavities just jumped out at me. I just felt like I felt dirty. It was good, but I felt dirty.
Oh, so what's a little diabetes amongst friends? This guy, Jim.
Right.
I mean, yeah, the taste is incredible. What were you saying about the Smarties, though? You like Smarties?
Listen. It's a nostalgia thing for me. To me, they still bop, man. They still bop. Little tart. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, no, terrible.
Where
do you get Smarties anyway? I've never even seen Smarties. Who walks into a grocery store and goes, "Yeah, where are the Smarties at?"
You gotta find an old school candy store, like just an old school candy store where you can walk in and listen.
A confectionaire.
I'm old school, and I'm sure J-Rod remembers. I remember penny candy stores where you'd walk in with $1 and it was like Armageddon. I need 50 Swedish fish. And you're like paying 50 cents for 50 Swedish fish. By the way,
Fun Dip.
Greatest
Fun
candy
Dip was my go-to. Love Fun Dip.
There you go.
We can move on.
Ooh, nice.
All right, next one. I'm coming right back to you there, Sean. Elf is the most overrated Christmas movie known to man.
If you're not watching us right now, you just missed a great impersonation by Jim Rodriguez. You might want to check that out. Elf. I like Elf. Do I love Elf? It depends on who I'm with. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm with the right crowd, but if it's just me and the dogs and I'm sitting around and watching Elf, I'm kind of reconsidering my life. It's that kind of movie. But, if I'm feeling good and the friends are around and some good family, the nieces and nephews on my lap and I'm watching Elf, yeah, then it's a better movie. I would say it's not bad. It's definitely not a bad Christmas movie, J-Rod. There are some awful Christmas movies that I sit around and go, how did they even make this? Elf is not one of those.
Yeah, I don't understand the Elf hate. Now, is it Citizen Kane? No. Is it the greatest piece of American filmmaking? No, but I don't get it. Listen, I will say this. If you've got kids, especially when they're little, Elf is great. Like, my kids loved Elf. Okay, and they still watch it. I have a sophomore in high school that says, "Hey, Dad, can we watch Elf this weekend?" Because again, it sticks. It sticks. It's hearty. It sticks to your ribs, kind of stuff. So I don't understand the hate. Again, I think Will Ferrell has made a lot of bad movies. I think it's his Collateral is a couple of good movies and then just a truckload of bad movies. But again, I think Elf gets a lot of undue hate.
I give Will Ferrell credit for making the movie. I mean, somebody came to him with a script and they were like, "Hey, do you and he was already wildly successful at that time, no matter how you feel about him. Hey, do you want to make this Christmas movie about, and you got to play the giant ass elf?" And he did it well. And yeah, I don't understand the hate either. I don't think it's Home Alone, but I don't think there's too many movies come Christmas season that are better than Elf. I'm being honest with you.
And you get to work with Jimmy Kahn. Come on.
Exactly.
All right. J-Rod, coming back to you. You know what? We're going to go to the final one here because we all know NFL rules all and they now own Christmas Day. So let me go to the last one. Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You is the most annoying Christmas song ever.
Ever is strong, but I would say makes sense. Only because it's so played out. Now, what this year I love the marketing by it. When I've been on Instagram or whatever, you would open it up and you would see Mariah and she wouldn't say anything. She'd kind of look at the camera and you'd hear like that one note, and that was it. That to me made me go, okay, that's kind of cool. That made me all right. It made it a little bit more palatable, but yeah, it is just because it's so played out. I mean, does anybody walk around singing "All I Want for Christmas"? To me, that's always the benchmark if something is good, and if they don't, it's annoying. So I would say yes, it makes sense. A little annoying.
I thought you were about to sing it, bro. And after that first note, I was like, I don't think he's going to go Mariah Carey on us. I mean, yeah, it's overplayed, although it's not the most confusing of Christmas songs. That would be the 12 Days of Christmas. Have you really listened to that song? Like, I believe it was on the 8th day they give maids a milking. Who needs 8 maids a milking? If you give me one
I've
maid
seen
a
that
milking,
movie.
Eight, I bet you have. 8 maids a milking? That's a lot of maids a milking, bro. I don't need all that.
Yeah. I mean, 2 maids of milking is too much. 8 is just
Maybe
ostentatious.
I could probably do 3.
Forget it.
8?
I mean, we live in an era of excess, but even in the 80s, they would have thought that was too much.
It's a lot of milking.
A lot of maids, a lot of cleanup, a lot of towels.
It's dirty,
sticky.
It's a mess.
Ants come in.
You're nasty.
Listen, hour number 1 in the books. Oh my God, I can't believe it. We got 2 more hours left for you with the machine. I'm Jim Rodriguez. College football from the Big Island, the Hawaii Bowl, and we'll knock out the college football playoff. With the machine, I'm J-Rod on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
It's hour number dos here on the Daily Tip with Sean Levine. I am Jim Rodriguez, David Dykstra, executive producer, and a cast of thousands here, and more importantly, you on the Daily Tip, BetMGM Network. Thanks for hanging out with us on Christmas Eve, early bird. Whether you're just getting in, whether you're just getting started, coast to coast and around the world, thanks for hanging out with us. Going to try to make you a little cash today. Machine, how we feeling on this Christmas Eve Wednesday, my brother?
I'm feeling great, man, except for I'm looking at that NFL schedule that they gave us on Christmas, and I'm thinking maybe I just drink a little bit more eggnog and make my bets tonight, and then sleep through the games, and then, open the presents and see if I made a little bit of money, because the schedule makers, they tried, right? Like, they gave us the Chiefs, and they gave us the Cowboys, and they gave us Detroit, but those teams this year, not what we thought they were going to be.
Well, we'll get into it later on here on the Daily Tip, but I would suggest to you that we need to get you into some coquito. Coquito is Puerto Rican. It is the Latino version of eggnog, and it is a staple in the Rodriguez house. Coquito. We're going to have to get you into that. We'll get into the inner workings of coquito. Once you've had coquito, eggnog will be a thing of the past, my brother.
I don't say no to coquito. I've never had it, but I never say no to coquito. Am I saying it right? Coquito?
You're saying it perfectly, coquito. I'll tell you what, we'll have to ship it over we'll have to insulate it to the frozen tundra of Kansas City before it gets too crazy.
To that I say,
nice and balmy. Nice and balmy in the old KC. But yeah, so listen, speaking of nice and balmy, college football starting, continuing on, we've got the Hawaii Bowl. Melakaliki Maka is going on the Big Island tonight. It's Cal and Hawaii. And really the cool thing about this is I get to say some cool Hawaiian names. So Hawaii, first bowl game since 2020. I laughed because when I was researching, it said neutral site. The game's in Honolulu. It's not a neutral site. It's a home game for Hawaii, and Cal gets to go over there. So it's Hawaii laying laying 1.5. Total of 50.5. First bowl game for Hawaii since COVID, since 2020. But Cal quarterback Jaron Kiwi Sagapalutele.
Whoa.
Sagapalutele, my man. Over 3,000 yards, 17 touchdowns. He is from Hawaii. He's decided to stay at Cal moving forward. He replaced, obviously, Fernando Mendoza, who went to Indiana, won the Heisman. What's your read on this game? I love Cal in this game. I love Cal in the first half in this game. I'll get into that later on. But tell me what you think about Cal and Hawaii, you degenerate.
First of all, way to go, bro. That was perfect. Second of all, why does Cal get to play in the Hawaii Bowl? Last time I checked, Cal is in California, where they've already got pretty good weather this time of year. Why isn't Nebraska or Iowa or one of these Midwest schools playing against Hawaii in the Hawaii Bowl? But I digress.
Well, quarterback is from there. I think that's your automatic bid, I think.
Okay, that's fair. Like, he's the only Hawaiian playing on a non-Hawaiian team. But again, I had to digress. I'm with you. I don't like agreeing with you, especially early in the morning. But I like Cal in this game, even though, to your point, it is a de facto road game for them to some extent. I've never been to a football game in Hawaii, but something tells me this time of year that's full of a bunch of tourists that happen to walk by and they go, hey, you want free tickets to this bowl game? It's Cal versus Hawaii. Walk on in and make a bet. So I don't know how much home field's really going to matter in this particular game, but Cal's the better football team.
Yeah, and Cal has hit the first half money line 4 of its last 6 games. So I love Cal first half money line in this game, minus 105. So not a lot of juice on this. And then, Sagapalutele, it's a homecoming for him. He's decided to stay. He's the face of the franchise at Cal. So I think he's going to light it up, especially early on. Now, Hawaii's got a pretty good defense. That's what they're known for. But they haven't really played any high octane offenses like Cal brings to the table. The only kind of prolific offense they played was UNLV, and UNLV took them to the shed 38-10. So I think we're going to see some points, and whatever the props for Sagapulutele is, whether it's interception, touchdown props, yards, but definitely love that first half for Cal as they're going to come out storming the gates over on the Big Island. Now, college football playoff is still a week away. New Year's Eve is the first game. There's 4 of the 4 games. 3 of them are on January 1st. There's one New Year's Eve game. So let's get into that. And it's close to my heart because I live in Miami. And it's Miami against Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. That's the first quarterfinal of the college football playoff. That's New Year's Eve in Jerry's world. It opened where Miami was getting 9.5. Now they were getting 10. Now it's 9.5. Total of 42.5. For as much as I like Miami, they're a good story. Us against the world. They were going to get left on the bus was going to leave them. They weren't going to be on the college football playoff. They ended up getting in, and they ended up beating Texas A&M in College Station. I think the dream ends for Carson Beck and the Hurricanes on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, and so does the public. I think I saw 78% of the public money so far is coming in on the Buckeyes, not just on that minus 375 money line, but laying the points, because you're talking about the national champions, probably the team with the most NFL talent on their roster in Ohio State. Obviously, the last time we saw them, they did lose, but it's not a bad loss by any means when you lose on a neutral field in a championship game to the Heisman Trophy winner, undefeated number 1 seed Indiana. That's as good of a loss as you could possibly have if such thing exists. And then I look at Miami, a team that didn't even make it to their conference championship game, which featured Duke and Virginia. So, like, big picture, how really good was Miami, and how much did they get in ultimately because they were the last team selected, and it probably came down to, okay, is it them or Notre Dame? And we've had this argument a million times. Is head-to-head enough? Well, according to the committee, I think that's what they decided. You know what? I saw this game earlier, and sorry, Irish, you're clearly the better football team now. We agree with that in this room, right? Like, Notre Dame would be a live wire to still win the national championship when nobody thinks Miami can win this football game, let alone win this game 2 more and then be crowned the champs. So it's a whole other argument for another day if they need to tweak the teams that get in or the numbers or how they do it. And we'll be here for a couple of hours, so we can certainly go down that road. But you asked me how I feel about this game. Miami gets curb stomped. The only reason that I don't think that happens is because everybody believes that. And most of the time when the public is all on one side, the other thing happens. So if I'm being real with you, I might not actually bet my hard-earned money, but I bet I regret it because halftime's going to come around. It's going to be 28-3 Buckeyes.
And if you're thinking about that Miami defense, and again, they held Texas A&M to 3 points, very impressive. But that Miami secondary against those elite Ohio State wide receivers, Miami gave up 91 pass plays of 10 or more yards and 15 of 30 or more yards. So you get Julian Sayin, you get Jeremiah Smith, you get Carnell Tate. I think they're going to get torched. And I think,
so you're looking at the over.
I think they might. Yeah, I mean, 42.5. I think, again, my problem is, can Carson Beck contribute to any of that? He was MIA for most of that game. I mean, they were trying to kick field goals in that. George Strait was like MIA there. But again, I think it's over with. I was kind of surprised that the number went down. So people are obviously, there's some Miami money coming in because again, it was Miami getting 10. Now they're getting 9.5. Yeah, I think it's Ohio State in a romp, and of course the winner of that game gets the winner of Mississippi, Georgia, and that's the Sugar Bowl. That's as SEC as they get, right? Ole Miss and Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. That's January 1st, and it's Georgia laying 7, 56.5 machine. That's plump.
This line's dancing too, like that Miami Ohio State game that you're talking about. It started at 7.5 down to 7, 6.5. It's dancing back. If Ole Miss would have looked dicey in their playoff game that we saw last week against Tulane, right? If they wouldn't have covered, or if they would have come out the gate slower, if Trinidad Chambliss, the best name in college football, would have struggled at all, their quarterback, then I would say that's the Lane Kiffin effect. But they did what they were supposed to do. And you mentioned it's an SEC opponent. If you look at these teams' stats, if you break it down, whether it's offense, defense, it's special teams, the numbers, the scoring, everything's about the same. Even the schedule that they played, common opponents. So I'm not exactly sure how Georgia's considered a touchdown better, whether you get the line at 6, 6.5, or 7 by kickoff. If you're a Mississippi State better, you want to get that 7 because obviously, it could come down to the very end. And that 7, 7.5 is always a tricky one. What I'm telling you is there's no way I'm laying those points. Absolutely not. Maybe Georgia wins the game, but I don't think they cover.
Yeah, the first time they played, it was 78 points combined between these two. It was 43-35. Georgia won by 8. So maybe that's part of the figuring it. But Georgia's defense has gotten a whole lot better. They've given up 29 points, Machine, in their last 4 games combined. And that includes Bama, Texas, Georgia Tech. Those are those opponents. 29 points combined they've allowed the last 4 games, although the under has hit in 10 of the last 15 games for Georgia. Mississippi's under has hit for the last 5 games. So that 56.5 could be a little tricky. It may be more of an under game just because of that Georgia defense.
Yeah, and that Georgia defense, as you point out, is playing their best football of the season. I wonder how much people are going to put their money on all the SEC teams and all the Big Ten teams and forget that Miami and Texas Tech even exist, because there are 8 teams left. 6 of them come from those 2 power conferences I was just talking about. And, Jim, the difference between those conferences this year and everybody else was drastic. The better argument is how close was the Big Ten with Indiana and Oregon and Ohio State to the SEC. We're about to find out because we're going to get some of those head-to-head matchups. But doesn't it feel like nobody believes in Texas Tech and Miami just because they didn't play in one of those
Nobody
conferences?
believes. I know nobody believes in Miami, but Texas Tech is a little. It's wild, the disrespect that they get.
Yeah, Texas Tech's a great football team. I know we're going to get there in just a minute. Yeah, they're a team that, again, not enough people paid attention to because they're just that Big 12 team. The best team they played all year was BYU. Watch out, bro. I'm not exactly sure why they're even an underdog in that game coming up against Oregon. Make sense.
Yeah, well, let's get into that. That's the Orange Bowl here in Miami. That's January 1st. It's Oregon and Texas Tech, and that's probably, that is the closest line in terms of spread. It's Oregon laying 1.5, with the total being 52.5. Even the money lines are tight. Oregon's is minus 115, and that's gone down. It was Oregon minus 125. Now it's minus 115. Tech barely an even money, a little better than even money at plus 105. Again, Oregon is 38-4 their last 42 games. 38-4 straight up their last 42 games. I can see the disrespect toward the Red Raiders. I can see why, because it's Oregon, it's Nike, it's the money, it's the uniforms. They went in, they rolled, but Dan Lanning was not happy with his team. They went out and knocked James Madison around, but they were up 34-6 at that game and got outscored in the second half.
And didn't cover, don't I know? I can't believe that happened, so thanks for reminding me. So Oregon's biggest opponent this year, their toughest game was against Indiana. I'm sure you remember that. And, of course, Indiana went on to win the game and won by 10, and actually it was probably a little bit more dominant than the scoreboard indicated. And so now the Oregon Ducks have to take on, to me, the closest thing to Indiana, which is Texas Tech, right? Like, if you look at the way that both these teams win, they can beat you either way. Their quarterback can go out there. Texas Tech, everybody thinks of Patrick Mahomes and Sonny Cumbie and Cliff Kingsbury and 70 points a game. Bro, this team beats you because of defense. Can they put up a 40 or a 50 spot? Yeah, absolutely. They've done that 7 times this year, games over 40. But they've also held their opponents under 13 points in every single game this year except for 2. That includes 3 or 4 shutouts. This defense is nasty. And not for nothing, they spent their NIL money better than anybody ever has so far. I know it's a new thing, but in the last couple of years since it's come around, Texas Tech had a bunch of money, and they said, let's pour it into the defense. And, man, that worked out perfect. I don't know about that 52.5. I don't know if there's going to be a bunch of points. I'm staying away from the total, but but I love Texas Tech. That's your Levine's lock of the college football playoffs. I think J-Rod's muted right now. I don't know if you're talking. But anyway, coming up in just a second, we'll get back into some more college football and our NFL thoughts. Thanks for checking us out on this Christmas Eve morning right here. It's the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Back at it here on the BetMGM Network Daily Tip with the Sports Machine, Sean Levine. I'm Jim Rodriguez. Thanks for hanging out with us on Christmas Eve. All the presents wrapped, ready to go, Machine?
Yeah. You want to hear my favorite Christmas story real quick? Do we got a minute? Can I tell you my favorite? So
For you, I got 2.
2 minutes? That's probably what's going to take me. So it's 2010, and I'm living in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina with my best friend and his, at the time, girlfriend. And there's a bunch of presents under the tree, and they do some sort of 12 days of Christmas thing where they allow each other to open one present every single day leading up to Christmas. And there was one little Christmas present that was wrapped that was clearly a little box that maybe was something special inside of it. That was closest to the tree trunk that he had told, her name's Allison, he had said, hey, don't open that one until Christmas Eve. Let's save that one. You can open any other ones. And so he also told me as his best friend, hey, man, when she opens the gift, be ready with your camera to take a picture. That's all he told me. And so obviously she's thinking, we've been dating for a while. 'Tis the moment. It's a jewelry box. We see where this is going. I'm thinking the same thing, right? I see the box and he tells me to be ready with my camera. My boy's about to propose. And so there's one box left and it's Christmas Eve and I'm ready with the camera and tears are already rolling down her face and she starts to open the box. And it's only then, J-Rod, that my best friend realizes what he did. Everybody else knew. And my boy's like, he looks at me and he's like, uh-oh. And he just realized then that it probably wasn't a good idea that he had got her a pocket knife with her name engraved in it, for some reason thinking that was a big deal. Bro, we all thought she was about to get proposed to. I took the picture. It's like an infamous family photo. She's pissed, tears rolling down the eyes, and they did get married, but let's just say they also got divorced. So that will forever be my favorite Christmas story. It's not necessarily the best one, but that's my favorite one.
I'm surprised you didn't shank him with that knife.
Dude, I thought she was going to. And I'm not even making that up. She pulled out the blade, and I'm like, uh-oh. Bro, you better move. And then literally, she ducked off into the room and cried. And he goes, she thought I was going to propose. I'm like, bro, yeah.
Everybody
the whole world thought, you're the only one that didn't know that, dude.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
You knew they were doomed from the beginning. And then I love how you punctuated with, and they ended up getting divorced.
Yeah, they did. It didn't work out well. I mean, not all Christmas gifts are the same. How do you feel about gift cards, by the way? I'm an anti-gift card guy.
You're anti. I mean, listen. I guess it is very cold. It is very, very sort of like, very cold. Bro, I don't have time. I didn't know what to get here. Right. Go buy it yourself. I guess like it all depends on your relationship with someone. Although, like my kids, they love it. They prefer to have gift cards. They've even said, just give me gift cards.
Why would a gift card ever, and I'm being serious now, why would a gift card ever be a better gift than cash? Because can't you get whatever you want at that place with the cash, even if you don't have the gift card? And you can spend it anywhere else? Am I missing something? How is a gift card better than cash?
Right. There's nothing worse than, because I've had this where you get a gift card, oh, we don't take that here. Or yeah, you got to pay like a fee to use it, or you got to pay a monthly fee. So if you don't use it over a couple of months, it starts digging into your balance. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think if you're in a jam and you kind of don't know those people really well, like I can't tell you hey, Susie invited me to her birthday party this weekend. It's tomorrow. It's now 11:45 at night. I'm like, son of all right, we'll go to the drugstore. We'll get a gift card. We'll get her, as my kids used to say, the A card. We'll get her an A card and then call it a day right there. So speaking of the A card, Alabama, my friend, roll tide. See what I did?
I saw that.
I saw that. How to maintain a good beard. Good. Producer. They are in the Rose Bowl, the granddaddy of them all, best sunset ever in sports. It's the final piece of the quarterfinals. Winner of that gets the Oregon Texas Tech winner, and it's Alabama and Indiana. Fernando Mendoza, Miami kid. I tell you what, the excitement down here over Heisman Mendoza is through the roof, my friend. And it's the Hoosiers laying 7, which is an interesting point of contention right there. Hoosiers laying 7, 48.5 at the Rose Bowl. Everybody seems to be taking Bama in those points. Is that a trap?
You know why that public money's coming in on Alabama? And you're right. Like, I think I saw like 80% of the public money's coming in on Alabama. It's because Alabama has the second best winning percentage in the history of college football. And heading into this year, Indiana football had the worst winning percentage in the history of college football. Bro, we're talking about one game in a vacuum. The last 100 years don't matter. The last decade doesn't matter. The fact, none of conference realignment, and this is a whole new world, bro. And Indiana is here to stay. That's why they've got the Heisman Trophy winner. That's why they're undefeated. That's why they're the Big Ten champions. That's why they're coming off a game where they just beat the champion Buckeyes. What are we talking about? Why are still people going, man, I don't know, man. I think Bama can win this game. This is not your daddy's Alabama team. This ain't your big brother's Alabama team. I mean, you're looking at an undefeated Indiana team versus a 1-2-3 loss tied team. And if your whole argument is, yeah, but they played in the SEC, dude, the Big Ten was pretty good this year too. Let me remind you that Indiana beat both Oregon, who's in the college football playoff, and Ohio State, who's in the college football playoff. So do what you want with your money, but I'm emptying the bank account on the Hoosiers -7 because that's disrespectful. To be honest with you, if it wasn't called Indiana and they weren't called Alabama, Indiana would be like a 12, 13-point favorite. So this line ain't right. It's not big enough. I'm all over the Hoosiers.
Yeah, and people also forget that Indiana, top 10 defense, right? They held Ohio State to 10 points. That's 27 points below their average, you know? And they've got that balanced attacks. And listen, Kalen DeBoer was going to get fired, okay? They were down 17-0 in that game. And it was more, I don't know if it was more Oklahoma losing it than Alabama winning it, but at the same time, it also proves and pushes the Alabama narrative. And that's why Alabama will always be in ink when they make the brackets for the college football playoff every year. Alabama is always there because this is what Alabama does. Alabama finds a way to sort of win and push the narrative that they belong. I'm the first one to say Alabama should always be in the playoff, but I think Alabama getting 7 is going to be interesting. It'll be interesting what they do with that kind of a defense. But I want to see Fernando Mendoza do it. He did it in the highest stage in that he went in the Big Ten championship and beat Ohio State. Let's see now in the Rose Bowl. Let's see, to get and play the winner of Oregon, Texas Tech. It's a fascinating thing, especially when you have these schools that are known for one sport and start winning in other sports. And people just can't get over that because Indiana's a basketball school and they're expecting that other shoe to drop.
J-Rod, before we pivot off the college football, do you think the committee, since there is a committee, right? We're not dealing with a BCS or a computer system or even a 4-team playoff. Like, they actually got to figure out who the 12 teams are. Do you think they should do it more like college basketball where they just give us the best teams, right? Where you don't worry about necessarily, obviously you got the automatic bids for the conference and make the NCAA tournament. But besides that, I don't need to see the little guy anymore. I don't need any more of this James Madison. I don't need to see any more of this Tulane. Maybe if they go undefeated, right, a random-ass Coastal Carolina, then we can have the conversation. But they better go undefeated and beat everybody by 40 because neither one of those teams was kicking it. While you could still have Texas in this round or Vanderbilt or Notre Dame. I don't know about you, but now that I've seen it for a couple of years, I just want the best teams, man.
Yeah, I thought the idea of expanding it was to get the best teams in, not to include teams from smaller conferences. Listen,
right?
I love it. I love you. Listen, if you're Tulane, if you're James Madison, I get it. Point of pride. Hey, we played in the college football playoff. But listen, the players aren't the same. The quality of player that goes to James Madison isn't the same kind of player that goes to Ohio State. That's just the facts, man. There, you know what I mean? There are wealthy people and there are billionaires. That's just the way it is. You don't, if you're a blue chip recruit, You're not going to Tulane, man. You're going to go to Alabama. That's just what it is, And it sucks for the Tulanes. It sucks for the James Madisons and the Coastal Carolinas. And we saw Boise State, a few years back. But that's not what this is about. If you're going to expand this to 12 teams and not include a Notre Dame and Texas, then what are we doing? Then let's go back to what we used to do. Because, you've essentially killed all the bowls already. These bowls are ridiculous. Did you see that bowl, that giant vat of chili that was going on yesterday? What in the world was that? Blech. The point is college football is really walking a dangerous line. They're cannibalizing themselves in an effort to create a playoff, and they're not even putting the best teams in the playoff. So with all due respect to James Madison and to Tulane, they don't belong, and they should never belong.
There was a chili bowl? I saw the Pop-Tarts bowl and the Cheez-It bowl.
Yeah, there was, I think it was the Boca Raton bowl, was the Bush Baked Beans bowl. It was sponsored by Bush Baked Beans.
Sure.
That was the Boca Raton bowl. And so
Can
it was
you
Louisville,
imagine?
And they had this giant freaking vat of beans, of baked beans, and they gave them the ladle, and they were stirring the ladle. And
that actually sounds kind of.
I think it was Barstool said that flight home back to Louisville is going to be wild after knocking down all those beans, man.
Thank you, but I'm not knocking the Pop-Tarts bowl.
That plane's going to be out of commission, my brother. That plane's going to be out of commission for a couple days. Open all the doors.
Different kind of gas powering that plane is what you're saying. Dude, yeah, I mean, these bowl games are getting ridiculous. The Cheez-It Bowl, the Tony the Tiger Bowl. We need a Minute Bowl. That's what we need. We need a Minute Bowl. But, yeah, dude, ultimately, the bowl games are dead, right? Like, besides people like you and me that wake up at 5 a.m. and jump on the radio and bet on random bowl games, what's the point? Like, I know what it used to be. It used to be these kids were student athletes, and they got a vacation, and they got a swag pack and extra practice and all that. But with the college football playoff, who's watching these other bowl games?
Right. I mean, and I think you said it best on one of your shows, and there are levels to these bowls, Michie, like the Xbox Bowl versus the Pop-Tart Bowl. The swag bag's a little different.
Yeah, give me that Xbox. Although I do love cinnamon Pop-Tarts. Those things are fire.
Although with the NIL, I've got 5 Xboxes at home right now, right? And I got a whole pantry full of Pop-Tarts. Yeah, I just think if you're going to expand the playoffs, right? Because before it was maybe 4 teams that would say, hey, I'm only going to play if I'm in the college football playoff, right? If I'm in the BCS. Otherwise, I'm not going to play. Now you've got more teams that are saying, hey, man, I ain't playing in your bowl unless I'm in the college football playoff. So I think they're cannibalizing themselves. And sometimes you have to do that to grow and create a bigger product. And I think it's great that they've expanded. I think it's awesome that they're 12 teams. And I think it's necessary. But put the 12 best teams in. I mean, listen, all due respect, enough of James Madison, enough of Tulane. We don't need any of this nonsense. Speaking of
I was going to say real quick, they're going to expand to 16, but the fact that it's 12 and we get to see a playoff and still have this type of conversation, I'm okay if they keep it at 12 here for a couple of years. All sports expand, literally every sport in the last 5-10 years.
You have to.
The playoffs. Yeah, they're going to, but I think 12, it's fine. I'm not complaining.
No, neither am I. I think it's great, but put the 12 best teams in there. Don't put a team. Don't put University of Nebraska at Omaha because they went 12-0 and they're beating Our Lady of Perpetual Motion 73-0 every year. Because
actually,
again,
they were good this year. Our Lady was good this year. Give them a little bit of respect, but I get your point.
Yeah. OLPM all the time.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, because what it's going to do, and we're seeing it now with Notre Dame. They're not playing USC. If you're going to be left out because you lost in week 2, then why? I ain't going to play Miami. I ain't going to play USC. I'm not going to play any of those teams, and I'm going to roll up 13 wins, and I'll see you in the top 12.
That's what happened to Texas, too. They're saying the same thing. We're just not going to schedule Ohio State. Now, the counter argument to that is if you would have beat them, you would have got in. And then they just say back, yeah, well, we could have scheduled Ohio. We probably would have beat the Bobcats. It's a little different when you go into the Horseshoe and play the Buckeyes, the national champions. So, Yeah, that's the problem. Like if you're Notre Dame, you're some of these schools that got left out, Texas, and these are big. I mean, these are the biggest of the big boys. What is your incentive to schedule tough games out of conference? There really isn't any.
Yeah, no, zero. And we're starting to see it now. Like I was shocked that we're not going to have Notre Dame USC next year. I was shocked.
That sucks.
But then again, I'm not, because what is the goal? The money you're going to make from hosting USC or going to the Coliseum and being on national TV to play them, or the money you're going to make from being in the college football playoff? No brainer, right? Absolute no-brainer. So get ready for more, Notre Dame versus, Southern Miss and Appalachian State and Indiana State. Good for that. Hey, let's take a break. When we come back, the greatest Christmas movies of all time and the one that put me in therapy. Coming up next on The Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Oh, I love Christmas. I love Christmas. I really do. It's cheesy. I know. It's sentimental. I know. Reminds me of some good memories. My parents, my friends, my buddies, all hanging out around the tree and around the holidays. So it's always good. Hoping you're getting be able to spend some time with your family and friends, or at the very least get a little bit of that holiday pay in your pocketbook. I'm Jim Rodriguez with the machine, Sean Levine, here on the BetMGM Network. The Daily Tip, as Christmas Eve has come. The Fat Man's coming tonight. The old Dean Martin line. I don't care who you are, fat man. Get them reindeer off my roof. But go to bed, leave the cigars, the cookies, the milk, the scotch, and let the fat man do his work today. What time you go to bed tonight, Machine?
First of all, when you said fat man, you were looking at me. I thought, man, you could just call me Sean or Sports Machine. Damn.
No. I am a man of girth, so I can never call anyone fat.
Oh, good for
Well
you.
fed.
Man, I'm probably a 9 p.m.er. Like I'm scared of big hooved animals, and I don't want to run into those reindeer. So I'm not messing with them. So I'll probably get to bed probably like 9 or 10 o'clock before Santa and his boys are doing his thing.
Yeah, my kids are up and at 'em like 5, 6 bells. It's funny, they don't get up early the rest of the year, but Christmas morning they're up and at 'em. So I got to get that rest, and I got to clear a space for the man to do his thing. So I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Happy holidays to everyone here. And so, our executive producer David Dykstra came up with a pretty idea. What the greatest Christmas movies of all time. And we always had that debate, is Die Hard a Christmas movie or not? And I think it is, only because you only watch it around Christmas. So so that makes it a Christmas movie. So Machine, I start with you, buddy. What is your compilation of greatest Christmas movies?
So I'm going to probably take you off guard here. I'll take you all the way back to 1988. I don't know if it was a classic. Are you familiar with Scrooged? Bill Murray.
Bill Murray.
Bill Murray, my man. I knew you'd know what I was talking about. I remember where I was sitting with my pops in the theater, and as it was going on toward the end of the movie, my dad whispers in my ear, he goes, "This might be the greatest Christmas movie I've ever seen." And I was thinking it was kind of average, but like the memory of sitting here with my pops, I guess. So I always think of that, and we watch it every single year. Obviously, Home Alone. I mean, Home Alone got to be the GOAT, but that's not too original. We all have that. And then, do you consider Edward Scissorhands to be a Christmas movie? All this debate about Gremlins and is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Is Edward Scissorhands a Christmas movie in your mind?
You're gonna laugh. I've never seen Edward Scissorhands. I mean,
that's your homework.
I know what it's about. And I've seen a lot of movies, and I've seen a lot of pop culture things. I've never gotten to that because I always heard it was so sad. I don't want to be sad when I watch it.
It is kind of sad, but also it's a great movie. I'm being dead honest with you. Like, when you're with the family tonight, if you got a couple of hours and you've lost a couple of bets and you want to be in a sad mood, put on Edward Scissorhands, gather the family around, and you think you know what it's about, but you don't because you've never seen it. You're thinking, oh, it's just this guy with scissors for hands, and, well, you're partially correct, but I need to know if you think it's a Christmas movie or not. I'm in the yes category.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. To me, my GOAT of Christmas movies, to me, this is far better than Home Alone. I go back to 1983, my brother. A Christmas Story. You'll shoot your eye out. To me, that is the quintessential Christmas movie, Christmas Story, because it is so reminded me when I remember as a kid watching that. I was like 12 years old when that came out. So I wasn't too little, but that family reminded me so much of my family. That dysfunction, yet love, yet violence, yet craziness, yet bad luck, yet good luck. That was my family growing up. You know what I mean? The dogs come in, eat the turkey on Christmas dinner. They ended up having to go to the Chinese restaurant. The kid shoots his eye out, breaks his glasses, gets into fights with the neighborhood kids, goes to the mall. the dad who is just absolutely at his wit's end, the mom who is the saint of the family. That is my family growing up. That is my family now. I mean, literally, I live in that family now. Bupkis, get them dogs out of the backyard, Bupkis. I mean, to me, that's my family. And that movie is just, it tugs at my heartstring because it reminds me of everything that is good, crazy, real about, the imperfections of the holiday. So I love A Christmas Story, and I watch it every year nonstop.
That was great. Although, what's a mall? What is this mall that you speak of? I don't know what a mall is. Do people still go to the mall, by the way? Like, if it is the season for the mall, right? Is that still really a thing?
It's funny. I had to go. I bought something online, and for some reason it didn't deliver, or there was a shipment thing, and they sent me an email and they said, hey, if you want it, we can reship it, or you can come to the mall and you can get it right now, and we'll give you we'll refund your shipping and stuff. So I decided to go to the mall. And I'll tell you what, it was the most sad thing ever. I walked in, first of all, I thought I was in Stranger Things, right? First of all, place was empty. It was closed out stores. The movie theater was still kind of bumping.
They still got a pretzel place? Can you still get a pretzel?
It's obligatory. You got to have a pretzel place. You got to have an orange juice, orange Julius, orange whip kind of thing. Some awful hot dog spot, some chocolate spot, and then a Starbucks. But it's all this collection of stuff. People walking around with luggage. Like, where are you going? Are you coming from the airport? Are you going to the airport? What's all this luggage you got going around here? But it was just so sad. Nobody there. Some guy asleep on the corner, some janitor cleaning because he's like, I'm just going to keep cleaning because I'm not going to have this job pretty soon because they're going to close this mall.
You see any mall walkers?
No more mall walkers. No more.
Wow. Yeah,
No
it's
more.
yeah.
So
It's sad,
weird.
man.
It was
I miss
weird.
the mall.
But I will say this, the one movie, and maybe this is why I don't like sad movies, maybe because I'm traumatized, is I'm a big claymation guy. Anything claymation, I'll watch. Santa Claus is coming to town, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Nightmare Before Christmas. By the way, talk about having a great claymation movie with kids. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is 55 minutes. That's the perfect length for a movie with kids, by the way. But the year without a Santa Claus, I mean, I get goosebumps just thinking about it. I break out into hives. When I saw that movie, I was hysterical, Machine. Like, really, I was like, there's no Santa Claus. He's sick. It's not going to happen. We're not going to have Christmas this year. And I would lose my ever-living mind. And my poor mom, who didn't speak English, would sit there and be like, what is wrong with this kid? What is he watching? What is he going out of his mind? And Santa, he's got a fever. I would get like snot out of my nose, worked up kind of stuff. And that movie is forever banned in this house.
I can tell the PTSD is real for that one. Look at this guy.
Real. You can't just spring that on some kid.
He's shaken by Santa missing Christmas. I've never seen that one, to be honest with you. Did he ever make it back, or he just missed Christmas that year?
No, he hung in there, and he got he was all skinny, and I was like, come on, Santa's gonna die. He's not gonna be there. We're not gonna have Christmas. Oh my god! I mean, I lose it, man. And then whenever I watch it, whenever anything's on claymation, I immediately like, that's not Year Without Santa Claus, is it? Info.
Your therapist must think you're a weirdo. I don't think they can tell you that, but I mean, most people go in there and it's a job trauma, or somebody passed away, or a divorce they didn't see coming.
Bro,
J-Rod walks in there and talks about Santa. But get out of my office. You're a grown ass man.
Get out of here. No, but seriously, man, that I was shook when that thing come out. Shook, my brother.
Still are.
I might need a beverage or something here. Something to. Whew. But and then we talked about Elf. Like, I don't understand all the Elf hate. I mean, to me, it's a great Christmas movie. I still don't get it. Not the best piece of American cinema you're going to find out there, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
I just found out yesterday that they made more than 2 Home Alones. Did you know that? We've all seen the first 2 Home Alones. First of all, Home Alone 1, I'm not saying it's good parenting, but in theory, if you're Philip Rivers and you've got 10 kids and the neighbor kid comes over and you're trying to
One's
count,
going to sneak out through the cracks, yeah.
Hey, it's a flight, it's the 90s. I suppose that could happen. Home Alone 2, now's when I start to call the Child Protective Services. Like, okay, it happened again. So we got to do something with the parents, but I get it. I'll suspend belief because it's a movie. And I liked Home Alone 2, by the way, Lost in New York. Not a bad movie. Home Alone 3, our producer Mike's in my ear saying it was an important movie for him. I got to be honest with you. I had no idea it existed until like 2 days ago. Apparently there's like a Home Alone 3, a Home Alone 4. I know about all the Mighty Ducks. Did you know about all these Home Alones?
I knew there was 3. I didn't realize there was more than that.
Yeah, I think in the third one, they don't even have Macaulay Culkin anymore. At that point, it's like, I don't know, Webster, Gary Coleman. I don't know who played the kid who was Home Alone at that point because I didn't see the third one. But I don't know. According to my producer, the third one, the fourth one are worth seeing. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But I will say this: the one movie that I've grown to like more and more as each year goes by is Chevy Chase Christmas Vacation. That when that first came out, I was like, oh, what are we doing? We're just recycling these characters, telling the same jokes over again. But I'll tell you what, him not getting the raise, and then Randy Quaid kidnapping the boss, and it's Bill Murray's brother. You're right. Everybody gets a raise. The family.
Hey, it's fine. It's fine. It's a good movie. What about Turbo Man? Can we get a little bit of love for Jingle All the Way? An absolute classic. You're going to give me Sinbad in a movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger? If that movie didn't win every single award that year, I'm pissed.
Wasn't Phil Hartman in that too?
I believe he was. Yeah,
he was the peak. He had it. He had the movie. He had it first and everything like that. Yeah.
He did. You're right.
No year without a Santa Claus, right? Otherwise, we're good.
We know, dude. Get over it.
We're going to take a break. I'm going to get over it. NBA on Christmas, NFL on Christmas. We'll break it down for you next. With the machine, I'm J-Rod. It's the Daily Tip.
You're right.
Big move for BetMGM tonight. Beginning December 29th, we're live on the new Westwood One Sports. Weeknights from 6 to 11 Eastern. Listen anywhere on the go and with the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Christmas Eve getting closer. Christmas Day, New Year's is right around the corner. Oh my gosh, 2025. Gonna put that thing to bed. Next thing you know, it's gonna be spring training, World Baseball Classic, opening day. Let's go, everybody. But we've got still NBA to talk about. What's up, everybody? Jim Rodriguez with the machine. Sean Levine here on the Daily Tip on this Christmas Eve on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for hanging out with us. You can always hit us up on the Odyssey app. That's free. Rewind, see any parts of the show. We've been talking about Christmas movies, Christmas songs. We'll get into that. Tell you
Maids of milking. Lots of maids of milking. Yeah, lots of maids of milking.
And we're gonna introduce Sean Levine to some coquito. So stay tuned to that, my friends. But NBA Christmas, that's synonymous. Even though the NFL's tried to come over there and walk on their side of the street, but 5 NBA games, and one of them, I guess, the game of the day machine is we've seen already 2 chapters of this. It's the Spurs and the Thunder from OKC. That is the second game on the slate. Spurs have beat the Thunder twice. Spurs have 4 losses this year. 2 of them have been to San Antonio. Of course, they beat them in Vegas in the semifinal of the NBA Cup. And then last night, Spurs beat them in San Antonio. So this one's in Oklahoma City. And the Thunder, 9.5-point favorites in that game. Spurs beat them on Tuesday, 130-110. It's the top 2 seeds in the West. This is a heavyweight tussle, my friend.
Yeah, this is as heavyweight as it gets because, as you point out, so you got the Thunder right now who, even with their 2 losses to San Antonio, they're 26-4. I'm not good at math, but that's still on pace to win, 71, 72 basketball games. And then you got the Spurs who – they're right in their rearview mirror. They're 3.5 games back of this unbeatable, all-time great, already a dynasty Thunder team. They're 22-7, the Spurs are. That's without Victor Wembanyama for a handful of games this year. So you got to figure when they're completely healthy, this is probably going to be your Western Conference Finals preview. No disrespect to Jokic and the boys with the Nuggets or the Lakers, or Minnesota's been to a couple of straight conference finals. But, I mean, as long as everybody stays healthy, do you see a scenario where San Antonio versus Oklahoma City is not a series that we see later on in the season?
No, I think it's all pointing toward that, and they're doing it, machine, with Wemby coming off the bench,
right?
As they're nursing him. He played 23 minutes, and again, when he gets going, when he gets well completed, he's 100%. That's wild. But I guess for tonight's game, what gets me is 9.5. Now I get it; they played a couple of days ago, so the game's in OKC, but that is a big number for a team that's beaten you twice.
Which makes me want to lay the points. I completely agree with you. It looks way too big, but sometimes when you look at that, you just lay the points and go, okay, somebody knows something. Obviously, OKC's at home. They're incentivized. They're healthier. Speaking of health, when it comes to those rosters, is there an argument that if both rosters are completely healthy as the season goes along, that maybe San Antonio actually has a little bit more talent? I'm not saying they're better, but I look at this Oklahoma City Thunder team and compare them to other great dynasties. This team's not as talented as the Warriors. They don't have Michael Jordan with the Bulls. This is not Tim Duncan with the Spurs. To me, it's more about chemistry than it is talent with the Thunder.
Yeah, they do seem very top heavy, and you almost wonder if you can stop SGA. I just think they haven't developed. I mean, obviously Chet Holmgren's had some injuries. I don't think they've developed yet, and I don't think they've really grown into. I almost feel like Oklahoma City's like a teenager. They haven't really gotten big yet. They haven't gotten strong yet. They haven't grown into their bodies yet. That's kind of how I feel Oklahoma City is, and maybe in 2 or 3 years, then they're going to be impossible to figure out.
That's what I'm saying. They just had their bar mitzvah, and they're already an NBA champion, and they beat everybody by 15 points per game last year. They're beating everybody by 17 points this year. I'm ready to already call them a dynasty if they cash in and win the title this year. I mean, damn, back-to-back championships. You beat up on everybody, maybe all-time wins record. You've got SGA, maybe back-to-back MVP. I don't need to see a whole lot more. It's crazy it's happening in the smallest market in professional sports. But again, that's where we are right now, where you can win championships and start a dynasty, even in a place like Oklahoma City. By the way, I know you're in Miami, so you're going to say something about Oklahoma City. You got a problem with Kansas City. Don't knock it till you've tried it. Okay, she's all right.
I've never been to Oklahoma City. Know some people out there. I heard they got a great steakhouse, Mahogany, I think it's called. That's what I want to go to hang out there. I will say this, and maybe that's why the NBA. I don't want to lay this all in Oklahoma City, because at the end of the day, they've got a bunch of like great, likable, marketable, good dudes. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Oftentimes when a team wins a championship, you always want to find some, I don't like this guy, or that guy's a jerk, or this. It doesn't seem to be the case. The coach is great. They're just a bunch of grinders. But again, when Oklahoma City is the center of the basketball universe, for as much as everyone's happy, I'm sure the NBA is kind of like, yeah. And now the main competitor, is in San Antonio, when you're like, another small market. So you're just kind of like, oh, well, okay, cool. I mean, you had Oklahoma City, Indiana last year. I mean, it made Indianapolis look like freaking New York City compared to Oklahoma City. But I almost wonder where the NBA is happy, but you're kind of like, yay, kind of.
I get your point, but I'm not the NBA. I'm a fan. I don't care if it's a couple of Midwest squads. I'll watch a 7-game series between that Thunder team and that Pacers team all day. If you want to see a Lakers,
I mean, it was good hoops. Good hoops.
So if you want to see if your Miami Heat, take on the Dallas Mavericks, all these big markets, cool. But yeah, I mean, that Oklahoma City Thunder team, wildly entertaining, definitely likable guys. And again, on the brink of already becoming another dynasty, which in the NBA, we've always got dynasties. I mean, the Celtics back in the day, the Shaq Lakers, the Jordan Bulls, the Golden State Warriors, the Tim Duncan Spurs. There's always a dynasty. Not sometimes, there's always a dynasty. And so I think what we're seeing right now is the beginning of another one.
Well, and you need dynasties. I mean, I got into it on a radio show last week. I think you need dynasties. Dynasties are good. You need somebody to root against. And I'm not talking about personally. I'm talking about as a sports team. You need the Patriots. You need the Yankees. You need the Dodgers.
That's right.
You need teams to root against, because then that opens up your market from just more than the two teams that are playing for the championship. That opens up to a national. Oh, I hate the Dodgers. Oh, I hate the Celtics. So that way, if you're in San Francisco, or if you're in Phoenix and your team isn't in it, you're watching it because you don't like this team or you don't like that team. I think that's why dynasties are important. Absolutely. One of our producers said, you need a heel. You need the Iron Sheik. You need the Andre the Giants. You need that other guy. Otherwise, it's there. It's just there. And it's telling to me that the Oklahoma City Thunder won the NBA championship, and I haven't seen SGA on billboards. I haven't seen SGA pimping deodorant or shoes or cars or anything like that. We saw Steph Curry everywhere. We certainly saw Michael Jordan everywhere. So I'm almost wondering if even Main Street, Wall Street, Madison Avenue hasn't bought into the Thunder yet.
To your point about dynasties, since I'm talking to you from Kansas City as a Chiefs fan, it is weird to be a fan of one of those teams, because they kind of come out of nowhere. Like, I've seen a lot of Steve DeBerg, Dave Craig, Brody Croyle, Trent Green, at quarterback, Tyler Thigpen out of Coastal Carolina. There's been some garbage back there. And then all of a sudden you get that guy. And that's how it works in sports, whether it's basketball like SGA. The Thunder are nothing. Well, they're a good team, but they're not a championship team. But then they got their guy, like when the Chiefs got Patrick Mahomes. So it's a very weird spot, to be honest with you, to be a fan. I'm not complaining, but to be a fan of a team that all of a sudden is in the middle of a dynasty, because people didn't hate the Chiefs at the beginning of this whole thing. People used to love the Warriors when they were winning their first couple of championships. And then all of a sudden, everybody finds a reason not to like you once you've got 2 or 3 of those things. And as a fan, you're just putting your hands up going, hey, I'm just the same fan that was watching Brody Croyle and Dave Craig 15 years ago. at quarterback. So as a fan of a dynasty team, I'm telling you, I'm not complaining. It's kind of a weird spot to be. But to your point, it's great for sports. It's cool when it's wide open. It's better when there's a team that everybody's chasing and that everybody wants to be.
Right. I think wide open is terrible because to me, unless you're a fan of those two teams, I'm not watching. You know what I mean? Unless you're a fan or in those markets. I remember a couple years ago we had the Diamondbacks and the Rangers in the World Series, and I said that's terrible. That's terrible. When's the last
Look
time
at the
you were
NFL
in
this year? Look, if you don't have the Chiefs, people are like, hey, okay, cool. Well, wait till the playoffs come around, and now you got Bo Nix versus Trevor Lawrence, or now you got Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl. So say you don't like the super team or the dynasty until you're actually watching the game, you're a liar.
Right, because you need that. Because I always tell people, when's the last time you were in an airport and saw somebody wearing a Diamondbacks hat or saw somebody wearing a Rangers jersey at an airport?
Marlins hat in Kansas City.
Outside of Dallas, outside of Phoenix, it ain't happening. Hey, early game. Speaking of one of those dynasties that the NBA is always better if this team is good, you got the Knicks at Madison Square Garden opening up Christmas Day, hosting the Cavaliers. Cavaliers are a pain in the ass if you're a bettor, man. They are 8-21 against the spread this year. 8-21, and they're worse at home. So I've been cashing them at home. 6.5. The Knicks are laying at MSG. By the way, Knicks are 14-2 straight up at the crib. 237.5 in that game.
What happened to the Cavs, bro? They were supposed to be the closest thing to the Knicks, and not only they bad against the line, they're only an average basketball team overall. They're 17-14. They're 8 games out of first place. It's strange because it felt like they were building something the last couple of years, and finally this was going to be the year that everything clicked, and all of a sudden they're one of those teams that the playoffs started today, which they don't, but if the playoffs started today, they'd have to play their way in that weird 7 through 10, I beat you, then 8, 9. I don't understand it, but I know that that's how it works. So Cleveland, I assume they're going to play their way out of it. It's a long season, and we're just 31, 32 games into it, which means we still got like 50 games left. I think Cleveland's going to get right, but I don't think they get right coming up on Christmas. I think the Knicks put it to them. The Knicks, to me, are a team that we're going to look up here in a few weeks, and they're going to be the first-place team. The Pistons, they're not frauds, but they're not the Knicks, and I think the Knicks are going to get everything that we talked about this offseason. I think they're going to be the 1 seed. I think that the playoffs are going to go through New York, and ultimately, I think they're going to end up in the NBA Finals because big picture, if they don't get to the Finals, this season was a disappointment, and Mike Brown's already on the hot seat.
Right. Well, I love Mike Brown. There's a guy that's pretty much won everywhere he's gone. It just seems to always get the short end of it.
This is different.
Cavs.
This is different. This is New York, and they're already ready-made product. This is different for Mike Brown.
Yeah. I mean, Cavs, it's their 3rd game in 4 nights when they play the Knicks. So the schedule maker is not doing them any favor, and it's a noon game. 3 games in 4 nights, and you play a noon game. So wow. I'm sure the Cavs are going to be literally dragging themselves into the world's most famous arena.
I might be dragging myself when I bet that game, if I'm being honest with you. Got a little bit of eggnog planning on going down, but I'll still bet the game. You know that.
No, absolutely, bro. Rockets and Lakers, part of the Christmas night. Rockets favorite on the road, laying 3.5. It's a Durant versus James. It is their 5th Christmas Day matchup. Lakers 5-0 in 1 possession games, so they've been playing a lot of close games against. But no, Austin Reeves is hurt, Luka's hurt, and the Rockets best rebounding team in the NBA.
Yeah, I don't care. Why'd you put me in a bad mood? I was feeling good, waking up early, doing radio with you. It's Christmas, and now you bring up the damn Rockets. Dude, they cost me so bad last night. What happened in the 4th quarter? So I had a prop bet on Sengun to get to 20 and for KD to get to 25. They were both coasting. Sengun had 19 heading into the 4th quarter.
That's
KD needed 3 points. And then I wake up in the middle of the night to see how big my account is just to find out neither one of those guys played, and I didn't hit the prop. Yeah, dude, why'd you bring up the Rockets? Screw Kevin Durant, screw Sengun, screw that whole basketball team. I don't care who they play. I'm betting on the other team. Give me the Lakers on the money line.
Yeah, plus 125 for the Lakers. I like your style. Wolves and Nuggets, another good one. Nuggets laying 3.5. Minnesota, they're a bit of a mess right now. They have point guard issues. 3-8 against teams that are winning, that have winning records. Having to go to the altitude. I think, unfortunately for Minnesota, the table is turned. And then another West Coast game: Mavericks and Warriors. Minus 8.5, the Warriors. I'll tell you what, Golden State, third in the league in defensive rating. Mavericks, 28th in offense. I like the under 228 in that one. Listen, there's plenty of NFL. We're going to go into those Christmas games tomorrow. Plus, there's also some great games on Sunday, some huge matchups. We'll get into that as well. And Machine, before we go to break, I guess my thing is, how are you going to manage all these Christmas Day games tomorrow?
I'm going to get maids of milking to help me. That's the plan. Lots and lots of maids of milking. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I'll tell you why the streaming channels are kind of not good for me, because I can't hit the back button. I got to go, log out, come back in, load, buffer, wheels. Come on! I need a back button.
I love the back button.
You hit the back button. You come back. It's the Daily Tip from the BetMGM Network.
The Daily Tip. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Well, ho, ho, ho! What's going on? Ready to go on Christmas Eve with the machine, the sports machine, Sean Levine. I am Jim Rodriguez in a cast of thousands, and you here on the BetMGM Network broke down a little Christmas Day NBA, broke down Christmas Day NFL. Go to the Odyssey app, go to the YouTube channel, rewind it, get our picks, get our analysis. But Machine, you pointed out very, very smartly that there's more to the NFL than these Christmas games. There are some legit 5 super games to key in on this weekend in the NFL.
Yeah, there are a bunch of good ones, and each one of them is not just going to determine teams that are in or out, but seeding and who's the 1 seed and who gets the bye. Let's start in L.A. on the West Coast, where you got the Texans 10-5, who have been white hot, and they're still not even leading their division because all of a sudden Jacksonville is, well, a legitimate football team against the Chargers, who are 11-4, and nobody's talking about them, right? They're a very quiet 11-4 team. They're the AFC version of the 49ers, where, hello, we've got 11 wins. Can somebody mention our name? The Chargers -2 at home against the Texans. Both teams, in theory, could still win the division. Where's your money going?
Listen, I have been a big Texans honk. I think I have. They're my sort of my low key. I think they're 6-1 last I checked to win the AFC, to get to the Super Bowl. I mean, they have, ever since that victory against the Bills, I think that defense is amazing. You know, CJ Stroud has just got to be a little bit more consistent. And the Chargers, I'm sorry, I've grown up in Southern California. Chargers, I don't care who it is. Chargers are always going to Charger. I don't believe anything. They are always fraudulent, and they have fraudulent implications. I know they've got Harbaugh and Justin Herbert, and they've got 11 wins. I still don't believe them. I love the Texans. And I had them as my dark horse to win the AFC. I got a ticket for that, and I'll tell you what, I love the Texans spot, and I'll bet on the Texans this week. I mean, getting 2 points is weird. I've always said if it's less than 3, I'm just going to go the money line. So I'll take the Texans straight up money line at +110.
Are you sure this is still the same old Chargers? Like, I understand that you've seen a lot of Charger football.
What have they done? What have they done?
Well, as a bettor, sometimes you want to be proactive instead of reactive. And the only reason I bring that up is because I actually hit a ticket at the beginning of the year when the Denver Nuggets won their championship. And I feel like there's a lot of the same conversation where it was, but what have they really done? They've got these cool uniforms. They win a bunch of regular season games. Nuggets, Chargers kind of sound similar, right? But they've never actually won anything until they actually, won the championship with Jokic. And then all of a sudden, I cashed my ticket and everybody else went, oh, Denver's a great basketball team and Nikola Jokic. Dude, I'm not saying the Chargers are going to do that, but sometimes as a bettor, you can't just historically look back and go, they've never done it before. The difference to me is twofold. One, I'm not saying Justin Herbert's elite, but he's finally playing at the level that he should be, which is another way of saying he's been underwhelming before this. And we know that Jim Harbaugh can win big games pretty much at any level. So I agree with you, big picture. I don't think I'm going to bet on the Chargers to win the Super Bowl or anything like that. But I do think it's a different Chargers a little bit than from what we've seen. Did I sell you at all?
A little bit. I mean, what is fascinating by this, when you look at this number, am I reading that right? 39.5. It's under 40 in this game. That just, I guess it's a testament to the Texans defense. I think this is going to come down late. I think you're going to have a last second field goal, and I think the Texans are going to walk out of there with the win. That's why the +2 at minus money doesn't really interest me. If I was going to make a bet on this, I would definitely go with the Texans money line. But yeah, again, for me, I got to see it. Again, it's just too many years, too many frustrations with the Chargers, seeing them slip away. And I get it. Yeah, this isn't the same players. It's not. It's more of a joke thing to say than anything else. But at the same time, I need to see it. And the Chargers, I guess they are taking advantage that I think the Chargers could be the best team in this division. Now that Kansas City's down, the Raiders are trash, and I think the Broncos have some fraudulent tendencies. So I think the Chargers could find their way. If they don't do it this year, it's almost like the Bills. They're never going to do it.
It's pretty easy to poke holes in a lot of these NFL playoff teams. You go, oh, but Bo Nix isn't ready, or Drake May just got to the party, or I don't know if I believe in CJ Stroud, or in the NFC, Caleb Williams, or Sam Darnold. Well, at some point, two teams are going to make the Super Bowl. It's probably not going to be the teams you thought. You know, if you thought it was the Chiefs and the Lions, I'm here to tell you it's not going to be. The Jaguars right now are leading that division. This thing's bounced around. So at the beginning of the year, a lot of people were on the Texans, and then it was Indianapolis, who was 8-2, and don't look now, but they've lost every single game since. And then you've got this Jags team who's 11-4. Trevor Lawrence has thrown 8 touchdowns, no picks in his last 2 games against that Colts team that I was just saying, which is a ship taking on water. Can I convince you to take the 6.5 points with Indy at home?
No, not at all.
Good,
I think
good
Jacksonville. Man. I think Jacksonville. Listen, I was talking to Rob Brown yesterday, and he is all in on the Jaguars. I mean, like going to the Super Bowl, all in on the Jaguars. They're plus 550 to win the AFC. And if I like Houston a lot, I mean, Jacksonville's got shorter odds than them, and they're leading it. I mean, it's so funny. It's a Stranger Things upside down world, right? When you look at, the Broncos and the Jaguars, you're like, where are all the usual suspects? Where are the Ravens? Where are the Chiefs? Where are all these teams?
They stink.
Jacksonville, I think they finally got it. I think they got a great coach who understands the system. I think Trevor Lawrence has finally found his sort of his mojo under Liam Cohen. And I'll tell you what, I don't know how far they're going to go, but I think they're going to clobber Indianapolis, even though the AFC South is like my kryptonite, man. I can never get on the right side of any AFC South divisional game, from freaking Mark Brunell to freaking Trevor Lawrence to Peyton Manning to Daniel Jones to Carr to Stroud. Whenever there's an AFC South game, and I think it's going to go, it's like in Goodfellas. One dog goes this way, one dog goes that way. What do you want from me? How about a winner? I can never get on the right side of this. So my gut tells me, and I have a nice gut, tells me to take the Jaguars minus 6.5, but it wouldn't surprise me. But I still like the Jags on this.
No love for Blake Bortles? How'd you not say Blake Bortles in that little diatribe you just who else?
The fact
David Garrard?
They got to an AFC championship game with Blake Bortles, man. That's still the awesome part of it.
I mean, I'm just saying, Jacksonville plus 550 to get to the Super Bowl has to be the shortest odds in Jacksonville history ever at any point.
Even when they were really good.
Yeah, when they had your boy Mark Brunell, which was a pretty good drop. All right, Eagles. Not the team we thought they were going to be coming off of the Super Bowl, but still already division champions at 10-5. You could probably say the same thing about the Bills. We thought they were going to be dominant, but honestly, if you ask a Bills fan through 15 games, what should the record be? They probably would have said 11-4, just not quite the way that they've gotten to 11-4. And Bills fans probably also didn't see New England being quite this good. Buffalo at home with a lot on the line, the division, perhaps the number 1 seed, home games, all that, laying 2.5 against the Eagles. Where's your money going?
I'm gonna bet the Bills by 1 million. I think the Bills are gonna freaking clobber the Eagles. I think the Eagles. There is something to be said about motivation, right? And not that the Eagles don't have anything to play for, because it's playoff positioning. But listen, they've won the division in a very bumpy, toxic, Kardashian kind of season for them, right? They're just. You look up, they've won the division. First time they back-to-back division winners in the East in 20 years. But you almost feel like they don't care, right? Or they're whatever. I mean, they're going to get a home game. They're not going to get the number 1 seed. Buffalo is salivating, man, because again, they are the 6th seed with 11 wins. They're trying to hold off the Texans, who, by the way, they don't have the tiebreaker against the Texans, so they could end up as the 7th seed if they F around and mess up. I think Buffalo goes in there and absolutely clobbers the Eagles. I mean, clobbers them.
I'm with you. Not knowing the path for all these AFC teams, why would you put your money on anybody except for Buffalo when the playoffs come around? Or maybe now's when you get in, when you probably get longer odds because New England's leading the division. It looks like there's a good chance they hang on and they get the home games, and Buffalo has to go road game to get to the Super Bowl. But aren't they built to do it? I've seen plenty of Bills teams that have won 15 regular season games and had home field advantage, and it was Josh Allen versus whoever, and they lost. So maybe this is the way to do it, where we are away from home, road game, road game, road game. Bills or anybody else in the AFC, I mean, convince me that it's not Buffalo no matter what their path is.
Right. I mean, right now, they would play Jacksonville right now. If they move up to 5, they would be the Steelers, because I think the Steelers are locked in at 4. They're not moving anywhere. So do you want to go to Pittsburgh or do you want to go to Jacksonville? And if they drop to 7, then they'd probably go to either Denver or New England. I don't think I want any part of Denver or New England if I'm
Buffalo's
Buffalo.
Favored every one of those games, though. Every one of those games.
But I don't think I want any part of that on the road. I think I'd want to go to Pittsburgh a lot. I think if I'm Buffalo, I want to go to Pittsburgh. So I want to catch the Chargers, pass them, end up as the 5th seed, go in there, clobber the Steelers, and go on to the divisional round. But you're right. Maybe that, as a road team, that's their path this year.
Well, can you imagine if they don't get there again? It's one thing when Patrick Mahomes knocks you out 4 out of the last 5 years. If you get knocked out by Trevor Lawrence or C.J. Stroud or Bo Nix or Drake May, Josh Allen, Bills fans, sorry, it ain't never happened. It's just not. If it's not happening this year,
are you ready for Josh Allen wearing a Rams jersey next year?
Mm-hmm. You don't really believe that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If he can't get over the hump, if they lose, what's the point of staying in Buffalo? I'm not saying maybe the Rams is a stretch, but why stay in Buffalo?
Yeah, I mean, contract at this point, I guess, is the only reason why. It's certainly not the weather.
But you know, contracts are really nothing.
Right. I mean, especially sports contracts, they're fake. All right, Seahawks on the road at Carolina coming up on Sunday. Seattle 12-3, overachievers. They'd be the 1 seed right now. Carolina would be the division winners right now, talking about overachievers. Carolina beats good teams, right? They beat the Rams. They beat Green Bay. Can I convince you to say screw the 7 points and bet Carolina on the money line at home against Seattle?
I would not be that bold. I will take the 7. And this is kind of a revenge game, right? Sam Darnold goes back to Carolina, so to speak. Dave Canales, Southern California guy. I love what he's done with the Panthers. And yeah, to me, if you're the Panthers, you want to win this game because next week they go to Tampa, and that essentially they don't want that game to be for the division. You can almost take care of business now and win this game. I think the Panthers are going to cover those 7 points, no doubt about it. That defense, what I saw them do to the Rams, what I saw them do to Stafford, opened my eyes and made me a believer in Carolina.
I think Carolina's going to make the playoffs. And you were just talking about Pittsburgh. I think they're going to make the playoffs. And that means they're both going to win the division, which means they're both going to get a home game. All that being said, I think those are the 2 teams, one from the AFC, one from the NFC, that can't win the Super Bowl. That's it. We talk about how wide open it is. To me, that's the end of the story. Everybody else, and you tell me if I'm getting too excited here. Do you agree, 1, that Pittsburgh and Carolina can't win the Super Bowl, and 2, that everybody else can?
I would give Pittsburgh more of a chance to win the Super Bowl because they've got a guy, they got a quarterback and a coach that have done it. And there's legitimate talent in Pittsburgh. Carolina, I think Bryce Young, Dave Canales, not exactly moving the needle in terms of playoff experience. And as of right now, the Panthers would play the 49ers in the first round of the playoffs. So they might not even get out of the first round.
If you would have told me at the beginning of the year that Carolina is going to host a playoff game and the Chiefs and the Lions and Baltimore were all going to miss, I would say, where do you get your weed? That's what I would say. Because I just wouldn't have believed you.
If I told you the Dolphins and Chiefs would have the best record, we would be celebrating pots and pans here in Miami, right? Be like, yes, we did it. Same record as the Chiefs. Oh, wait. What happened?
Yeah, well, I mean, by Dolphin standards, it's still been an okay year, really. I can't believe they haven't fired their coach. All right, we got like a minute left. Last great game on this Sunday slate. The Bears 11-4 on the road at the 49ers 11-4. Matchup with the big dogs in the NFC. San Francisco -3. Who you betting?
Listen, San Francisco wins out. They win. They're the number 1 seed. And as far as it's tough for me to bet against the Bears now. I mean, I have been doubting them all year. Nah, it's the Bears. It's Ben Johnson's a good coach, but Caleb Williams, no, it's the Bears. They haven't figured it out. man, that so impressive what they did against Green Bay, scoring 10 points in the last 2 minutes, coming back, winning it on a walk-off in overtime. 49ers have really, though, absolutely are on a roll. I mean, Purdy, 5 touchdowns, Steve Young, Montana-esque kind of numbers. I want to say the 49ers, but again, I wouldn't. You know what? I might sprinkle a little thing on Bears money line. I could see the Bears going in there. I could see the Bears going in there and messing some stuff up. I wouldn't put a lot, but I could just put it because if the Bears won that game, would that surprise you?
No, and they win these type of games.
And that's the change of the culture, right?
They beat the
change
team.
Of the culture.
Yeah, and I just saw them beat Green Bay. They can beat anybody and come back. Coming up on the other side, we'll give you our best bets and we'll make some money. It's the BetMGM Network.
I'm Nick Costos, and You Bet is going to mornings. Starting December 29th, we're live on Westwood One Sports, weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Well, that music only means one thing. We're getting so close. Big presents tomorrow. Overtime pay if you're working. Family, friends, even if by yourself, know that we all are always thinking about you. Thanks for making us part of your day. Thanks for making us part of your time here on the BetMGM Network and the Daily Tip. We always appreciate it and wishing you all the best on this holiday season. Of course, in a pre-early Happy New Year to everybody out there. All right, we're going to wrap it up. Machine, Sean Levine, and me, Jim Rodriguez, and a cast of thousands here on the BetMGM Network. Wrapping it up. Been a fun show so far, but we're going to make you some money. Got to pay for those damn presents, Machine. And let's go with our best bets.
All right, I got a couple
Time to place your bets.
All right,
Let
so
the
I got
man
three.
speak. Let the man speak.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, that guy needs to be quiet. It's time for me to talk now. Dallas on the road at DC, division matchup, Christmas game. Nobody cares. I mean, maybe at the beginning of the year, this had a ton of intrigue. Maybe even a couple of months ago it did. I don't understand why Dallas is 7 points better than DC. They're not. And if you're thinking, well, Dak, they got the veteran quarterback. They're going to have the veteran quarterback on the other side with old Josh Johnson. Looks like he's going to get the start. You know, the guy that once played for the Bucs and the Niners and the Commanders and the Ravens and the Browns and the Bengals and the Jets and the Colts and the Bills and the Giants and the Texans and the 8 Maids and Milken and the Broncos and the Raiders and a couple of XFL teams. So give me the points with DC in that game. I like the unders in a bowl game coming up. This game's actually a couple of days away. Penn State and Clemson. This is the Pinstripe Bowl. It's not a big number, only 48.5. But, bro, you want to talk about a couple of teams that just don't care. They don't care who they're playing. They don't care about any bowl games. They thought they were going to be playing for a national championship at this point. Penn State was ranked number 2 at one point. Clemson was ranked number 4, and now they're playing in the Pinstripe Bowl unders. This is going to be a 3-0 football game. And then, unfortunately, I got the unders tonight on Santa Claus bringing me a pony. I've been asking for that now going on 41 years and no pony. So I hope it happens, but so far, nothing.
Can you imagine if you actually woke up and there was a pony sitting in your living room? Can you imagine?
I would freak the hell out, dude. I would.
Who brought this damn thing here? I was kidding.
I would absolutely lose it if there was a pony in my living room. I won't.
You're like, listen, half a dosage next time. Half a dosage.
I knew I took too many.
This is it. Maybe they were stuck together. I don't know.
Yep. They asked me. It said, "Hey, sports machine, you can take a few of these things, right?" I said, "Just give me one." They gave me 3, and all of a sudden, I got a pony in my living room.
I couldn't see the light. You know.
Oh, I was supposed to drink water too. Yeah, where the hell that pony come from? I want a pony though. Give me a pony.
They said you're supposed to chew it thoroughly, and I just swallowed it. That was the problem. So.
Yep. Whoops.
Listen, 3 bets for you. 3 best bets for you here on Christmas Eve. Let's start with the Big Island tonight. You got the Hawaii Bowl, Melakalikamaka, everybody. It's Cal and Hawaii, and I'm going to go with the hometown guy, right? Jaron Kewe Sagapulutele. He is the quarterback for Cal. He is the hometown guy. He's going to show out. Cal, and I think they're going to come off strong. Cal has hit the money line in the first half 4 of their last 6 games. I'm going to roll with Cal. First half money line, not bad either. -1.5. Jaron Kewe Sagapulutele, please. Also, sticking with football on Christmas Day tomorrow, Vikings hosting the Lions. Mama, that man is injured again. J.J. McCarthy's out with a hairline fracture in his hand. Starting center is out too. Max Brosmer is going to be the starter, exactly, against the Lions. Lions are trying to fight for their playoff lives. They're still alive. I love the Vikings team total under 16.5 points. That's plus money at BetMGM. Vikings team total under 16.5 points plus money at MGM. And
did you say
finally,
Brosnan? Who's their quarterback?
Max Brosmer, not Remington Steele. Max Brosmer, not
Merry
Pierce
Christmas,
Brosnan.
Max and your whole family.
Hi,
I wouldn't
Max.
know him if he walked in here, right? Hi, Max. I'm not putting my money on you. Merry Christmas again to you and the family. But you know
Have
what?
fun storming the castle, Max. Have fun storming the castle.
I don't know who that guy is.
Finally, Cavs Knicks from the world's most famous arena. Knicks 14-2 at home. Cavs awful against the number. They're 8-21 against the spread. I'll lay the 6.5. Cavs bunch of injuries, third game in 4 days, and an early one on Christmas. Give me the Knicks minus 6.5. David Dykstra. Dímelo!
What's going on, gents? I'm going to give out a play that I made I'd say about a month to a month and a half ago. I am riding with the Red Raiders of Texas Tech. I got them at 25-1 to win the national title. They are one of two teams. Yeah. They are one of two teams that are in this college football playoff that are ranked in the top 10 in both offense and defense. I think they are highly, highly, highly underrated. I believe that their defense can hold stout with pretty much anybody in college football. And the one game that they lost all year was at Arizona State at night, and their starting quarterback was out. So for me, Texas Tech is my pick to win the national title this year.
Tell them, Double D. Big 12's getting absolutely no respect. You know, I went to school at KU, and yes, my Jayhawks have a football team. It's not going great right now. But Texas Tech is only getting disrespected because they're not an SEC scheme, because they're not a Big Ten team. You know, I think Miami probably is getting a little of that hate too, but that's Miami. They were the last team in the field, and I think there's a lot of Notre Dame fans listening going, we would beat the brakes off them right now. Texas Tech is a different animal. Can I get in on a little bit of that 25-1? It's Christmas, bro. Give me a little bit of that. Give me a little bit.
I think they're still rocking it like 6.5 to 1.
Yeah, 6.5 to 1 and 25 to 1. I'm not good at math, but that's a big difference. I'll buy you a 6 to 1 ticket if you give me that 25 to 1. How's that?
Yeah, not having it. Not having it at all.
I didn't think so.
So listen, it's my last show of the year here on the BetMGM network, and of course, obviously, we know what's going on with BetMGM network. Just want to thank everyone involved, and I wanted to let you know, Sean Levine, that we got for you some coquito, my brother.
There it is.
We were talking about it. It is the Latino version of eggnog. Okay, now basically what it is, it's canned coconut milk or evaporated milk, cream of coconut, Puerto Rican rum. I don't think it has to be Puerto Rican rum, but rum, sweetened condensed milk. Sometimes they'll throw a little cinnamon in there. That's what the little in there. Some vanilla extract.
I was wondering what that was. That's the cinnamon?
Yeah, that's what that is. I think it's the cinnamon. Sometimes some nutmeg, and then you get this creamy coconut rum that is essential to any Christmas celebration. It is Latino eggnog, and it's coquito. So I, my friends, will, because of all much as I love you guys, my wife killed this thing here.
Bro, you got to be able to get this cap off. This would be a hell of a finish to your bet.
Right.
Bro, you got to.
There it is. She knew who she's married to. So I drink to you. I drink to you at home, and I drink all to your good health. Some coquito for you.
Oh, man, that was incredible. I know your wife is a strong woman, but if she's 7-time world's strongest man, Magnus Vermagnus, how tight was that lid?
She's the arm wrestling champion of the Northeast corridor. So get yourself some coquito.
That stuff looks great, man. Did it taste as good? I feel like it'd make me poop my pants the first time it goes down. I'm not gonna lie.
It is spicy, and I would recommend that you get some food in your system, and maybe not do it and not do it at 5:51 in the morning West Coast time. But no, man. So I gotta have it. Gotta have our little Latino roots and our little Latino fun. But man, that cork was a little hard to get out.
Your stomach, bro.
I heard that part. Woo.
Jim, I've been with you for 3 hours this morning, and you've had a couple of sips of your coquito and 2 Coca-Cola Classics, and it's not even 8 o'clock Central Time, bro. I mean, what you talk about that gut of yours like it just got there. I mean, bro, as he takes another swig of his coquito. That stuff looks great. I'm not going to lie.
I would recommend coquito over eggnog to anyone. Get yourself some coquito. I tell you, it is a cottage industry here in South Florida. People who's making coquito this year? Who's bringing coquito this year? You bringing coquito? Am I bringing coquito? We've got like 4 bottles in the fridge.
Everybody gets a coquito. Dave, you ever had coquito?
I can honestly say that I have not, but I'm very intrigued because it has a lot of the things that I do like, especially the rum.
You're licking your lips, bro.
Love me some rum, man. Love me some rum.
And then we're gonna get into the smoky treats. We're gonna have some cigars later on. So it's good stuff. You can watch my cigar show too. It's cigarsnobmagazine.com. So
shameless. That's what I call it Christmas. Though.
Shameless. Hey man, you know what?
Little family.
We're closing up the shop, so we got to let people know where to find us. You know what I mean?
I hear you, bro. That's what I'm talking about. I guess I'll give up my handle. I never do, but if you want to follow me, I'm at Sean Levine KC on X. I think the last time I tweeted was the Nixon administration, but follow me if you want to. I'll be there.
That's right, man. Listen, and I want to wish each and every one of you guys all the best during the holiday season. Things are a little weird for a lot of people right now. We will all get through this, and nothing but success, love, and more importantly than anything, health in 2026. I'm sure we'll see each other down the road somewhere in some sort of medium, whether it's radio, whether it's television, whether it's social media, whatever apps we have out there.
Well, we're going to be getting drunk in Vegas. The next time I see you, let's meet up in Vegas.
I'm ready, brother. I'm ready. I got some freaking Fire Mouse Burn. Let's go.
Let's be real, bro. Let's go.
Let's go. Oh, and just listen. Just no year without a Santa Claus. Otherwise, we're going to fight.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that movie that traumatized you. Get over it, dude.
For everyone here, happy holidays, everybody. It's the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Dímelo!
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.